Hello again, Struckpup. Today I'm starting earlier as I promised, and we will be doing my last day of 2020 stream where I would be farming, leveling, changing from one build to another, maybe from one game to another, but for now I'm planning on doing Torchlight 3. We'll see if eventually at some point I switch to a different game. But yeah, for now it will be Torchlight 3. I'm gonna start with wrapping up the story with my Dusk Mage from yesterday. Wrapping up Act 3, then I will switch to something else, open to suggestions. So yeah, let's finish Act 3 on this one, and then maybe switch to whatever else. I've got a bunch of heroes already on this account. We can just do as I did during the Christmas streams where I was switching from one to the other. So we'll see how that goes today. First, what's in my inventory? Is my sound okay? It was a little bit louder than it needs to be. That's a lot of defense. Which reminds me, I was trying to get some gauntlets, which didn't seem to drop for me. Okay, I need to put some stuff in my storage. I've got a lot of legendary items here that I'd rather save for when leveling other WoWs, especially celestial items. They're super important while leveling for me, or any kind of set items for the class. On any class, so Mountain King, Celestial, Cosmic, Sharpshooters, what was it, Musketeer. Those set items are very useful to me while leveling up, especially when I'm trying to have 3 pieces so I can get the set bonus. And those 3 pieces being chest or helmet, or even if they're not chest and helmet, I can just swap them in the Legendarium. But in the very first few levels you don't have much Legendarium slots. So okay, let's see what I can place and where. There's room for a mask, for shoulders. Wait, what level are my shoulders now? Okay, 41. If I have to, I'm gonna return and grab it, but for now let's keep it there. I'm probably putting this there. And there was another Dusk Mage storage here, which holds room for boots, maybe for the gauntlets. I don't think I need this anymore. Definitely don't need this anymore, or this. Okay, let's find room for those things. This one is getting dismantled. Jag of Mayhem I'm probably gonna keep. So room for the skittering things. I think 2 of them were, no, 1 of them was Absolver. So this one goes in the Dusk Mage storage. As soon as I find where it would fit perfectly. We're looking for leg armor SWAT. It's hard to find room for WoW level items, but yeah, I'm gonna replace the Holy Bolt with this. And that reminds me, while I'm in my storage, might as well check for high level items to replace my current WoW level items. I mean, it's worth giving it a try. I think those are level 60 only, so let's just go. I made room in the inventory, not much, but still made some. We can go and tackle Shriekbeak, because I think that's the quest we are doing now. The chop shop. Hop onto the chop shop. And Dawak is saying hello to Dawak as well. Welcome back, nice seeing you again. How is my defense right now? I think it's pretty bad for the zone we are in. 22, 28, 26. I mean, 22 and 28 are the two that actually matter in this zone the most. We're not in Boat Town. We need to go to the chop shop. Okay. Oh wow. I took a ton of damage from somewhere. I think it was the zombie. Okay, let's do it like that. I need a kill Netherim. I shouldn't forget to kill every Netherim on the way, even if I skip some skeletons and zombies, to avoid having to return later to look for missing Netherim. I need to take it slow and make sure I'm killing every single Netherim that spawns until the quest is done. So I think a total of 10 Netherim should do the trick. That means another 6 Netherim are needed. Let's see. There's gotta be 2 more somewhere here. Spawning. Come on. And we leveled up. Yeah, I'm getting tingling sensation now. It's important to get it. I'm at the point where I wanna see more procs of lightning strike, and to get more procs of lightning strike, we need more chance to shock. We need to make sure that even if I don't have chance to shock in my gear, I'm able to shock. That's why I want to max out tingling sensation. Right now I do have a weapon with a chance to shock if I'm not... Oh no, no longer. I replaced it last night. Okay. But yeah, ideally I would try and get a weapon with chance to shock and flat damage, but it's gonna be hard to make sure it has both chance to shock and flat damage. Okay, 60% Netherim. I'm gonna go this way first, because I think there's Netherim there. I didn't find a Netherim here. Interesting. I'm intentionally not using entropy, so that I only use it when it's needed, when I need that harmonic form. Intentionally not filling up the dark buff bar. I don't need it for now, so at the boss fight I'm gonna need it, and I'd rather have it there. For now my damage is good enough. Without entropy it's fine. Yeah, what I feared just happened. I would need to go back and try and find another 2 Netherim maybe. Unless it spawns some Netherim. Oh, there we go, it spawns Netherim next to me. But I'm on a dead end here, so I still have to go back. But maybe after killing this fella here. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna run. Maybe just group them up in a group, kill them, but I really wanna... Oh no, shit, this is what I didn't wanna happen. To waste my harmonic form right before the boss. I forgot that Dark Spears would charge it up. Now I have to wait for it. Now let's charge it again. Let's charge it quickly. There aren't enough enemies. I should have waited before killing the enemies. Maybe this phase beast would help. Would it remember my light and dark buff bar charges when I enter? Oh, it did remember it. Nice. Okay, I wanna kill it without activating harmonic form, and I'm saving harmonic form for Shriek Beak. Okay, that should do the trick. Is it time for an upgrade? I think we can upgrade with this weapon. Maybe have... let's have this one as the spare weapon. This is more defense, even though I'm losing damage. I'd rather take the defense. Okay, yeah, going to Shriek Beak now. That reminds me, I need to wife bind my weapon before I go. Okay. Anything good from the chest? Anything worth equipping? Is this better? A bit better. Okay, well, final parts of the story. Final parts of the story now. Let's see what we can do now. Over here. Here. King's Road. I think I can just go to Echo Landing from the passage, from the waypoint of the passage. And Divine Creed says, "Hey Struck, hope you're doing well. I tried out the Bane Realm Master that you suggested and it's awesome, thank you." I'm glad to hear that you're enjoying the Bane Realm Master. Have fun with it. It's very strong combo. Legionnaire says, does anybody play multiplayer on this? Well, many people play multiplayer on this. Well, maybe not many, but there are a bunch of people that play multiplayer. The problem is there is no matchmaking, so you have to find people on Discord or on your Steam friends list. And it's not easy to find people. Maybe when you go to a stream you can find people to play with, or when you go to the official Discord, but apart from that it's not easy. If someone wants to play multiplayer, I wouldn't mind doing some multiplayer, some co-op later when I switch to like a level 60 hero. For now I just want to finish the story with this one, and then maybe I can start switching heroes. Few maps on this hero, few maps on the other. I wish there was an option where you could retain your party after switching to a different hero. So I wish the party would remain when you go back to the character selection screen, and then you switch the hero and then you're back into the game in the same party that you were before. We do need some quality of life changes for the party, for matchmaking, things like that. So hopefully in 2021 they would have some spare development time to improve the co-op experience. It would be appreciated if they do. Because it's a game designed to be easier and better and more fun when played in co-op. So it makes sense to try and improve the experience when someone's trying to find people to play with, to make it a bit easier to find people to play with, and a bit easier to retain the party even when you switch heroes. Okay, King's Plateau. Was that the place with the broken the broken passageway with the statue? On PlayStation some people are encountering a statue, I think, here in the King's Road. Or maybe it wasn't King's Road, maybe it was yeah, actually I think it is King's Road. King's Road is where people encounter a statue. Over here somewhere they encounter a big giant dwarven statue that they can't go past on console, and it's annoying. I can imagine how annoying it would be on console to reach this far, almost at the end of the story, and then encounter a big statue that blocks you and you can't teleport past it until you rewalk a few times and get it to respawn a different map layout. Or someone ports you, someone gives you a taxi to the next zone. They will fix it though. They actually are aware of this, and after the holidays, when they're back to the home office, when they're back to working, I'm assuming with the next update or hotfix, they would remedy this, because they're trying to prioritize progression breaking bugs all the time. When there's one, they try to sort it as soon as possible. So maybe that would be a high priority fix for them. What did we find? This damage, it's super good damage. I really don't want to lose the freeze, but the damage is just pretty good. Worth losing the freeze over that damage. Let's do it. Cox Courtyard. I'm gonna grab the waypoint first. But yeah, I'm on the final 2-3 quests of the game, and then it will be back to level 60 heroes. Every now and then I will be coming back to this hero for a few levels, but I'm not planning on spending the whole stream today just leveling one hero. I'm planning on switching, just as I was doing around Christmas, from one hero to the next, and just respecing a little bit every now and then, reworking, tweaking, testing different setups. Depending on my respectacles though, it also depends on how much respectacles I get and find. Okay. Oh, wow. Let's get it before it charges me. Okay, this way. Was this where the boss is? Yes, it is. We melted him. But yeah, it was kind of the obvious melt. The obvious melt that was to be expected. I love Imbue Relic. It helps so much with meltiness. Keep in mind I'm using only level 1 Chaotic Strikes while leveling up. Eventually I'm gonna spec into Walkwise Storm and replicate... Actually no, I'm gonna spec into Conjure Electrode. Because I wanna replicate my Absolver Zealot build, which was using 1000 volt burst, Conjure Electrode. But while leveling I'm not going immediately for those, because those are things that are pretty specific, and I want to replicate the Absolver Zealot. Most likely I will get rid of Conjure Electrode from the Absolver Zealot build, but first I want to do it exactly how it was before, with minor changes, and then I want to see what needs to be done to optimize it. I don't think having as much casting speed would be good enough for me, because I don't have enough mana regen anymore. I'm gonna be hanging. Without being able to cast if I go for 75% casting speed. In fact, I can even reach 100% casting speed now with the Liu General, with this buff, this buff that keeps moving. This buff gives me 20% if I have the set. Right now 25% if I have the set. Right now I don't have the set, I only have the shield equipped. I need to equip one more item on me, to be able to get from the legendarium that 25% casting speed. But yeah, 25% from Conjure Electrode casting speed, 50 from 1000 volt burst, and 1000 volt burst could even be level 1. It's still gonna give you the 50% casting speed. But before, the way to deal with this build was stacking items with minus cost for Absolver. Items that reduce the mana cost for Absolver, which has been removed. All those cost reduction affixes have been removed, which is pretty annoying. I really was liking that playstyle. It didn't seem overpowered. It just seemed like a different playstyle, stacking casting speed and stacking cost reduction to match the casting speed. I wish they would return those affixes into the game, at least for the Dusk Mage. Affixes that make certain skills cost less. They were just very useful for a Dusk Mage to be a bit more spammy and to experiment with that casting speed combo. Okay, let's see if there's anything worth equipping. Little upgrade here. Oh, bigger upgrade there. Not worthy upgrade. Oh, it's not worthy upgrade. Well, it dropped a lot of gloves, which seems kind of weird, but okay. So yeah, what's next? Sundered Throne, which is this way. And we're almost leveled up. Next 2 skill points incoming. Arc-powered boots. Am I wearing Celestial right now? I think I am, which means I can't switch unless I change something else to a Celestial item. Now, what's the shoulders? Holy Bolt, a lot of defense, still not better than my current defense. Let's send the pet to the town. My real pet is here trying to get my attention to beg for food, but he ate a little bit before I started streaming. I gave him medicine and food like an hour before I started streaming, so he's definitely just being cheeky and trying to get some extra food. Without really being hungry, or maybe he's hungry but he doesn't need the food because he ate. Little Guten. Okay, I gave him a petting, gave him a head rub. Yeah, very soon you would be able to see this little piglet in the background when I stream. Still waiting for my green screen. The green screen today, when I checked the delivery tracking, was in the neighboring country, in one of my neighboring countries. It moved I think I ordered the green screen from a Netherlands website, which has their storehouses in Romania, and it moved from one city in Romania to another city in Romania. So soon it will be in Bulgaria. Maybe in 2-3 days, I would have my green screen and be able to start using my camera on stream. See, what's my quest? Defeat Netherim. Let's keep moving. Right, Glacier's Edge, just what I wanted. Just what I wanted to drop. A Glacier's Edge around my level. Pretty decent. If you're wondering why does he need this sword, it's because it's a set and it makes my Frost Wall give me extra cooldown, which means this one is now down to 24 seconds. From 60-second base cooldown we get 50% cooldown reduction from the set, 10% cooldown reduction from Dark Spears tier 2, which means 60% cooldown reduction total after they changed Dark Spear tier 2 to affect other things. And every 24 seconds I can get a full relic charge, which normally on builds that use chaotic strikes or conjure electrode is pretty decent. Should I start investing into 1000 volt burst yet, or maybe invest into other things? I've got the skeleton. The skeleton of the build is 8 points here, 4 points here, 4 points here, 4 points here, 4 points here, and 4, 4, 8. That's my skeleton. In fact, maybe I can include 4 points here as a skeleton. But yeah, I think it's time to start investing into this and this. I'm gonna get 1000 volt burst duration, so that I have, instead of 10 seconds, I have 20 seconds casting speed. And even if I don't use Conjure Electrode tier 3, because I'm not a big fan of the skill, apart from the casting speed buff, there isn't anything else that would make me want to use it. And I wish we got that casting speed at tier 1, because it's just not fair. It's not fair for casting speed builds compared to attack speed builds to have to get tier 3 to get the bonus. It should have been either get both bonuses at tier 3 or get both bonuses at tier 1. And just not fair. I would love for it to give me the casting and attack speed at tier 1 and then at tier 3 to give me a different bonus, a new bonus.
You're refreshed.
It feels like you're wasting points to get this to tier 3. But yeah, maybe I wouldn't need that extra casting speed. Most likely I wouldn't need it now that my mana regen can be... Not mana regen, my mana cost can be reduced. If I go for that extra 25 on top of the 50, I would probably end up hanging with downtime of not being able to cast mana cost skills. Which can be filled, it can be filled with other things. such as casting Light Spear or other non-mana costings, such as casting cooldown skills. Which way? Is it this way? Maybe. Can I get a level up before the boss fight? I'm gonna try and get a level up before the boss fight. Let's not use entropy too much. Ah, harmonic form. Okay, let's take advantage of that harmonic form now. Alright, we're almost at the boss. I kind of wasted my harmonic form by accident, so I'm gonna try and get it back. Ah shit, now I overdid it and got a new harmonic form. By the time it loads up I would have lost it probably. Come on, harmonic form. Few seconds. Okay, I could at least squeeze a few hits of harmonic form boosted damage. I can't see shit. Okay, there we go. See how my mana is kind of having troubles retaining itself to a decent level where I can constantly cast. Alright, right on time. 46. Oh shit, my foot. Ah shit. My leg. I think I kept it in the same position for too long, and I pressed on a vessel or something. You know how, I don't know how it's called in English, where you lose the feeling in the leg for a moment, or in an arm. No, not a cramp, but that other thing, where it's like needles, where you get like needles. I think I must have pressed on a vessel, blood vessel or something for a long time. Dead leg, yeah, dead leg, dead arm. Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, I just got the dead leg. Very interesting feeling, the dead leg, dead arm feeling. Let's keep that sword, that mace. Okay, I can switch to a different hero now. I'm just gonna quickly go wrap up the story. Eddie UK says pins and needles. Yeah, and Skyim says, hey, is this worth buying? Sorry for replying this late. I mean, whenever people ask me if a game is worth buying or not, I can't just say yes or no, because I don't know what people like. If you tell me what you're looking for in a game, what is a must-have in a game of the genre for you, I can tell you whether this game can provide you with this or not yet. So if you tell me what you want in a game to make it worth buying for yourself, I can then answer the question honestly whether it is worth it or not. Otherwise, I can try and tell you for me whether it's worth it, and for me it is worth buying, but my taste is very different than many people out there. And I'm not saying the game is perfect. It still needs a lot of work in a lot of places, but the work they've put into it in certain things is amazing. I really love the skill system in the game. I have a lot of freedom regarding which skills to pick and which skills not to pick. If you're looking for an MMORPG, this is not it. This is not an MMORPG. It doesn't have massive multiplayer. It has up to 4-player co-op. You do see other people in the towns, but that's it. You can see some randoms in the towns. AD says incoming Steam mail. Incoming Steam mail? Does that mean my account? Steam mail? If Skyim likes Diablo and Chaosbane, see this game is made from some of the people that made Diablo 1 and 2 and World of Destruction. Max Schaefer is one of the fathers of Diablo. Max Schaefer, Eric Schaefer, his brother, and David Brevik. They are the people who made Diablo 1, who made Diablo 2, and then there's Tyler Thompson, who is project lead in this game, and he was project lead in World of Destruction. So some of the people who worked in Diablo are working on this game, but keep in mind this is not Diablo. Torchlight 1, when they made Torchlight 1, they had the idea of making something that is not Diablo, and that's what Torchlight is. Similar genre, similar playstyle, but it's a different universe. It's not that grim, it's not that dark. It's a little bit more humorous. It's a world that doesn't take itself too seriously. I think that's exactly the words they used once in an interview. See, this game right now, if you tell me what you like, do you like doing different types of endgame, or do you like doing the same type of endgame over and over and over repetitively until your eyes start bleeding of the boredom of doing the same activity? I need to know not what types of games you like, what you like in a game, what type of endgame you like, what type of build diversity you like. I think one of the best things about this game is the build diversity. You can make hundreds of builds in this game. Hands down, the other day I started counting how many builds you can make on Forged, and the number was 600. Obviously 600 is a long shot, because you can have a different build just by replacing entropy with energy spike. So that's not really a different build, it's just the same build with a different skill, replacing one skill. But if you take just replacing one skill as a different build, then that's 600 for Forged only for the Forged. If you want to be more realistic and distinct builds, let's say at least 100 per class. maybe 80 per class, something that really looks and plays differently. And that's as a result of the relic and class combos. You have 20 combos between class and subclass, which obviously means 20 different heroes that all have like a bunch of different builds you can do. Whether you're focusing, for example, for this hero, I can decide to focus on Walk-Away Storm, or I can decide to focus on Chaotic Strikes, or I can decide to focus on Conjure Electrode, or I can decide to just use passives and maybe 1000 Volt Burst, and then focus more on my other stuff. I can use Absolver, or Holy Fury, or Radiant Blast, or Holy Bolt, one of those 4 skills, as my light buff builder. And then as the dark buff builder, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 choices. This one is obviously not amazing, but it's good, especially early in the game to build the dark buff bar. But for damage, this is not bad. For summoner builds, this is pretty decent. So there's obviously choices, and you can mix and match one of those 4 skills, let's say those 4 skills, one of those 4 with one of those 4. And then you have things like Consecration, which is pretty overpowered and strong. But yeah, let's quickly switch heroes. And yeah, Torchlight 2 is for free on Epic. I got it yesterday. I still have it on Steam. If I want to play Torchlight 2, I would play it on Steam because of the mods, but it's worth testing if the Steam mods work on the what's its name, on the Epic Store installation. But yeah, if someone wants to get Torchlight 2, Epic Game Store has it for free. And as 80 UK said, there's still 3 hours 20 something minutes left. Adi Wazar earlier said, I want something new, a Waha. Something new, what do you want new? And FIE said, hey, Struck enjoying your content, bought the game and will be leveling his Forged. Okay, good to hear that, And Gigahertz Game says, post 60, all plans are essentially worthless. Yeah, well, I'm not sure what you mean by plans. Post 60, you need gear. Gear trumps builds. And I love it because you just pick the build you want as a playstyle. Pick the build you want as a playstyle. It could be the shittiest build. As long as you gear it up, you would be kind of still able to do a lot of... you'll still be able to do a lot of progress in the Fazir, even if you're using the shittiest possible build. And I love this because this means it's very well balanced in regards to how useful a certain skill is compared to another. I mean, obviously there's some meta skills and meta builds, but in the end, if you have amazing gear, you're gonna go far on shitty builds as well. And that means I'm not forced to just use skill X or Y or Z because those are the best skills for my class and subclass combo. It means I can use even the weaker skills in a build and not feel bad about it. There's not many games out there that have it in such a way where every single skill can be useful and you can make kind of a build around it, every single damage skill. And Skyrim says it's downloading now. Well, enjoy it. Enjoy it. It's definitely fun. Okay, what's my gear here? 60, 60, 45. So I'm gonna have problems surviving. But alright, let's do a little bit of Fazir on this hero. And yeah, I can try and do a couple of maps, maybe 3 maps. Let's do 3 maps on this hero, then change on another one. 3 maps on the other hero. Every now and then I will be going back to the Dusk Mage Electrode for a few levels. But yeah, I don't want to just spend the whole stream leveling one hero. So I will be switching. If someone wants to do co-op, we can do co-op on any difficulty. I don't mind changing to a lower difficulty from ridiculous if needed. Okay, nice. Where did he teleport? Skyim says, what hero would you recommend for new people to start with? I would say Electrode Sharpshooter or Dusk Mage Electrode is not a bad combo. In fact, anything with Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. As your first subclass, if you want damage, Electrode or Flaming Destroyer is good. And I think with the Electrode, it's very hard to get a bad build with the Electrode. It's very hard with that relic to make a bad build. And Sharpshooter is very easy to learn as a class for new players. This match is a little bit weirder because you have to have at least one light and at least one dark skill and build up the light buff bar and the dark buff bar so you can get harmonic form up. The Sharpshooter doesn't have such gimmicks. What you do have with the Sharpshooter is something, for example, you have adventurer bonuses. So you use an adventurer skill, it gives you a buff, which makes your next 3 precision skill casts to give you a certain bonus. So it's not that difficult, and it's not something I really rely on as sources of DPS or something like that. So Sharpshooter is pretty much closest you can get to a typical standard class without the gimmicks, without having to manage some sort of annoying mechanic like it might. On the other heroes, you might feel like it's annoying to have to manage certain resources, whereas on the Sharpshooter it's much easier. That's why I think it's easy to start with. It's squishy though. If you don't want a squishy class, obviously Sharpshooter is not easy to level up in regards to survivability. But even the tanky classes like Realm Master and Forged might have problems surviving in the early levels if you go on a very high difficulty, like Ridiculous from the start. But yeah, I think my recommendation is Dusk Mage or Sharpshooter on Electrode or Flaming Destroyer. If I had to pick one, probably Sharpshooter Electrode is a pretty good start. If it feels too squishy, Realm Master Electrode, Forged Electrode, it's not bad as a first experience. There we go. This one's also not a bad combo, by the way. This one is definitely not a bad combo as a starter combo. Sharpshooter, Flaming Destroyer. I just think with the Electrode it's easier to make a decent build without thinking too much about it. But as I said, when it comes to the end game later, eventually it won't really matter that much as long as you have good items, and you can constantly keep getting better items as long as you keep doing something that's rewarding. It's just a lot of RNG. A lot of things really depend on RNG. Whether you find something good or not is pretty random. The problem is you don't have a system to reset the affixes. It's very hard to reset the affixes. I mean, you can't change the affixes other than the enchanting sockets. That's the only thing you can customize right now. The sockets. What affixes go into each socket. And that's a big miss in my book, to not have a system that allows you to change the affixes on one item. I really love how in Diablo 3, for example, I can change my middle affixes, the ones in the middle of the item card tooltip. I'm gonna stay in this map a little, just to clear out a few more groups of enemies maybe. Or should I keep pushing further onto the next maps? Maybe let's try and kill another group of enemies and then go back into the portal. Something's wrong, it doesn't let me cast Shasta. Alright, it just cast it. I had to press it like 10-20 times before it actually cast Shasta. I'm not sure why. And Shasta is important for my damage, because she makes me do 50% damage to taunted enemies and taunts enemies. AD UK says, are you getting any game whack? Well, I'm playing online, so every now and then there might be some whack. Not video whack, just server whack. I can try and switch my... I can try and switch my... wait, why does it not let me switch my NVIDIA overlay? Let me look into my drivers. Oh, and I just saw the message AD sent me on Steam chat. A pigeon with a sword, or whatever bird that is. Interesting. AD, thank you for the gift, but dude, I already have Grim Down. Not on my current account, on my other account. So I'm gonna decline this gift. Giving me Grim Down, I already have it on my other account, and I have all the expansions. So I really appreciate you gifting me the game, but it's much better if you send it to someone else. It's just not gonna be fair if I took Grim Down as a gift on Steam. When I already have the game on my other account, and I'm using family share, family mode, or whatever it's called, account share, where you can play one game from one account to another account on the same machine. It's actually a pretty good system from Steam to allow me to do that. But yeah, I'm gonna, after this boss fight, I'm gonna look into my NVIDIA drivers, why they don't let me start my Alt and R window to show me the performance stats. Maybe the hotkey changed with the latest driver update. I'm pretty sure I'm not seeing FPS dips. Okay, let's check. NVIDIA control panel, no, NVIDIA GeForce Experience, maybe from there. Wait, how do I open this settings? Settings, okay, in-game overlay, settings. Where was this thing? I can't remember where this was. There was this thing called oh yeah, enable experimental features. That's what I need to enable. I guess it disabled it after updating the driver. But yeah, it should allow me when I press Alt and R to see my my temperature, clock speeds, and things like that. In any case, let's get rid of some blue items. For powder, we want that powder, the magic blue powder. Is there anything I wanna reroll? Stats wise, I guess there isn't. Okay, I'm gonna do 2 more maps on this dude. I'm gonna count even the boss map as a map. Normally I don't. Dr. Nasty, Dog Jockey, or Shockweb. What's my better defense? Fire or lightning? Fire. Okay, we're doing fire then. I'd say let's do Dr. Nasty, even though it's Plague Bearer and I don't like those. I think my GeForce Experience is stuck on checking for updates for those experimental features. Okay. This thing really is stuck. Should I try and restart the GeForce Experience? Experimental features are enabled. Alright. So how do I change this? HUD layout, FPS counter, no. Did they remove this? Did they remove this? My friend a few weeks ago showed me how to enable it and it was working, and then it suddenly disappeared after one of the driver upgrades. But it was a hotkey of Alt and R to bring that overlay, and now it doesn't. Did they remove it? Maybe they removed it. If someone knows how to bring that back, the one that shows me temperatures and clock and FPS on the Nvidia GeForce Experience, would appreciate the info. But it used to be out and R and it no longer works. I can maybe just enable the FPS counter. I think an FPS counter can be enabled only. Wait, my FPS. I'm not sure if you guys can. Okay, it's 60 now, 61, 60. But I'm capping it. I'm wondering if I remove the VSync, whether it's gonna be fine. I normally keep VSync because I don't need anything higher than 60, because my monitor doesn't support it. Wait, what just happened? Shit, it changed my resolution, didn't it? Ah, boy, why did it change my resolution? It was weird. Why it changed my resolution now? What happened to the VSync? Yeah, I'm running at like 100 FPS. But it's kind of unnecessary to run at this high FPS when my monitor doesn't really support it. Does anyone know any good software that's free of charge where I can monitor FPS, temperature, squawks, and just in general the performance? Something that's free and that doesn't have annoying messages that tell you need to buy it, and the paid version. I keep seeing people online posting videos of them using some sort of overlay over there on the site where my pet is, that shows them some numbers and things like that. And I don't know which software they're using. I think it's Rivet Tuner or something. Open hardware monitor. I think I've got that one, but I think it has a message that tells me to buy the paid version. I'm gonna look it up. Open hardware monitor. I do have regular hardware monitor and another one. Maybe it's the open hardware monitor. Yeah, I've downloaded this one. I visited the downloads. Let me see. Open. I think it was the one that kept telling me to buy the paid version, and kept removing the thing. Let's check it. Okay, I'm gonna download the latest version and install it. Oh no, that's not the one I meant. I meant the one where I can see them as an overlay while playing the game. I do have this monitor and another monitor as well. What I meant is as an overlay that's over here on the side. It was definitely not the one that was telling me to buy it. It was a different one, but I still. If there is a way to get an overlay, then But yeah, I'm looking for some sort of overlay version. I think FPS monitor is the one that was telling me to buy it. The one that has an overlay. But FPS monitor you can kind of... shit, it made my game crash. FPS monitor is fucking buggy. It made my game crash. I'm just gonna uninstall FPS monitor. If it makes my game crash, then definitely something's wrong with it. I think people are using Riva tuner or something. I read something about that. I don't have it. Let's see if that has overlay. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's the one I've been seeing people using. Riva tuner overlay. So that's the one I need. Okay, I'm gonna try getting that one. Let's go back into the map I was doing. Okay, let's see where it is. I'm trying to download it from Guru 3D, but when I click download latest public build for Riva Tuner, I'm gonna try and show you what I'm doing on the screen. Let's enable my Firefox. See this bullshit here. I click download latest public build of Riva Tuner, but where is the stupid download? It takes me... It takes me to select the category. Why can't it just put me into the proper place? This is from 2009. Obviously that's not the newest. Alright, I'm gonna have to look it up again. Wait, the latest version is from 2009? That doesn't make sense. If they haven't updated it since 2009. Okay. Not this one though. I mean, this is super annoying. What the hell is happening? Where do I click? Okay, I think read more.
Your pen is hurting.
224 is the final one. All right. Where do I download? Okay, Afterburner is the new one that I need. I hope Afterburner has the same overlay of the Riva Tuner that I've been seeing. I think it does though. It would make sense. Hopefully it doesn't require a restart. But yeah, that's hopefully gonna be the software I need. I want to see, because some people were posting some time ago things that they have dips in the FPS. I want to see if it's the same for me. And I was wondering what software they used, but it was showing them like a graph on the site that shows how the FPS just dips quickly. Visually, I didn't see anything, but their software was telling them it was stuttering or something. So I want to see if that's really true. I'm installing it now. Okay, let's try it now. So how do I start overlay on this one? I'm gonna have to Google this. Ah, on-screen display, I see it. It's in the settings. I'm gonna try and check it now. So settings, on-screen display, toggle on-screen display. Let's do out and O. I'm gonna disable the NVIDIA one. It doesn't seem to do anything. Okay, I hope it works now. Shit, there's just too many settings there. Apply, okay. I think it's broken because it doesn't start the on-screen overlay. It's showing me the temperatures and things like that at the bottom, but I have to scroll down, which is super bad. But it doesn't do the on-screen display. Yeah, it just fuck it. I give up. I give up. This software is broken. It can't get its overlay to work. Let's do that one map I was gonna do, and then switch heroes. I mean, if it doesn't let me do the overlay, I tried everything I can think of in regards to configuring this software. I tried different hotkeys. It's show overlay or toggle overlay, and neither worked. Neither show or toggle overlay worked. So kind of gave up with this. Pretty weird why it's this broken. Maybe it just needs a restart, and I'm not gonna do it now. I think I know what's happening. I think I need to add an executable. I need to add the executable of the game of Torchlight 3 so it can start detecting. Yeah, it's weird. The simplest thing, such as showing an overlay, is so complicated in this stupid software. I mean, whoever designed this software, yeah, they made so many unnecessary options and things. Yet, just switching on the stupid overlay is more complicated than making a game, probably. Come on. All I want is just to be able to press a button and then get what I want. See, right now it's only showing me GPU, the GPU temperature. So I'm gonna configure it later, but at least I got it to show up. But at least now I know this is the software that people have been using. I've been watching some videos of people benchmarking games, and showing this overlay on their recordings. So it's the MSI Afterburner that they must have been using, because it looks the same to me. And I'm not sure why Nvidia's built-in one doesn't work anymore, even with enabling experimental features on my driver. But yeah, mine also seems to stay at 60 FPS, and I never noticed any dips myself. But some people have been saying that they have problems. Like, it's like a dip for like a split second, but there was this guy who posted a video and posted it on YouTube and said something like unacceptable or whatever. And I really couldn't tell the difference. I mean, his software was telling him, his graph was telling him like a spike there, but I didn't see stutters visually. Not sure what eyes you need to have to be able to notice the stutter there. But it's to be expected in a game that's online to every now and then have some server whack. Server whack that might result in a stutter. But yeah, performance-wise on PC, I only have problems when there's a lot of people in the party, and we have a ton of shit happening, like a lot of electrode and stuff. And even then, it's not gonna dip my FPS. It's more of a server-related performance, not machine-related performance dip. Darks says, I'm finding targeted strikes to be really nice to use. Targeted strikes is amazing. He's asking what is the most comfortable skill for sharpshooter. I think targeted strikes is the best skill for new players to use. Targeted strikes, hands down, best skill for new players to use. I like explosive arrow because look at how far I can reach with it. Let's actually show you something. See over here, I can reach over here at the end of the screen, and I can reach over there, and I just love it. On Flaming Destroyer builds, I really love explosive arrow. Obviously targeted strikes is good on any type of build. It's just fun. Explosive arrow is nice because it's a bit of AoE. But I think explosive arrow and targeted strikes are my two go-to skills for damage from the precision tree. Oh shit, I have no potions. I need to send the pet for potions. And user in-game just follow, thank you very much. And by the way, earlier someone requested to hydrate and pet Sky. I hydrated now and petted Sky, but thank you very much, user in-game, and welcome to the Struck Club. Let's send my pet for potions. The in-game pet, not Sky. I wanted to check what dropped. Should have sent the pet to sell. Let's read some of the missed chat messages as well. But yeah, as Vine UK said, I can see the FPS. But the thing I wanted to see from Nvidia software was I would press Alt and R, and then at the top on the side, Nvidia, like few days ago it worked, would bring CPU temperature, CPU usage, GPU temperature, GPU usage, all of those things for the GPU and for the CPU. Nvidia would bring it alongside FPS. It was an experimental feature, maybe they removed it, I do know about the regular FPS, and I did use it earlier. And TNB official says, is this a new sharpshooter build? It could be. I mean, eventually it will be a new build. I just want to do a disc mage build first. I want to do a few disc mage electrode builds, and then eventually this one can make it onto my builds and website. If you want the build, I can give you the details. Oh, come on, pet, bring me those potions quicker. It sucks when you. I mean, this potion system is one of the worst things in the game. If there's one thing I would want fixed, that would be the potion system to just no longer require drops and wooting, and to just have unlimited potions, and to just have a cooldown. If I had to wish for one thing in 2021 to change in this game, it would be the potion system. To be more like Chaos Bane and Diablo 3. To not have to get them as drops. I wish the time they spent doing this, I wish the time they spent developing this system where you can send the pet to buy potions, they would have just spent it making the potions have unlimited usage and just cool down. I think that would have been a much better and more quality of life change than sending the pet to the town. I mean, it's obviously better right now to have the pet being able to buy potions, but I think in general you shouldn't even need potions to be consumable with quantity with a limit, and something that you would, and something that you have work for. Potion work, one of the most useless things, to have potion work in your gear. But yeah, if they spend that time developing a system that just removes the potion as a consumable and keeps it on as a skill, as a potion skill, and gives you different types of potion skills to equip, or healing skills, such as for example the Hivit one can do the exact same thing, less healing but healing over time. Then the other one could remove shock and less healing, and then you could probably have one that doesn't knock back. Vine UK just followed, thank you very much as well. I'm still catching up with some of the chat. Welcome to the Struck Web to Vine UK. And TMB says we can't reset relics, right? Yes, you can't change the relic. If you want to change the relic, you have to make a new hero right now. Drax said he started playing today, enjoying it a lot so far. I choose Frost for my relic. Is that okay? That's the worst relic right now, and it's not because it doesn't do damage. Yes, it doesn't do damage, but that's not what it's supposed to be like. It's not supposed to be a damage relic, but it's not that great for crowd control or defensive capabilities. It's supposed to be a relic with extreme defense, quote. That's quoting from the developers' files, from the developers' patch notes. It's supposed to be something that gives you crowd control and extreme defense, and it definitely doesn't give you extreme defense. It does give you some crowd control, not much, but some. But I think the worst relic right now is Cold Hard. And the thing is, last time we talked to the developers about relics and stuff, and the Cold Heart, they said Cold Heart is used as much as the other relics. But people using Cold Heart doesn't mean Cold Heart is good. People could be using the Cold Heart and not enjoying it, like me, and like everyone else I've talked to. I haven't talked to a single person that doesn't think Cold Heart needs a little bit of a change, a little bit of a rework. To make it more fun. What should we play? Maybe this one? Where are all my items? The good ones. I need some shield here. And Night Fury 16 says, I'm gonna be same as every one person who is curious about this game. Is it worth the money? I've seen so many negative reviews, makes me thinking about rethink buying it. Well, I can be honest with you and tell you what's good and what's bad, and you can consider whether it's worth it for you based on your choices. The end game is bad. The build variety is good. So right now, if you want to make one build and play it for 2-3 months without changing your class and subclass, without re-rolling to a new out, probably you're not gonna have as much fun doing the same repetitive end game content. But if you like changing different builds and the build diversity in the game, then you might really love the game, because there's a lot of build diversity, and if you like variety of hero builds, you can experiment a lot in this game. And it's also very well balanced in a way where it doesn't really matter what build you're using. It only matters in regards to what playstyle it offers. Different builds offer different playstyles, but in the end, with good gear, every build would be good. Unless you're doing cold hard. But even cold hard builds would be good as long as you have good gear. So even the weak relic of cold hard that doesn't serve its purpose as good as it needs to, even that one can be strong with good items. So yeah, there's a lot of different playstyles. The thing is, you have this as an end game. I'm gonna show you. This is the end game. It's called the Fazier's Dungeon Challenge, and you have 251 levels. So you start at level 1, you beat it. First you select between one of 3 maps. I think the first 3 maps are always the same, then they start changing once you complete them. And you pick one, and you can see each one has a negative affix at the top with red, and a positive one at the bottom. And you can see then there's a boss fight at stage 3. You pick one boss, you fight it, and boom, then you unlock a new waypoint, a new checkpoint. So if I die on stage 3, I go back to stage 1. But if I complete stage 3, now my new checkpoint is stage 4. And then if I die at stage 6, I go to 4. If I die at stage 7, I go back to 4. And again, you can see something that's new. You get Nimbo as a modifier. And then you get Berserking. And this is a negative modifier always. And eventually there's 2 modifiers, and then there's 3 modifiers. The further you go into the Fazier, that get applied on top of these 2 modifiers, the negative and the passive. And that's pretty much the current end game. And the further you go into the stages, the stronger the enemies. At level 16, you're fighting... at level 15, you're fighting level 60 enemies. This is 59, this is 58, 57, and so on. At level 16, you're fighting level 60 enemies, but they're a little bit stronger. And then even more stronger, and even more, and it just keeps growing. So they keep remaining level 60, and they keep dropping level 60 items. But the items have this challenge bonus, boring power creep bonus attached to them. Which is what I'm not a big fan of this power creep mechanic. Okay, I need to find something here. What am I using? I need my frost woe. Where did my frost woe go? I think it's in my other mage. Sorry, I need to change quickly. I think it's no, fuck. Damn it. Double clicking. Never knew double clicking selects the hero. Another thing I really wish I had as a quality of life feature is to access the inventory of one character from another. So I can transfer items without needing to use the shared stash. I'm looking for a Frost Woe shield. It's gotta be somewhere in one of my other heroes. This one is low level, so that's not gonna do. I can't remember what I was playing on before. Maybe it's this one. I think this one is just remodeled to a different one. Oh yeah, I've got 2 Frostwoe shields and one of them is level 60. So I'm gonna transfer this one. See, if they allow us to access my stash from Travel Point, it would be amazing because I wouldn't have to every time I switch my heroes to change items, go to an extra loading screen to load into my fort. Or even better, instead of loading into Travel Point, load me into my fort every time I switch heroes. Would be a much preferred option. Okay, so this one is probably better than that one. This one is 49, so I'm gonna, yeah, transfer this shield to the Flaming Destroyer Dusk Mage I wanted to play. Darks says it's a nice single player game. Keep in mind, yes, you can play single player, but if you play single player, you cannot use your single player hero in a multiplayer. If you want to play with others, you have to use multiplayer, even for solo. I'm playing in multiplayer solo right now, because single player is offline. That's what it is. Think of it as the offline mode in Wolsen. So in single player, people can cheat, people can use whatever tools they can think of, and that's why it's separate. It's separated. Heroes and account progression in single player is separated from hero and account progression in multiplayer. So if you ever plan on playing with others in the future, you might as well only play in the multiplayer mode, so you can later use that progress, those heroes, to play with others. Okay, I've got this cooldown to 39 seconds now. It's not much, but it's better than what it was before. Okay, Netherwell. I'm looking for a Gearwalkie map now. But yeah, as I was saying, this game does have good things to offer, but the end game right now is pretty much the weakest link. But the game is new. Give them enough time, they would add new types of activities, new types of end game. Currently we have the secret alpaca level and this one, and since the last patch they added this challenge bonus, this made the secret alpaca level pretty much useless, apart from just a little bit of extra fun to kill some alpacas that are angry and want to kill you themselves. Apart from that, the gear you get in the alpaca level cannot compete with the gear you get in the Fazir. Unless they remove this boring system with the challenge bonus and detach it from items and maybe change it to a buff / affix system that keeps growing as you go further in the Fazir, yeah, it's not gonna be much of a challenge to do the Fazir with those overpowered items. Unless they rework that system, any type of new activities they add would need to have this system somehow implemented into them, which means every single type of new endgame would have to have challenge bonus drops and would have to have different levels and challenges, and it's just not fun to limit yourself in such a way where every single content you add needs to have that specific type of item increase bonus or whatever, item stat increase. But apart from the boring endgame, there's a lot of good things in the game, as I said. Very fun and interesting classes, at least to me. A lot of diversity in regards to class, subclass, and the combinations between those. And in general, the combat is pretty smooth to a certain extent. I mean, some people don't like the combat. I really love the combat in this game. I just wish I could channel. I wish I could do more things about channeling. I wish I could use certain skills without interrupting the usage of other skills. And with some skills you can do it, but I wish there was a more diversity of things. For example, when I'm using a spin to win forged, I have to stop to use vortex bomb. I have to stop spinning to use vortex bomb. I have to stop spinning to use power projection. Oh, no, actually for power projection I think I don't. But for sonic pulse I have to stop spinning to use it. So certain things you just can't use until you stop channeling whatever you're doing. And almost probably 75% of the skills in this game, of the damage skills, are channeled. This one is considered a channeled skills because I can hold the button and it's gonna keep doing it. This one is considered a channeled skill. This one's considered a channeled skill. This one. This one's a channeled skill. This one is on a cooldown, so this one doesn't count as a channeled skill. So most of the things you do are channeled, and they do benefit from casting speed. Apart from a few things that are channeled and doesn't benefit from casting speed. Holy Fury right now is bugged and doesn't benefit from casting speed. And Cyclone Mode, which is the spin to win, is bugged and doesn't benefit from casting speed. I'm not sure if it's intended. Most likely it isn't. Or maybe they thought it would be overpowered if they do benefit from it, so they just nerfed it and make them not benefit from it. Alright, let's finish this map and then do a few more. I'm gonna catch up with the chat in a moment. If I've missed your chat message, apologies. After this map I'm gonna go and read up if there's anything I missed. Let's see what's here. Come on, load up. See, things like this can happen in in the higher Fazir levels. I think you can even get 5-socketed white item, which is pretty overpowered. Getting extra sockets due to this challenge bonus, and getting so much defense due to the challenge bonus really trivializes that whole content. Now let's see what chat messages I might have missed. Dark asked what would complement the sharpshooter. I really love on any hero, not just the sharpshooter. I love Flaming Destroyer and I love Electrode. Flaming Destroyer, as you saw earlier, has okay synergies with that. Electrode is amazing because Electrode with tier 3 Scout's Bones and the Infectious Shooter can result in a ton of proccing, in a ton of lightning strikes, which is pretty strong, pretty decent combo. So either of those two, that's your most DPS-y setups. You can get the most damage on Electrode and on Flaming Destroyer for a sharpshooter. And Darks, I didn't play much in the beta. I actually played more during the alpha. I've played a ton during the alpha. And in the beta I only played 50 hours, whereas in the alpha I spent over 1,000 hours playing the game. And during early access, which maybe is in a way beta, but not closed beta, maybe open beta we could call it. In early access I obviously spent a lot of time playing before the game launched, since June. Oh shit, they've disabled my observer. Okay, we're gonna have to use entropy and then... But yeah, I think for new heroes, Flaming Destroyer or Electrode is the best relic to choose, unless you're doing Bane Train. Bane Train Rail Masters are fine as a new hero, although it's a little bit weirder to get used to it as a first hero with that whole train mechanic. I'm not a fan of trains and how they work in this game. Never have been, and most likely never will be unless they rework them completely to have the build train skill, something that you don't need to put on your skill bar, and just have a dedicated hotkey for that. In general, I don't like the whole thing of how building the train looks. Tracks appearing out of nowhere. I would have preferred if the train was a ghost train that just follows you around like a regular summon does, instead of having to toggle on off the tracks and things like that. Would have loved for all the cars to be some cars that kind of are like like Ghost Train, but looking the same way, like kind of semi-translucent, transparent, but with the current models. And being like some ghostly, ghastly cars would have been nice. It seems super weird the way trains work right now. They're definitely much better than before. It looks much better than it used to before when the Railmaster first got added. But it still feels clunky and weird to use trains in the game. Even though one of the strongest builds, the Bane Railmaster with the Flamethrower car combo, is a train build. I still don't enjoy playing that build. Let's put it that way. It may be a super strong build, meta build. I still don't like it because it's a train build. Am I done with my quest? Oh no, only 30%. Skittering legs. I'm still trying to farm for that entropy item, Molten Reach. Ever since the game launched, ever since the last wipe, when they reworked the relics, I've been unable, since the launch wipe, let's put it that way, since the launch wipe, I've been unable to get that Molten Reach item. I spent hundreds of hours trying to get it. I mean, obviously I haven't played just Dusk Mage, so not all my playtime has been trying to get that item. But yeah, it's just an item that refuses to drop for me. It's the only Dusk Mage item that I'm missing. If you look at my my Legendarium, if I click on Dusk Mage, 15 out of 16, so it's just the Molten Reach, and it's the item I want the most because it's my favorite Dusk Mage item. Hands down my favorite Dusk Mage weapon item for builds, because I just love entropy, and having entropy have extra projectiles. It's just so fun to. It's super pleasing visually. It's what should I say? What's the music to my ears, but for your eyes. It's like music to my ears, but for my eyes. That's how visually pleasing it is to have Absolver, spamming Absolver while Entropy is doing double projectiles. This combination, one of the best looking things in the game. Spamming Absolver while Entropy is shooting projectiles, but the double projectiles. Aesthetically pleasing, it definitely is aesthetically pleasing, yeah. It's VFX porn, if that makes sense how I said it. I think it sounds a bit too kinky to say it, but you know how there's food porn, where it's people liking some nice looking food, not real porn, just the expression. So this is the VFX visually stimulating effects, I guess, maybe you could call it, with Absolver and Entropy. Absolver being the conical piercing projectiles, and then you have Entropy shooting different projectiles, small ones from a big one in all directions. And when you double that with Molten Reach, it's super nice to look at. It's like ASMR, visual ASMR, if something like this exists. And if I get that Molten Reach, I'm opening up myself to a lot of builds. Like I really want to make a rework of the Absolver Zealot, and without the Molten Reach, it's just not gonna be the same build. It's gonna be 95% the same. By the way, what did I get on those legs? Damage with Entropy, damage with Dark Spears, damage with Holy Fury. That's an interesting build, the Entropy Holy Fury build. I'd rather have Entropy and Absolver though. I haven't made Holy Fury builds in a long time. Might as well make a new Holy Fury build soon. I think Holy Fury is very underwhelming the way it is right now. I wish it benefited from casting speed. Then Electrode Holy Fury build would have been pretty fun. Yeah, definitely it's eye candy. Definitely it's eye candy setup to have Absolver and what's it called, and Entropy, Molten Reach Entropy. Night Fury saying, do you like the wife bound items? No, that's one of the things in the game I don't like. The old system was you find a wife bound item with 20% more stats, then you use a scroll to unbind it, and then you retain that extra power. And this was overpowered, I admit, it was overpowered and definitely needed rework. But the way they reworked it right now, it's the most boring system I've seen in a game. Item related, the current wife bound system, where you die, you lose the item if it's wife bound completely. It would have been much better if there was durability. And if you die on ridiculous, you lose 100% durability. If you die on painful, you lose 80% maybe. If you die on hard, you lose 60% of the durability. And so on. Based on what difficulty you die, you lose a certain amount of durability. And then you have to repair it by collecting certain things. That would have been so much better. Because right now, the only people who really benefit a lot from that system are hardcore players. Because, yeah, for them dying doesn't really matter. If they die, it's over. So, whether they're gonna lose the durability of an item, whether they're gonna lose the item or not, it doesn't really matter to them. But yeah, I think it would be so much better if they make it so that you can't use the item until you repair it, but not completely lose it. And the risk is too big and it's not worth it. I mean, I obviously use wife bound items because it's 20% stat. But see, this would make sense in a game where you can reroll the affixes. This system would be perfect if we can reroll the affixes. Then I wouldn't care if I die and lose the item, because if I die and lose the item, I can try and find a new one with 2 sockets and then just reroll the affixes in the middle after a ton of grinding to get materials to reroll and a ton of RNG to get the affixes I want. But I know eventually it's gonna be possible to get an okay item. Right now you need to grind a lot to get an amazing item. Like min-maxing perfectly 99% an item is impossible right now. Getting every single affix to be the one you want with good rolls, you just can't do it right now in the game. If we had Diablo 3 style affix rerolling, then things would be different. Then a lot of the things in the game would make sense. I mean, in games where you can't reroll items, you need good drop rates. In games where you can reroll items, even if the drop rates are bad, it's gonna be fine, because at least you know you get this one item, but it's the worst possible drops, such as health regen, potion work, things like that, that you definitely don't need. You can at least change that. Right now you can't. You get that one item you've been wanting to get for a long time, and then it's the worst possible rolls and you're stuck with it. You either have to just not use that item, or you have to use it and sacrifice a lot of things just so you can use that item. And the sad thing is that the developers think one person should never be able to fully min-max a build, which is very wrong way of thinking as a developer, to think that people should never be able to min-max a build completely. Then what's the point? If I know I'm never going to be able to min-max a build, then what's the point in playing in the first place? Isn't that what the game is about? About making a lot of different heroes and builds and min-maxing them, getting them to be strong and then moving on to the next one. I mean, I don't want to be stuck gearing up the same hero for months. If I wanted to be, I would play an MMO where it makes sense to be stuck for months trying to gear up the same hero and the same build. I'd much rather play hundreds of different builds in a year instead of only one build for a whole year and still not be able to min-max it. But yeah, they said it. They said it in one of the Mayhem Mondays that they don't want us to be ever able to min-max an item or a build completely. And I hope they change their thinking and that they allow us to reroll the affixes of an item. It's gonna be one of the best things they can do to this game right now. Because there are just so many things RNG. You get drops, that's RNG, which is normal. I mean, in every game you get drops by RNG. You get affixes on those items by RNG, which okay, that's normal, but you should be able to change it. You should be able to show RNG the middle finger and just use resources to reroll the affixes to the ones you want. I've said it many times, I love games that allow you to make RNG your bitch. If you can make RNG your bitch, then at least you know you're gonna spend X hours farming, eventually you're gonna get materials, and eventually you can negate some of the bad RNG. Because RNG is a bitch, but when you can make RNG your bitch, then it's a whole different game, a whole different story. Should I just go finish the map? Let's go finish the map. Back to the portal. I really need a token of rapid bartering for this hero. Should have saved my harmonic form for him. Zig the Defiler. This Ziggy got defiled. I think this Zig the Defiler could use a fast attack. He has a lot of slow attacks that, yeah, they do a lot of damage, and he broadcasts them so you can pretty much see the wind up and avoid them. But maybe giving him a quick attack in between the slow attacks would make him a little bit more challenging as a boss fight. Or maybe a crowd control, or something different. Alright, let's keep moving. I'm saving up some blue powder. The other day I ran out of blue powder, which hasn't happened to me in a long time, and I'm not sure how I ran out of 1000 blue powder, but somehow I did. So you can run out of blue powder, I guess. Okay, I'm gonna send the pet for potions. I'm gonna do one more map on this hero and then I'm switching. I'm open to suggestions. Oh, I'm probably gonna go to the electrode sharpshooter because Darks started an electrode sharpshooter, so I wanna just explain some things, what's important to level up, maybe to help him figure out what's nice. In fact, I've come up with some sample things I can give you, as for example at level 27, at level 23 with 27 points for simple classical sharpshooter. While leveling, you might want at level 23 your skills could look like this, with 27 points at level 23. Excluding extra levels from items, with 46 points, they might look like this. and to make sure to copy paste the link, because those links just get sometimes on Twitch it just doesn't show them as a one link. It cuts in between after the semicolon. And eventually you might want tier 3 revolt. So what I might do would be, let me quickly open that link to see if that's it. I might do something like this as a standard targeted strikes setup. Just a moment. Without 1000-volt burst. With Walkaway Storm. And the setup I would do would look like this with the extra skill points. The final setup would be with the extra skill points from gear. And this is with 70 points. So this probably could help some of you out there wondering if an electrode sharpshooter needs to be leveled up in one way or another. This is just one way. I mean, there's many ways to level up. Some people could level up with chaotic strikes, which is normally what I do. When I level up an electrode build, I just spam chaotic strikes and tag of mayhem or something like that. I'm not sure if you heard Sky. he seems hungry. But no, it's still too early for him to eat. Maybe one more hour. Let's do the Stormbringer. Next I'm gonna go on the Electrode Sharpshooter, and after that I can probably go back to the Electrode Dusk Mage. Or maybe I can do something something Realm Master related. We'll see. The two Realm Master builds I've got right now on the account are not as amazing. I mean, one of them is a Bane Slammer build, which I just don't want to waste Respectacles to change it yet until I'm making a new setup. The other one is a Bloodrinker Slammer, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's see. By the way, I'm not sure whether today I would be able to stream for longer, but I'm assuming people in my house won't be sleeping until the new year arrives. So maybe I can stream until midnight. We'll see. I'm gonna talk to them later to ask if I need to stop streaming early or not. Last year I was streaming until a little after New Year. But we'll see. I mean, it's gonna be hard to sleep with all the fireworks and everything going on to anyone who is planning on sleeping before the new year arrives. I don't think anyone is. I mean, it's kind of standard. So we'll see. Maybe I can have a longer stream. It's only 4 PM right now, so we'll see how long I'm gonna have to stream. Maybe at one point I can stop the stream for dinner and then come back afterwards. We'll see how it goes. Because it's gonna be hard to last without much eating until that far. But yeah, okay, let's change heroes now. I'm gonna quickly transfer the shield back. And let's change to the Electrode Sharpshooter, which is the Electro Shooter. Fort first. But yeah, if anyone needs some advice about builds, about skill point allocations for certain class, subclass combos, Let me know. I can try and show you on stream from the browser using Papi's calculator. I can show you some suggested ways of spending the skills, of doing things in certain way. There's no frost mace or something. Yeah, on this hero I don't have a frost mace or a glacier sedge at level 60, so I can just maybe use this for now. Or I need to use a mace for this build. If I'm not using a mace, I can't benefit from the melee procs. So this build would be pretty similar to the fire build you saw me playing earlier, except this is a melee build. It's a melee build with Shocking Force. We're relying on Walkaway Storm, Shocking Force, Lightning Strike, Tingling Sensation, Shocking Display, even a little bit of Energizer. Not using 1000 Volt Burst, although it's not bad as a 1 point. But if I use 1000 Volt Burst, I have to remove Curse of Pippi. Or I have to remove Imbue Relic, or remove Sacrifice to Goose. It's gonna be nice to have that attack speed, but using that attack speed is a different build. If you focus on basic attacks as your main proc, not as your main damage, but as your main source of proc, because the main source of damage is this, then you can get this attack speed, but keep in mind attack speed caps at 60%. So this 50% attack speed you can easily reach with a Frenzy Blade, or with attack speed affixes. This is my main source of procs. Scout's Bones, you can see, I can cast it 1 time, and look at all the whitenings that are happening. And if I cast it, wait a moment, just a moment. Sorry, my family is ordering some food and they were asking me what I want. So yeah, I told them to just bring me the phone and I can add my order later. But yeah, I was saying that you can do the triple Scout's Bones combo with revolt tier 3. So you do this, there's a lot of procs, you revolt. You do this, there's a lot of procs, you revolt. You do this, there's a lot of procs. And this is a huge source of Lightning Strike, of Shock Bolts, and yeah, it's pretty solid. I really love this setup. And if you consider my melee, look at my melee attacks. Look at how strong it is with the melee attacks. So basically, definitely won't see some huge numbers, but this is just me without any attack speed in my items. Just attack speed to staff basic attacks, but I'm not using a staff basic attack. So my attack speed should be at 0% bonus, and the limit is 60%. So with this we are proccing things like Shocking Force, and we can proc Lightning Strike. And yeah, this is why I love this. This is my melee adventurer build. It's called melee adventurer, but it's kind of reworked now, because revolt tier 3 is super useful now. Mostly for one reason, and that reason is it now works on every single adventurer skill. At least it works on Scout's Bones. It didn't used to work before on it. It does work now. Okay, I just drank a little bit of Tabasco. Get my blood flowing. So yeah, it's not direct damage build. It's indirect damage, but it's amazing. It's one of the most fun builds I've played on sharpshooter. It's the most unusual sharpshooter build out there, a melee sharpshooter build. And if you need survivability, we're using PP to reduce the damage enemies do with a debuff applied on them 50%, 2 stacks of 25. So you don't get damage reduction on yourself, you reduce the damage enemies do by debuffing their own damage. I think Snowstorm would be amazing if Snowstorm tier 3 on the Cold Heart changes to something like that, to be able to apply a damage reduction to the enemies around you, the same way Curse of PP works. That would be much better tier 3 bonus than the current one, and it would lean heavily into the extreme defense that they want the relic to provide. I think it should apply weakness to the enemies. Weakness which makes them do less damage. So that would be my ideal preferred choice of changing the tier 3 bonus of Cold Heart from 40% crit chance versus Frozen to applying 1 or 2 weakness stacks on nearby enemies. It would definitely be something that's not gonna be overpowered. It's gonna be similar to Poison Nova. No, not Poison Nova, to Miasma. Miasma keeps giving you 50% defense. Well, this one would not give you 50% defense, it would just make enemies do 50% less damage. If they're nearby, so you're still gonna have to position yourself near the enemies. Whereas Miasma gives you defense regardless whether an enemy is nearby or not. So it's not gonna be as overpowered as Miasma is defensively, but it's still gonna be okay. Better than the current useless crit chance to Frozen. 40% crit chance to Frozen. When 40% is the limit and it can't go over that. Don't die, don't die, don't. Almost got me there. My damage is very bad for this content. I'm doing level 65 content with 0% challenge bonus item. Only 8,500 weapon damage. Because my good damage weapon is in a different hero, and I just don't like constantly switching heroes to transfer items. It's just annoying having to constantly switch heroes if I want to transfer my weapons. It's wagging. I'm not sure. It's not casting. Oh, that's why it's not casting. Wrong button. I was wondering what was happening, where my Scout's bones are coming from. With Scout's bones, it's a bit quicker. The other downside of the electrode is it can hurt your eyes really. Physically, your eyes would start hurting if you play electrode builds for too long. All the flashing lights, would eventually. Oh, I finally got Ancient Ember Pens. I've been waiting for this item for so long to drop. It's something I needed for many builds. But yeah, if you play the electrode for too long, all those lightnings would end up maybe causing you physical pain with all the bright lights in your eyes. Not to everyone, but to some people with more sensitive eyes, this definitely could be a problem. And it's easily remedied if they change the effects to something that's not so flashy and so bright. It can be remedied easily. Fuck, he teleported again. I have no potions now. Now it's dangerous. Come on, drop some potions. I should probably make a video about all the things I would like to see in. Sorry, I need to take 5 minutes AFK or 3 minutes AFK so I can go and get my order in, because they're not ordering from a phone, they're ordering from a computer, and I need to check some of the food that they're gonna order. So I'm gonna do like some ad break, maybe let's say 3 minutes or something. I'm gonna run some ads on Twitch. I'm gonna switch my my BRB screen on, and then I'm Let's go and maybe do another map. A map that would be quicker. Did I disable the BRB screen? Oh yeah, it get disabled. So yeah, I got them to order me a beef quesadilla and two portions of falafel balls or whatever it's called. I'm gonna do something a little bit quicker to complete. Normally I farm the Netherwell and Spirit and Stormbringer. That's what I normally farm. Gearwalkie, Netherwell and Stormbringer maps. Gearwalkie status immune, let's do this one. The Peter is asking for the best build for hardcore. Oh, well, there are some things you need for hardcore. One of them would be, just a moment, let me clear my inventory. One of them would be, just a second. The gauntlets, the Winterweave gauntlets, they are amazing item for hardcore. So on those gauntlets, I'm gonna try and show you what they do. I don't have them right now, so I can't really show you. But they give you every X seconds to ignore the next the next 3 or 6 sources of damage. 3 sources of damage without the set bonus, 6 sources of damage with the set bonus. That's if you hit below 25%, you get this frost skin. It freezes nearby enemies for 2 seconds and you get frost skin. It allows you to ignore the next 3 sources of damage. Every 60 seconds is the cooldown. And now the question is, does this cooldown get reduced by frost wall and the frost wall set bonus to 30 seconds, or does it always remain 60? And you can see with the set bonus, this is the next 6 sources of damage. So every 60 seconds, 6 sources of damage if you drop below 25% HP. It's very good as an emergency backup defense. Another thing I would use is the Winterweave pants, or if you're going forged, the Winterweave wheel. For 40 or 80% potion cooldown reduction, I think it's great. And if you're using those two equipped, you might as well get a third one if you're getting the set bonus, which I would suggest the Winterweave chest maybe. Those are good for survivability. Another thing that I would suggest is the Wood Beast boots or hatch, which basically gives you immunity to knockback. If you're doing a melee build, immunity to knockback and stun would be pretty nice to avoid unnecessary interruptions. The Woods Beast sandals. It also gives you critical chance, by the way, 25%. It procs very often, but immunity to stun and knockback is more important to me than the crit chance. Crit chance you can get from other places, but this immunity you can get. At least as far as I know, you can't get it from other places. Another thing that's good for this skittering shoulder. This is good for hardcore. Skittering shoulders creates a field which reduces all incoming damage by 50% for 10 seconds. And if you combine this with the Blood Drinker, which gives you a lot of healing, and you also have on the Blood Drinker a shield, a barrier, a living barrier, which gives you another 50% damage reduction, which is multiplicative, it's not additive. It's not 50 plus 50 equals 100. Before it used to be 50 plus 50 equals cap, which is 90%. 90% was the damage reduction cap. Now the cap probably remains the same, but it's not additive, it's multiplicative. So you're not gonna get 90% by stacking 2 times 50. But it still works well with the Blood Drinker as a survivability. Another thing that works well for hardcore is Bane. With Bane you can get a lot of defense. Miasma gives you 50% defense. Again, it's diminishing returns with the defense, not the damage reduction, but the defense. And then with Poison Nova you can get another 50% defense buff for a certain amount of seconds. And if you're playing Forged, you can get even more defense with power projection and what's its name? And Vortex Bomb. Then if you're playing Rail Master, you can get damage reduction from Hammer Spin. You can get damage reduction from the train, the shield car. So the more tanky classes would be Rail Master and Forged, and the more tanky relics would be Blood Drinker and Bane. So a Bane Train build would be pretty good. Bane Train build could be pretty strong. It's actually a meta build right now. Not sure if it's good for hardcore, but if you rework it to use more defensive abilities, and if you use shield car instead of shotgun car alongside your flamethrower car, it could be pretty good for hardcore to grant you extra survivability. If you want, I can try and make you a version of this build later. A Bane Train with survivability in mind, sacrificing some damage, getting some extra survivability. That probably would be a good idea for hardcore build. That gets a lot of damage, but also decent survivability. But in general, for hardcore right now, with the current power creep, you just need to stack defense. And you need to wife bind items. In hardcore, you want to wife bind every single blue item or every single green item, as long as you have SWATs. I mean, as long as you have scrolls. Because if you die, everything ends, so you don't care whether the item is wife bound or not. If you're not using wife bound items on hardcore, you're just robbing yourself from a lot of stats. Wife bound is just the hardcore the hardcore player's best friend, is the wife bound. I don't play hardcore myself, but yeah, I can just theorize what could work and what couldn't. I'm just not a hardcore viable player. I can make you a build, but it doesn't mean I would be able to use the build the right way myself. And in hardcore it's a little bit more boring because you have to be a little bit slower, you have to kill more enemies. Rushing on hardcore could end up getting you killed. Although if you take your time and clear out the enemies from each zone and get every single bit of XP you can as you're leveling up, go into phase beast maps to kill phase beast bosses, then you're gonna make sure you're not progressing slower than your content. Or faster than your content. Actually, you might progress faster than your content, which is not bad. If you're out leveling your content on hardcore, that's pretty much gonna end up be easier for you to level up that way. Terry the Tank is back. Welcome back, Terry. And Peter, enjoy all the info. If you have any more questions, guys and gals, don't be afraid to ask. I mean, again, even though I'm not a hardcore player, I still kind of know the basics of it. I kind of know what needs to be done. I'm not saying I would be able to do it myself, to follow all the things I mentioned. I'm either gonna get impatient and start rushing and end up getting out leveled by 2-3 levels, or I'm just gonna get distracted, get one shot or two shot, or forget to send my pet to buy potions, like right now. It needs to go and buy me potions. Not notice I have 0 potions and end up dying as a result of this. The pet gone, I can't heal myself right now. Is my pet back? 15 more seconds. I'm gonna wait for my pet to return. Okay, there we go. The pet is back right on time. I forgot that it wasn't entered. Look at the enemy standing there in the corner. Should I just go melee it? Let's go close range. So those ancient ember pants I really needed for some builds. Especially for drain builds. Drain builds, also Spectral Spider builds, Conjure Electrode builds, and builds with the big relic spender, relic skill, relic energy spender. Blazing Pure builds, also very useful to have those, whether it's on the Legendarium or equipped. I just needed this to be able to play around with some builds. So I'm gonna transfer it to the storage. I also should transfer this one, I think. This one's a good mace. If instead of crit chance versus SWOT it had flat damage, it would have been perfect to use. Because chance to shock. Just a moment, I need to put this Goblin Legion item somewhere. Sacrifice to Goose, let's put it here. Drak, welcome back, Drak. Nice to see you again. How have you been? I'm gonna enchant here just to see. Can I get it to be a little bit stronger? I mean, I'm gonna lose damage, but I will win chance to shock. So 500 damage is lost, but chance to shock is actually a pretty good, pretty strong addition. to electrode builds. I'm gonna do one more map on this hero, and then we're moving on to a different hero. Another thing I wanna... Actually no, let's not do it. I was gonna switch my crit chance aura to defensive aura. I decided to not do it. Hierarchy dividing, yes, that's a very good map to do. Very good map to do. Okay, there we go. Yeah, with this chance to shock, you can see how much more often it's proccing the lightning strikes. Although it's not like I wasn't shocking them before as much, but it's good to shock them on the first hit. Shocking on the first hit really makes it so that the second hit kind of gets that lightning strike proc more often. I'm not even using Shasta as much as I need to. Look at all the shock bolts and stuff. After this I'm gonna go back to the Electrode Dusk Mage. Unless someone wants to see me play Forged or Realm Master, then I can switch to that one maybe. And if someone wants the skill tree for this, I'm gonna show it in a moment. So this is what I... Don't they die? This is what I've got in precision. 8 points here, 4 points here. I've got 8, 4, 8, 1, 4. And then the rest is relic stuff. Oh, the procs, a little bit of Energizer, and Walkaway Storm. Oh, this shock. Shock and no. A lot of shock and no. I think the performance is dipping now. See, this on a console would be hell if it's not a new gen console for your performance. And there we go. Did you see that FPS drop here? I'm not sure if you're noticing, but it's definitely resulting in more procs. Having that chance to shock in the item and resulting in more DPS altogether. Alright, let's go finish the map, or maybe let's farm it. Let's not finish the map until it's farmed, because it's dividing gear wacky. I mean, it's one of the best maps to farm. The only thing that could make it better is to have uniques in the mix. Uniques dividing gear wacky map, which you could get around level 150 in the Fazier. This combination of those three map affixes. So yeah, once you get in such a map, if you're not pushing or anything, if you're not rushing to go high, you could just take your time and farm it and kill every pack of enemies. Come on. Over here, over here, over here. Look at those there. It's just doing its own thing. All the procs. Let's do some melee. Let's do less scouts bones, more melee. So even if I stop using scouts bones, it's not bad. Should I complete the map? I mean, I've cleared probably 80% of the map. Maybe it's fine. Okay. My pet is not here. Let's delete some gear. Next, back to the Woby, Electrode Dusk Mage, which is level 46, I think. Just freshly killed Actress boss, so it's got some stuff to do, some Fazir dungeons to do. But yeah, shock weapons should be if you can make it a priority. Not initially. I mean, shock weapons are a priority if you have max level Lightning Strike or any level Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike needs an enemy to be shocked to proc. It's not gonna proc unless an enemy is shocked. And you can use Tingling Sensation to shock enemies, but that's only 10% chance. Only 10% chance to shock them. So it's not gonna be enough if you rely only on this one. I mean, if you can get a shock weapon, then don't beat yourself up over it. You can try and add shock from a socket. If the weapon is socketed, you should be able to add a chance to shock. Where was it? From shock in O. But don't go for +% to shock chance affixes. It's better to go for the other one, which probably you can't get here. You can't get it here. You can't get that other affix. That other affix you can get on shields and offhands. The good shock affix. Just a moment. The percent to shock affixes is just gonna give you additive chance to shock bonus, which is not bad, but it's not as good as the default, which I'm gonna try and show you. Let me just grab a shield. So let's take this shield, and maybe that's not the best shield to take, but okay, let's just show you the affix. I'm not gonna reroll the affix on it, but there's this elemental bonus, and you're looking for this affix. +% chance to shock for X seconds, zaps other enemies for X% weapon damage. This is the one you're looking for, not the one under it, but the other one. And this you can add on shields and on focus items. You cannot add this affix on weapons, but weapons can roll with that affix, so there's that. Okay, as I said, I'm gonna switch builds. Zami Rivak says, is it worth to purchase it on Steam? I found mostly negative comments about the game. I mean, this is different for every person. When it's 50% off, if you ask me, it is worth it. But first of all, before you buy it, maybe you can tell me what you're looking for in a game. If you're looking for diversity of end game activities to do, well, it doesn't have as much right now. This game could use some improvements in regards to new end game activities. But if you like build diversity, build variety, being able to play a ton of different builds and classes, and just you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses for a total of 20 combinations. And each of those combinations can make you around a ton of different builds, like dozens, even hundreds of different builds maybe, depending how creative you are with your items and with your skills. Because you have different set items, you have items that are mini sets like this and this. They are part of a four piece set where you need to wear 2 pieces, and then this one you only need to wear 3 pieces of the 6-piece set to get the set bonus. And while I'm wearing 3 pieces, I'm putting another piece here to get this piece's bonus as well. And then I'm putting some items here which I'm not using the set bonus of. For this one I'm actually benefiting from the casting speed bonus because I'm wearing the edge and shield. So in general there's a ton of build diversity, and this is amazing thing about the game, all that build diversity. I think it's one of the best things about it. But yeah, I guess it just depends on what you're looking for. So just a moment. But yeah, in general, what I think this game needs to improve is the end game, the end game diversity and variety. This is the thing I think really needs to be improved. Once they improve this, this would be nice. I'm just quickly checking something here. Okay, I'm gonna monitor some things on my screen. Like memory usage and things like that. Okay. Where can I enable the FPS from this overlay? FPS monitoring. Frame rate. Frame rate. Let's show on screen, apply. Then maybe frame rate max. Frame rate 0.0. Frame rate 1% low. Let's enable that one. And let's enable the average. While playing the electrode, it's not bad to have this there. Okay. Should I gamble for some items?
Buying or what?
I think I'm just gonna start doing some Fazir now. Immediately. Zamir Rivak says, I guess I will purchase it for $16.99. Well, yeah, it's as low as it has been since launch. It's the first time it's on sale since the launch. For this price, you're definitely gonna get a lot of time to enjoy the game. A lot of fun times can be had for this price. It may not have as much content as Grim Dawn and Path of Exile, but keep in mind it's a game that launched like 2 months ago. So it's still fresh, it's still growing, it's still getting developed and updated. So knowing that there's a ton of build diversity, if it gets boring on one class doing the same type of content, at least you can change the type of content you're running. To avoid the staleness, and that's not gonna be bad at all. Alright, let's do Fazir with this hero. This hero is just starting the Fazir, so you can see how it is from the start. I'm gonna do extreme close-up. He's saying he's looking for something similar to Diablo 2 with that system of legendary item drops. Path of Exile is a great game, but you don't like the auction house and generally that system trading. Yeah, this game doesn't have item trading at all. Zero trading right now. That's to avoid people from trading items for real money. You definitely have Diablo 2 style of drops. There's definitely differences to Diablo 2 in this game. Keep in mind some of the people who worked in Diablo 2 worked in this game. For example, Max Schaefer is one of the 3 people who created Diablo and who worked on Diablo 1, Diablo 2 and Port of Destruction. In Extra Games right now, which is not Runic Games who made Torchlight 1 and 2, in Extra Games right now, Max Schaefer is the CEO, and then there's people like Tyler Thompson, who is the project lead, who also was project lead for World of Destruction. So you do have some veterans from the Diablo franchise working on this game. Not many, but there are some people there. And yeah, in general, this game is still growing, it's still decent, and I think for this price, even if you just play solo and you don't play it co-op, and even if you play just a few heroes and few builds for a few dozens of hours, you're still gonna have your money's worth. Compared to a movie ticket, you can probably get what, 2-3 movie tickets for the price of this game, and that's gonna give you 2-3 hours per movie depending on the movie. This game can definitely provide you more than this in regards to hours of entertainment. And yeah, with the constant updates they're giving the game, eventually it's not a matter of if it will become better, it's a matter of how quick and when it will become better. As long as there's people supporting the game, there will be development for the game. They've said it. They do have a lot of plans for the future, for future content and stuff. It just takes time. It takes time to implement those changes, additions. I personally am patient and I'm gonna wait and see how long it takes them to add new endgame activities. The Fazier's dungeon is okay as an endgame activity, but eventually you get bored of doing the same thing. There is a secret alpaca level as well to those who like Diablo 2, and there's like a Easter egg for Diablo fans. So you're seeing my FPS right now. I actually didn't notice that you can see them. So now you can see kind of what I'm talking about those things. About how much resources the game is using. Keep in mind, that's not just the game, that's my browser and my streaming software as well. I have a browser with probably 30, 40, 50 tabs open. So the RAM usage you're seeing, the RAM usage you're seeing here, 16 gigabytes. I have 32. This is from my browser plus game plus streaming software. I think this is the boost, the core boost. 1974 seems to be my core boost of the GPU. This one I think is the GPU memory used. And this one, I'm not sure what this one is. Something about, I think frequency boost or something. I'm not sure what that one is. I want to check something quickly. I want to see. I want to see something. So, in the on-screen display, no, not on-screen, on the monitoring screen, if I go to FPS, can I make it show up as a graph? Graph and text. Okay, that's what I wanted to do. Graph and text. So this is the FPS. I'm gonna disable some of the other things. So I've disabled some things. Now it's just the GPU related stuff and the FPS stuff. Let's see now. If I were to remove the VSync, you're gonna see a lot of changing there. If the stream starts stuttering by removing the VSync, let me know. Okay, there we go. By the way, the food arrived earlier. So I'm wondering if it would be better to... What should I... I've got three options. Option 1, eat on stream in between loading times and maps. Option 2, stop the stream, go eat, and then restart the stream after like 10-15 minutes. And option 3 is to make a break without stopping the stream for like 5 minutes or so while running some ads or something like that, and I'm not sure which one would be the best option to do. And by the way, where is the spiders? I cleared the full map. I think this map is broken. I think this map didn't generate enough area. to get all the kills needed. Either this or I've missed some spiders. There's some spiders here, okay. Hopefully it generates enough. Oh, it's ranged spiders that we need. Ranged spiders. Go eat and run some ads. I could do that. I could do that. So we'll see. That's probably the best option to keep the stream going. At least the food is something. I mean, I can eat the quesadilla quickly, and then the falafel things they're fine even if they're cold. I can reheat them later. But the beef quesadilla, it's good to eat it while it's still warm. And the little falafel thing is I can just eat them every now and then when I get hungry later. In between loadings, I can mute myself. Yeah, let's finish this map somehow. What's happening with the map? Where are the enemies? I must have missed some enemies on my way. I mean, either this or it just generated a map that's not big enough, that didn't have enough spawners for ranged spiders. Let's hope I missed some ranged spiders. This is another thing they've been struggling with. The developers have been struggling with fixing the quests so that you never have situations like this one where there aren't enough spawns or there aren't enough quest drops. So the quests, this is the thing that keeps giving them troubles. So okay, I can do as suggested. I can just go eat quickly. I don't think it's gonna take more than 5 minutes to just eat a quesadilla. I'm a quick eater, and then the rest I can eat eventually later. So yeah, be right back. I'm gonna put the BRB screen. The food actually arrived pretty quickly, but yeah, be right back, and thanks for the patience. Congratulations. So yeah, now that I've filled my belly with some with some food, protein and carbs, we can keep on going. Even got myself a little bit of drink, a little bit of wine. So cheers to everyone celebrating today. Yeah, let's hopefully not do the same map, because there weren't enough spiders in this map. I'm gonna do this one. Hopefully this one ends up being better. And before I start the map, I will send the pet to buy some potions, just to make sure we are stocked up. But yeah, at least I had my dinner early. It's 5:20 p.m. and I still got two portions of 2 meals of waffle stuff to eat, other than the quesadilla. So if I get hungry, I can just grab one, bite it quickly while it's loading during those moments. Oh, and my pet, I just gave my pet some food as well, so he shouldn't bother us soon. Although he's sniffing my food, so I'm gonna move it. I know he doesn't like human food, but just in case. Okay, that should do it. That should do it. Keeping it far from him, from his reach. So this hero is still being leveled up, and I'm gonna do 2-3 maps on this hero, then switch to another one. It's how it's gonna be. Next I'm probably going on Realm Master or Forged. I'm gonna let you guys decide what you wanna see, Forged or Realm Master. And Derek is back. Welcome back, Derek. Nice to see you again. So, is the stream stuttering now that I removed VSync? I removed VSync to see if the stream would start stuttering or something. If the FPS doesn't match, if the stream is, if the game is at higher FPS than the stream, I'm wondering if it's gonna be a problem. Okay, it's not stuttering. And Happy New Year to Darek as well. It's still not New Year here, but to some people in Asia it most likely already is. It's 5:22 p.m. here, so 17:22. And we're 2 hours ahead of UK, so to people who are in the Australia, New Zealand, and maybe certain parts of Asia, they're already in the new year, I guess. So Happy New Year to everyone who already is living in 2021. We're living in a year apart with some people right now. Some people are living in the future now. This map is, by the way, very good map to farm if you want XP. If you get this on a Mapworks map while leveling up, or if you get this in the Fazir and you need XP, you can just clear it out instead of rushing to it, and it's good for XP. If you don't care about pushing. For example, right now I'm level 46, this map is level 46, so I could stay in that map for a long time. And get a ton of XP, because there's a lot of monsters. Ideally I would have better mobility. You see what's happening to my mana. It's getting drained like crazy with that casting. Oh, see, I didn't want to enter. I was gonna stay in the map for XP. Well, see, we can do 2 more maps and then go ahead.
That spell cannot be cast. You can't cast that spell here. Cast that here.
Okay, we got this one. Release pet, okay. Yeah, we got some wood, probably nothing that's gonna be an increase of my damage by much. I mean, I can obviously get a better weapon, but then I'm losing all the cooldown. So I'm probably gonna wait until like level 47 before I switch this weapon. Until I get a level 47 item. I also need to get rid of this. And get rid of this. Maybe the boots as well. Just a moment.
Your pet has arrived.
I think like this is better. Why is the FPS 60 in the fort and it goes up to 120, 100 and more than in the other maps? It's pretty weird, and that's a gauntlet map, by the way. See, in the map it goes higher. In the fort it does. See the FPS now. So in the fort it seems like it caps at 60-ish. Let's see here. Okay, over here. Over here. What's my quest? Ancient Cache. Oh, not this quest. I don't think we're gonna be able to complete this quest. I've never been able to complete this quest since the patch. We'll see. If I get lucky and get the third one, fine. So far, I've never been able to get the third Ancient Cache to drop. I can get the Automata cores, but the Ancient Cache... I mean the sentry guides from the ancient caches, they just don't seem to drop. Nice. Okay, that gives me hopes for this map. It's a New Year's miracle. I was able to get three dwarven guides super early. I don't remember them hotfixing anything. So I either got super lucky with the RNG here. Last 3 or 4 times I did this map, I just couldn't get the final third Dwarven guide. Okay, map done. We can go for the boss fight. Before I ruin my harmonic form, because it's almost ready. I like approaching bosses in a similar situation. I can just do Dark Spears and maybe 1 or 2 entropies, and then I would be in harmonic form. See, boom, harmonic form. I can now do this. Boom, 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 boom. Battery, boom. Actually, I didn't even need to use my battery. But yeah. Burst it. Oh! We got a weapon that we can't ignore. It's something you just can't ignore, this increase in damage. It's time to lose the cooldown buff. So 25% cooldown for my imbue relic is going away. But yeah, that's a huge increase. That's 70% more damage. Obviously I can't just ignore this. Let's see. One more map on this one and then we're switching to maybe either Realm Master or Forged, whatever you guys want to see first. I'm gonna play both of them one after the other. For 3 maps. That's the rule today. 3 maps, 1 hero switch, 3 maps, 1 hero switch. Eventually we might do a deviation every now and then. That's a lot of defense. I think I need regular defense the most right now. Because yeah, regular defense is what's gonna keep us alive against every type of enemy. Now let's see what we do about the points. I'm trying to get 1000 volt burst buff duration. Eventually I need to get Conjure Electrode, it's part of the build. Then I'm gonna remove Localized Storm and Chaotic Strikes, or maybe just keep Localized, we'll see. I think I'm done on this side of things for now. Maybe later I can get the crit chance for light skills. Or the damage for relic skills, we'll see. I need to get shocking display as well eventually, but I think right now most important thing for me would be 1000 volt burst duration. So I can get that extra, what's its name? That extra burstiness. The casting speed duration. Siege Stormbringer. I think this one is the better option. This is something new, those extra new bosses they've added. That's why it's a little broken and you don't see the images of everyone. Maybe the images weren't ready for each of those bosses. That's why they weren't added. But they've added like 40 or something new bosses there. What did we get? A fire starter. I can't break my set. Don't want to break my set. Okay, let's leave this place and then switch heroes. And Nayo, shout out to Nayo, happy new year to Nayo13. Welcome back to my stream. Sorry for replying late if I didn't reply earlier. So yeah, let's switch now. As I said, it's gonna be either Realm Master or Forged. What do you wanna see more? Forged or Realm Master? And if Realm Master, Blood or Bane? Nayo is drunk. I'm getting there, although it's gonna be hard for me to get drunk from just one glass of wine. But but yeah, I'm still having some sips every now and then. So do we play with this thick lady, with the Bane Master, or do we play with this mustachioed gentleman with the Blood Drinker? Maybe let's start with him because he's already geared up. Or do we play with the Forged? He wants Forged. Okay, Forged, okay. He's new and needs a Forged build. Well, this is probably not gonna be the best build you can see. And that's the only Forged I've got leveled up. I've got a lot of Forged builds on my website. You can check my website for builds, but if you have some questions about Forged, ask away, and I'm gonna do my best to provide you with some advice. Mr. Jackson says maps are harder on normal. Really? So there must be some sort of bug, I guess, that's causing this behavior. So should we change this build? Have I got some respectacles? I don't. I've only got 2 respectacles, so I'm just gonna play with whatever this build is. This is the spin bot drain a watt build, as seen in the video. What I will do is probably I'm gonna get rid of Blood Seekers, and then those 3 points those 3 points from Blood Seekers I'm gonna put into Cyclone and Fracking. And then maybe I can put Imbue Relic or something. Actually, I can't put Imbue Relic because I don't have the hatch. Well, I've got something I wanna test. The question is, can I test it now? Do I have the items needed to test it? Tough choices, but yeah, I really wanted to remove those points from this and put them elsewhere. I don't have the respectacles yet, but I can always get one respectacle this way. Okay, I got a respectacle. Let's just use those things. Since I've got a lot of maps, I need to run those. Yeah, there's a lot of maps that need to be ran. Cyclone Mode and Slugshot Uni Wheel. I'm actually gonna keep that. It doesn't have a socket, but let's just keep it, just in case. Just in case. Eventually I could probably make this a Slugshot build instead of Fracking Strike build. For now I'm thinking of doing as I said, remove those 3 points from Blood Seekers. Keep it a drain only build. Even though a drain is not as good as Blood Seekers right now. And maybe do this. And now this is level 12 and this is level 12. Slightly stronger. And now I can put one more thing here. The question is what do I put? Maybe Poison Dart. I mean, it's better than nothing, so If I had skittering shoulders, I would be using those. If I had imbue relic, I would be using that.
But can you do it with one arm? Wouldn't have been.
You need a forge build for his uncle. He's out and disabled and playing on console. Less buttons the better. That's very interesting, because with forged now, less buttons is not something that's as easy to do, because now you have to have at least, ideally you would have at least 3 important skills: a heat builder, a heat spender, and a steam spender. For me, this is my heat builder, this is my heat spender slash venting skill, and this is my spender, steam spender. On top of that, sonic pulse and ramming robot and power projection I suggest on every build. So even if you don't do relic stuff, you would need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, even if you don't do your relic. For a relic, I would suggest, I can try and make a build for him, just give me a moment. I'm gonna open my browser and share it with you. And I can share with you an electrode forged build. Electrode would be a better choice. Although if you want survivability, maybe Bane won't be bad, and Blood Drinker. But I think something that's great is Electrode Forged. As a new player, he might love it. So let's say maxing this one out. Let's say pressure shot. Let's say at least this maybe. You want this here. He would probably want Walkaway Storm maxed out. He would probably want this one. And maybe this one. He would vent with Vortex Bomb. And at least 1 point here. And then I would put points here. I would we need heat builder. I like Cyclone Mode as a heat builder, so it's kind of a hybrid build. Then I would put points here. So this is what it would look like with the set bonuses, with +2 to barrage and bro skill levels, with the set bonuses. And basically what makes this build work is you're using Cyclone Mode to build heat. Then when the heat is ready, you vent with Vortex Bomb. Then you build steam, and you use the steam with pressure shot. And using Sonic Pulse makes the enemies take more damage, and it makes your pressure shot do more damage. And if you want Vortex Bomb to do extra damage, you can put points here. But this is it. This is the 70 points setup. And see, if you put 4 points into Rapid Strike, you can make Cyclone Mode and Vortex Bomb do more damage. If you put points here, you can make only Vortex Bomb do more damage. So I strongly would suggest going for the Forge skill cooldowns. If you don't want the damage relic skills to relic skills, you can remove points from here, and just you would need 1 more point. So maybe remove 1 point from here, put it here. This is another option, another version of doing it. And you're gonna be using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 important skills, 6 with this. 6 skills, even if you don't use power projection, which I think you should. You're looking at 6 skills. This is only for the passive, this is only for the passive, this is only for the passive. This is for mobility, this helps with healing and extra defense. This helps with extra defense and damage reduction and whatnot. So yeah, I would say something like this. Vortex, Sonic, mobility is what I put here. Keeps disappearing on me. So that's a build without even using 1000 volt burst or anything else. Then what do we have? 5 skills. We are missing the... We're missing pressure shot. And then we're missing sonic... No, we're missing power projection. So that's just an example of how you can do it without using the final 2 SWATs. He can rebind the basic attack to something else and not use basic attack. I normally don't use basic attack unless it's a basic attack build. So this is a build for him to try. I mean, obviously, he would need +2 levels to Barrage and Bro. Let me give you the link in the chat. If you wanna copy the link in the chat, make sure to copy paste it. Because sometimes it's a glitch and it stops the link midway after the semicolon. Alright, so hopefully taking this time to make a build did help to anyone wondering about an electrode forged. This is a build I want to test. I haven't tested combining spin to win with pressure shot, but in my opinion that's the best combo right now for forged. Combining cyclone mode with pressure shot as a steam spender. It doesn't have to be cyclone mode. If you like another builder such as rapid strike, rapid fire or shotgun blast, you could try that. If you want ranged, obviously rapid fire is gonna be better. This is a very non-meta build, and it might look very boring when I play this. The one I gave you would be much better for the DPS. Not as great for the survivability, but for the DPS it would be definitely better than the one I'm playing right now. The one I'm playing right now is great for self-healing. And still, if I were to replace Drain with Bloodseekers, it would be much better right now. Because Drain's damage is a little bit on the low side. It's not doing as much damage because it's healing to balance things out. Whereas Bloodseekers does heal you. It does okay damage, not great but okay, kind of like Drain. But it also gives you a damage buff to all your other things you do. And you can keep it up at all times if you build the right way with Imbue Relic and with Frost Wall and maybe one of the weapons from the set. You can have that permanent 100% uptime Bloodseekers if you lower the cooldown as much as needed. Let's see over here. What am I using as a shield? Holy Icon, okay. But this build is not bad to say, it's just not as much damage. And it could be better if I were to just rework some things, but when I made this build I wanted to keep it as close as possible to the original, which was using Drain. So there's a lot of fracking going on with this build. And you took a screenshot and you're playing on PS5 and you're gonna send him the screenshot. Well, I'm always happy to help. If you have certain questions about any class and sub-class combo, any builds, don't be afraid to ask. As I said, even if I don't have the hero leveled up with the same relic, I can just open my browser and quickly make a build for you based on what your needs for that build are. Making builds on demand. I don't have the time to make every single build I want as quickly. I don't have the gear for every build. It takes time to make those build videos, but I can obviously quickly just go into the build calculator from Papi and just make a theory craft for everyone who needs one there before making a build video. Takes a while to make build videos and to gear up heroes for those build videos with specific relics and items in mind. What's my weapon? 8.3k. Obviously that weapon is not gonna give me great damage. Okay. Let's keep going, let's keep going. So yeah, if you're noticing my DPS sucks, it's not just because of me using Blood Drinker, which is not a damage relic, but also my weapon is pretty bad for the content I'm doing. For this content I'm doing, obviously I would use a better, stronger weapon. Something that needs to be at least 10,000, 11,000 damage would be great for this. 10,000 should be enough. My weapon is 8.2 or whatever it was. 1000. 8.3 thousand. Have I got a better weapon at hand? I don't think I do. Maybe this one with bolts on shock, but the other one I'm using gives me relic energy cost, which is pretty great. Let's go to the portal. I just realized I can just go to the boss fight.
You can't do that here.
Yeah, this is level 54 of the Fazier with mediocre gear. In some parts it's mediocre gear, in others it's not. You can see with the survivability I'm not struggling. The damage is just falling behind a bit. But yeah, with the survivability we pretty much have it covered. With having so much defense and enough healing. And that's without even investing into Living Barrier. I could put 1 point into Living Barrier and put Living Barrier instead of Poison Dart, which is kind of a fewer skill right now. Do I have the extra damage to vent skills? I need to pay attention to that, see if I've got it. See, Living Barrier is this thing. I could put it here, and that's extra healing, extra survivability. Not bad as an option. I don't even have the extra vent damage, and I don't have the extra damage to bind it. Okay. Let's do something that's not that hard, not that high, because this wasn't a hard map, but it was very bullet spongy with my WoW damage. Something like this is more reasonable. Just not Angered Ancestors. There's nothing reasonable about Angered Ancestors. Another Angered Ancestors map. Anchored Gearwalkie. We're gonna have to do with Anchored. I like the Gearwalkie part of it. Doing this map, doing another map, and then I'm probably gonna switch to the Blood Drinker Realmaster. And probably make a Seeker's Train build. If I have enough Respectacles, a Seeker's Train build is what I might make. I've got Drain Train builds. I think a Seeker's Train would be pretty fun on a Blood Drinker Realmaster. Especially with Imbue Relic in the mix, it would be pretty fun to try. Currently my Realmaster is set on Body Slammer kind of setup, the Drain Slammer. And Happy New Year to Daykubi as well. Welcome to my stream. Thanks for watching to everyone, by the way. Happy New Year to everyone, not just Daykubi. And welcome back. Nice seeing you again, Daykubi. Or Dakubi, if I'm mispronouncing that. Here. Actually, let's grab this. It's gonna make killing the rest of them quicker. I think Fracking Strike needs a little change to make it a full 360. I think if they make Fracking Strike a full 360, it's gonna be so much better to make sure you don't miss an enemy that's right next to you as a result of the projectile kind of the shockwave cascades kind of not really hitting the enemy visually. It would make so much more sense if it's one big shockwave instead of multiple smaller ones. Because that's how waves travel. Waves travel in a cascadingly progressive circle, as far as I know, shockwaves. Like it's not a bunch of little repos. It's one repo that keeps spreading. Not a bunch of very small crescent repos. Being able to hit everything in a 360 radius would be so much better. Because look at it now. Look at this. There are still blind spots where you don't hit. And I think it's not gonna be overpowered if they make it a full 360. In fact, it's gonna look better, it's gonna play better, it's gonna feel better, and it's gonna be a great improvement to the skill. But yeah, sometimes I would be point blank to an enemy and just because I'm facing slightly in the wrong direction, it just won't hit with fracking strike, and it's very tilting when that happens, when you're like melee range of an enemy and then you use fracking strike and you miss it. How does it even happen with like, is it 8? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think it's 8. 8 projectiles, 8 shockwaves. And not a single one manages to hit someone that's right in front of you because of misdirection, facing slightly to the left or to the right of the hero or something like that, not to the hero, to the enemy. Like I think this one missed. Eddie UK says new free game on Epic is Jurassic World Evolution. Oh, I used to play that. Although I used to play it as a cracked game to test it. I did love it. It was okay, although it became very, very broken at one point where the game was giving you so many hard to handle events, and it was just swarming you with things that you need to take care of. I think Jurassic World Evolution needs a little bit more automation. I'm gonna collect it though. I'm gonna go and grab it from the Epic Store. And to anyone who likes sim games, who likes tycoon kind of games, Jurassic World Evolution is definitely worth grabbing for free. I mean, it's free and you can have some fun times in it. It's definitely a decent game. If it's for free, why not grab it? I mean, yeah, I definitely had some games in the Epic Store that I didn't grab even though they were free, because I immediately knew I'm never gonna play that game or enjoy playing it. But let's say 95% of the games that I see free this winter event I've grabbed. I think there's only been one case of a game I didn't want to grab. I think it was the one with the swimming, and I went a few days ago. I forgot the name. Stranded or whatever it was called. This one I definitely skipped out on. But yeah, after this map I'm gonna go and grab that Jurassic World Evolution. So yeah, saving 35 quits definitely is nice. If someone was looking for a sim game, for a tycoon kind of game, Jurassic World has a lot of good things. I really liked having those different missions and having to focus on, wait, do I do more missions for this team so I can get more fossils, or do I do more missions for the other team so I can get better research and things like that? I mean, it's got some choices that you can make. But as I said, at one point in my missions I got swarmed by so many events and I just couldn't multitask everything that was happening. Dinosaurs escaping and needing to be attended to and not having this automated for me. And then I have to do some other inspections on other things. I constantly had to pay attention to some of my stores that need new employees to handle the big queues or things like that. But it was fun. It's definitely a nice game, and if you can get it for free, why not? It's different than the other games I normally play, and I'm not sure if most of the games I've seen in the Epic Store for free, I'm not sure I would be streaming those anytime ever, but it's not out of the question to play them offline when I'm not streaming those games every now and then. I miss the time when they were doing GTA 5 for free. My friends are playing GTA every now and then. But when they grabbed it for free from the Epic Store, I wasn't logging. I actually didn't have the Epic Store installed for a long time. After installing my Windows, I kind of forgot about it. And yeah, I didn't know about the free GTA stuff. Would have grabbed it if it was for free. I would have grabbed GTA if they had it for free this holiday season, and play it every now and then. Okay, I'm gonna do another map on this one, and then I'm switching to the Realm Master, as I said. Oh, and talking about the Epic Store, I've recently gotten myself a code, a creator code. Struct TOF, one word, all capital letters, although I think even if you do it lowercase, I think it might work as well. If you're ordering some games from the Epic Store and you want a discount, as well as providing me with some profits as a shared revenue, you could use my creator code on the Epic Store. I kind of forget about that, but whenever we talk about the Epic Store, I remember about it. It's something new for me though, signing up for the Support a Creator program. Okay, one more map, as I said. Anchored Gear Wookie 28. This seems like a winner for now. Let's do it. Anchored Gear Wookie automatons with electric damage. It's taking a while to vote. Might as well munch on some fries. For a moment I thought it disconnected me, but I guess it didn't. I'm wondering if this game would make its way to the Epic Store at some point. It's gonna be troublesome for them to have this game split between Steam and Epic on PC. So probably standing on PC is on PC Steam is better than splitting in the two platforms, for now at least. Especially if Steam is hosting the servers, if it's not Extra servers but Steam hosted. Although most likely it's Extra hosting, or Perfect World hosting the servers for them and handling the infrastructure or whatever it's called. This map, I could stay a while in this map and farm. Look at that! Did you see that bug? I kind of got the cascades to not actually cascade and to cascade in one place. Okay.
That spell cannot be cast.
490k, not bad. Not bad. How many percent fracking strike damage am I using right now? Fracking strike. 24% only? So with only 24% damage to fracking strike, I'm doing 490,000 with an 8.3 thousand mace sword. It doesn't matter what it is. That's actually pretty good number. I'm seeing. It could be better. Keep in mind my fracking strike is level 12. It's 10 plus 2. Normally I don't do those things going over level 10. Normally I do 8 plus 2. This time around I decided to put some extra points into that. I also think I should remove 2 points from Vortex Bomb, from Cyclone mode, which is 10 plus 2, and make Vortex Bomb 10 plus 2, which is 8 plus 2 right now. Because I think extra damage for Vortex Bomb would benefit me better than extra damage to Cyclone mode. I mean, sometimes I get into a combo where I'm for a few hits not using even Cyclone. Okay. Should we end this map? Go and find the NPC, or should I stay more in it? Actually gonna try and collect a big train of enemies. If I can. Probably can't get much more. Okay. This guy is taking a beating. We're gonna start moving now, and only stop for big fights. I think we can consider this a big fight. Two packs of champions. If only I can group them together. Nice. Come on, come closer. Don't be shy, enemies. There we go. Get fracked. Should we make t-shirts and other merch with the Get Fracked logo? I need to make a design for Get Fracked when playing with the forged. I'm bad at drawing, but I can try and draw a forged head or something, and then get fracked. Maybe instead of drawing the forged, it could be drawing the shockwaves. Those don't seem that difficult to draw as a 2D, not 3D thing. And I think the enemy just bugged me into the map. I don't think I can complete this map. They got me stuck into the environment, and meaning unless I can enter, thankfully I could enter the portal. If I couldn't enter the portal, I would have been stuck, because most likely I wouldn't have been able to use unstuck. Thankfully it worked. Is it just me, or am I missing from point blank? See, I just didn't hit him. I used fracking strike, it didn't hit him. Another fracking strike that didn't hit him. They really need to make it 360 to make sure you don't miss. Point blank against a big boss like this one is just silly to miss with a skill like that. It's just silly to miss. Woods Beast Hatch? Oh, it's not the one I needed, but still, Woods Beast is not bad. I thought it's the Ancient Ember. The Ancient Ember Hatch would have been nice. But yeah, Frost Wall level 60. Shitty defense though. Pretty shitty defense on it. And also HP. But yeah, this is not a bad drop. I can see myself benefiting from this at some point for some builds. I would mostly use this for the stun immunity and knockback immunity, but it's also very good to use for the crit chance if you're not using the Mountain King gauntlets. If you say, okay, I don't want to rely on Mountain King gauntlets for crit chance, let's rely on Woods Beast. Or if you say, I want only Mountain King and Woods Beast, which basically sums up to over the cap, 45%, then it means you don't need crit here, you don't need crit here, and you don't need crit aura, and you're capping your crit chance from just this and this. Of course, you need to have the set. If you don't have the set of the Mountain King stuff, obviously you're not going to be using the extra bro skills and extra other things, so I don't see a build without that set, at least 3 pieces equipped. But yeah, if you don't have it, you're still gonna be at 35% crit chance, which is only 5% under the cap. But yeah, the Woods Beast Hatch is very good for melee builds, for the immunity, even if you have a ton of crit chance from other places. Okay, we're switching heroes now. Just need to transfer some items to the storage. Wow, it's loading, might munch on some fries. Okay, so I want to transfer the frost wall. And this frost wall would be better than this one. And then maybe also transfer the North Maze. Just wondering what to remove from the storage. That should do the trick. So I really hope I have respectable points in this hero that I'm gonna walk in right now. I don't think I do, but if I do, I've got some ideas of how to rework it into a Seeker strain. Let's see how my respectacles are on this guy. And that reminds me, let's go to the Epic Store while I'm out of the while I'm out of map, out of combat, and claim that game before I forget. My coupon expires soon in the Epic Store. Well, sorry Epic Store, there's nothing I wanna buy. Right, just got that Jurassic World Evolution for 0.00. So what's the build right now? It's the drain torque swing build. Oh yeah, I was actually planning on maybe making a video with the torque swinger. Not really big fan of torque swing. That's probably one of the most disappointing skills on the Realm Master skill tree right now. It has almost the same thing that Hammer Spin does. The pulling works in a weird way where it pushes and pulls, or pulls and pushes. I think this needs to be reworked. I really love the ranged version though. I love the ranged effect of it. The robot doesn't have two legs. The robot has wheels, like the big spherical wheel. It has the spider legs, it has the tank wheel, but it doesn't have two legs. You're never gonna see a robot with two legs. I can try and show you some of the things from my wardrobe, if you can see them through the wardrobe. So do you see this here being a wheel? This is the spider legs, this is again the wheel. This is another wheel, which is not a big spherical wheel, but just a kind of a mixture between tank wheel and a wheel. Then this is the one that looks more like a tank. The tank threads. So that's the type of things you can expect on a forged S mobility kind of as a locomotion. So it's not supposed to be legs, it's supposed to be locomotion, and that's why they made it this weird. I actually like it. I like that it's different than the others. Although I think it makes no sense for Woku motion to be equal to pants and for hatch to be equal to boots. It should be the other way around. I think sometimes long ago when they designed the forge they messed those up. It makes sense for the boots to be equal to the pants and for the Woku motion. For the boots to be equal to the Woku motion, and for the pants to be equal to the hatch. Not vice versa as it is right now. Okay, I wanted to pick up those items. This and this. First defense check. I need fire and physical. So maybe physical. Come on. Seriously? Seriously? See, this can give you 3 different bonuses and 5 times in a row. It's giving me a block chance. This was seriously messed up. So many times in a row. 33% chance to get either. And yet it's only giving me the chance to block one after the other until I ran out of almost ran out of gold. What's next? Oh yeah, I wanted to check my legendarium. Ember Boots, Cuirass and Liu General. So let's say I don't want the Liu General. And I want the new thing I got, the Ancient Ember Pants. Or I've got even a better idea. What if I equip the Ancient Ember Pants and then keep the Liu General? Where did I put those pants? Looking for the pantsu. Where's the pantsu? Where is it? I think it looks orange. Brown, okay. I almost dismantled this shit. Yeah, before I do this, I'm losing crit chance, which is fine. We've got the boots for crit chance. My defense needs, let's say, physical, if I can. Hopefully I get physical. Okay, fire. Okay, that's fine. 30k fire, not so bad. So right now I've got an interesting setup. I'm gonna bring back the Liu General into the mix. Liu General. So what I can do now is, you see, I can do something like this. Activating this gives me the Liu General, and then I can use Drain. With that extra 25% damage increase, and with the chance from the legs to regain extra 25 energy. 10% chance only, but it's still better than not having that chance. Alternatively, I can try and use the arc powered shoulders and maybe arc powered boots or whatever, and have 3 pieces for 20% chance. But I don't think it's worth sacrificing certain things to get the gains. But yeah, I think it's a nice synergy.
I could do that. Sweet. I just finished
I'm looking for Gearwaki, ideally with divided status immune. Not so bad. I'm just gonna check the nearby ones. This is the map we're gonna run. I'm gonna run 3 maps with this hero too. Oh, how am I doing with the respectacles? I actually didn't want to respect this build until I make it as a build, because I don't have a torque swing build. Not even one build since the game launched, or before that, from my builds has used torque swing. I'm just not a fan of the skill, but I need to make a build for that skill, for people who wanna use it, to give them some ideas. So I've got 35 respectacles, which eventually would be turned into a Seeker's Train build. Because I think a Seeker's Train build would be very strong. I could even make it a super tanky with shield car and flamethrower car. Or I can make it shield car, shotgun, not shield car, shotgun, flamethrower car, shotgun car for damage. You see how it knocks back enemies? I think that's from an item. Something gives me chance to knock back and it's ruining my setup. But I don't see the chance to knock back. So if there's no chance to knock back in my gear, why does this knock back enemies? Oh yeah, it knocks back enemies by itself. See, this is the worst thing they could do to this skill. The skill knocks back enemies, but it also pulls enemies. And this whole knockback is kind of ruining the whole skill for me. Because if I want to pull the enemies so I can follow up with Drain or with some other melee skill, I would want to not pull them. I would want an option to disable the knockback. I just want pull and that's it. So maybe they should change it to the knockback being replaced with the pull from the tier 1 bonus. And if they make it to be able to switch it on or off, whether you pull or knockback based on what you want. But yeah, with this knockback it's basically like using hammer spin. It's very similar to hammer spin, and I'm not a big fan of this. But it does a pull push kind of thing, kind of push them in, then push them back away. Like this. Let's see. And boom. Okay, that was nice. That was a quick map, very quick map. By the way, regarding the question about the favorite class, I always say it's hard for me to tell what the favorite class of mine will be. I love all of the classes. They all have their own bonuses and playstyles that are different. Maybe I can tell you I have a favorite subclass, which is the Electrode, but definitely not a favorite class. I have favorite builds for every hero. I love summoner builds on every class. Only on the Forged it just seems a little weird to make a summoner build. I love proc monster builds where my damage doesn't come from my skills, but more like from stacking multiple hits per second and getting damage from procs, which is very good for the Electrode. That's why it's my favorite relic, I guess. What else do I like? I like builds where I'm doing a lot of things quickly, like the Zealot builds, which can be a proc monster, but also get a ton of damage from your own skills from that casting speed. So on the Dusk Mage casting speed builds are pretty fun, even though they kind of nerfed the mana cost reduction affixes, removed them from the game. So it's a little bit nerfed right now, but it's still strong. What else do I like as setups? Well, I can't think of specific examples right now, but on every kind of class subclass combo, I can have some sort of favorite builds. My best pet build? I haven't played pet builds in a long time. By the way, I think it's wrong to call them pet builds because minions and pets in the game are separate. So to avoid confusion, I'm not gonna call them pet builds, I'm gonna call them minion builds. Pet builds are different thing. Pet builds are where you're stacking pet damage. And pet damage only increases the damage of the actual pet. In my case, the dog with the red nose and the antlers. This is what is pet. Pet damage, pet attack speed. Minion damage does affect your summons, whereas pet damage only affects the pet. Minion damage affects anything that is not you or your pet and fights for you. Pet damage only affects the pet. So my favorite pet builds, my favorite minion builds are builds on the Electrode minion builds, where you're using the minions to trigger a lightning strike. So you're basically making a proc monster build, where the minions are meat shields that are only used to trigger procs. You don't use them for damage, you use them to trigger other things, which are the things that do damage. So more pets means more hits per second means more procs per second, which Electrode summoner builds, it's my favorite type of summoner build in the game. So all things lead to Electrode for me when you ask me about favorite. I have favorite skills for every class and subclass. I have favorite skills that I like to build around, that I like to get some items to modify those. For example, I really love Infectious Shooter and Scout's Bones. I really love Entropy and Molten Reach. I really love Drain as a skill, even though it's not that good damage. Mr. Jackson says I'm right. I'm not sure about which of the things, but I'm assuming about the pet proc monster builds. Those are very fun. This is how you get damage on a pet build, not directly from the pets themselves, on a minion build, not directly from the minions themselves, but from lightning strike. It is kind of how you can get a decent summoner build in the game without feeling that your damage sucks. It's also how you get the servers to struggle, how you get your game to crash or to get FPS drops. Get like 40-50 pets, minions, get like 40-50 minions and see your performance dropping like there's no tomorrow, like it's falling into an abyss. Someone yesterday on my stream was mentioning something about no train blood drinker builds. Well, this is one example of a no train blood drinker build. Although I think if you activate the drain very quickly a few times in a row, it doesn't do the secondary damage for every activation of drain. What have we here? A bunch of junk gear. Wait, did I finish this map? Oh, I'm still collecting quest drops. Am I even gonna collect them all? Okay, there we go. And yeah, with the Dusk Mage I'm leveling right now, I will make one such build. One summoner proc monster build. Where the damage comes from the summons procs. Not from the summons as direct damage they do, but from the summons doing as many hits per second to cause as many procs per second. Probably it's not gonna be as good as a sharpshooter electrode summoner, which I will make one soon as well. I do have the storm cover summoner, and I'm probably gonna remake it as a 2.0 with the new items such as the Sword of the Lost Legion being a new addition, and having some other things that might be worth considering, such as the Frost Wall, Frost Shield. But Sword of the Lost Legion right now does not benefit from the extra cooldown reduction. I need to test it on a Dusk Mage, because Dusk Mage Dark Spears tier 2 bonus now reduces the cooldown of other things, not just the Dusk Mage skills. And I'm assuming they're gonna do that for every single class. They just didn't probably have time before this patch to do it for the other classes' passives. That 10% cooldown to the class skills to apply to not just class skills. I was saying a few months ago how it's outdated as a skill passive, how it was made before when the relics were not subclasses, and how it would be so much more useful if they make the 10% cooldown reduction apply to things that are not just the class but also the subclass. And they went ahead and made it even better and made it apply to the class, the subclass, which every subclass has only one cooldown skill, which is the barrier skill. So you're only getting 2 seconds shaved off of the cooldown. It's not making it overpowered in any way. But they also made it to apply to things like Imbue Relic, like Skittering Shoulders, Woodsby Shoulders, or whatever other item granted skill with cooldown you've got. And that is great. It's great to be able to get that extra 10% cooldown. So hopefully with the next update we see this change propagated to the Forged, Railmaster and Sharpshooter classes, the same way it is working now in the Dusk Mage side of things, on the Dusk Mage. Okay. Well, this one took quite a beating, and it's hard to target him behind the wall. Another Liu General. Keep in mind my weapon is very shitty. 7.4 thousand. And it's a forged weapon because it gives me 4 to swag shot. But I'm using it only so I can get the set bonus. Cooldown, so I have Imbue Relic more often. Shadu says, how is the Blood Drinker Realm Master going? I actually thought about making that for a Flame Destroyer Realm Master recently. Well, that's pretty nice. Making a Slammer Flaming Destroyer is not bad as well. In fact, it's probably gonna give you better results than a Blood Drinker Slammer Master. Definitely better DPS on a Flaming Destroyer. Regardless whether you're using Blazing Pure or whether you're using Cloak of Flames or Sword Smash, Slammer Master with the Slamming Destroyer, maybe you can call it like that, Slamming Destroyer build would be pretty decent. That's actually a pretty catchy name for a build, so yeah. Okay, just a moment, had to mute myself for a second. But yeah, the Slamming Destroyer is a very catchy name. I might actually make it into a build. I do have some Slammer, for example, I think I've got one Slammer Flaming Destroyer build with Sword Smash, if I'm not mistaken. I need to check some of my old builds to see what I've got. Eventually I need to revisit the Quas Sub-Quas combo and make a build. I'm pretty sure I've got Blazing Train. Whether I've got the one with the Slammer, I can't remember. But a Sword Smash on a Slammer build is very strong as well. Regardless which one of the three you pick, it's not a bad choice. Blazing Pure, Sword Smash or Cloak of Flames as your energy spender. Obviously, if you want to use Summoning Smash more often, then you're gonna go for one of the dump skills, either the Pure or the Smash. Shadus asks, are Realm Masters as dependent on legendaries as Dusk Mages are? Well, that depends. What are you referring to dependent on legendaries as Dusk Mages? Yes, Dusk Mage is dependent on one legendary, and that's the Celestial Gauntlets. That's the only must-have legendary for a Dusk Mage. Obviously you would want 2 more pieces of the Celestial set, but every class has this dependency. On every class you need the +2 to one skill tree, +2 to the other skill tree. Okay, maybe on some builds you can only take +2 to one side and not take the +2 skills to the other side. There are builds that are barely investing in one skill tree, and on those you can skip one of those items, but that still means you need three items of the class set to get those skills. So this is something that every class needs. But apart from that, I don't think the Dusk Mage is that heavily dependent on legendaries. Apart from some celestial pieces. Yeah, plus because of point allocation you may not need it. Exactly, if you're only using the white skills just as white buff bar builder, if you're not using them for damage but just to build the white buff bar quickly, like something like Absolver or Holy Bolt or Radiant Blast, you won't need those points, but you still need 3 pieces. You would still need the thing for the dark skills, you would need the Dusk Mage gauntlets, and then you would need maybe one more piece. And why not get extra skill points from Helmet rather than getting Actually, yeah, you could get the pants or the boots. Let's say you get the boots, you get the gauntlets, and you get the helmet. And maybe you can SWAT the pants. The pants are optional to SWAT, but I don't see why not SWAT them. The boots are also optional. You don't really need the boots, but if you want to be more spammy, for example, on a casting speed build with the electrode, you would really need those boots to be able to squeeze the most out of the setup. But yeah, apart from celestial pieces, you don't really need that many legendary items on the Dusk Mage. You can do fine without using any other legendaries. Obviously, they really do help. I love the Molten Reach, and it's a shame that the game just doesn't want to give me a Molten Reach ever since the final wipe. I don't know what to do to get a Molten Reach. I need to sacrifice my firstborn. Should I go make a kit and sacrifice it to Satan so I can get what's it called? A stupid Molten Reach to drop? it just I don't know what we need to do to get certain items in this game. It's like my account is cursed and bugged, and this item just no longer wants to drop. I wish we could have some easy ways of getting certain items, like reforging or transforging for example, one Digitus into another Digitus, one focus item into another focus item, and things like that. One helmet into another, and so on. This one's not bad for when they fix basic attacks. It seems like a strong one. You really need the Panoptifist for double minion count for my Bane Mage. Keep in mind the Panoptifist is not gonna give you much. You know, you're only getting 3 minions. It's not double minion count, it's one of each extra. Unless they changed it. It's much better to use Sword of the Lost Legion or Bonewalker Bone Razor to get extra minions. I'm gonna try and check the Panoptifist. For each type of minion Spiritwell spawns, it spawns another. Meaning you get one of each type, because it's only 3 types. So is it worth it for 3 minions? I don't think it's worth it. Is it fun to have it? Yes, it's fun to have it for extra brute, extra whatever it was called, warrior, and extra netherlings. But you get 1 little netherling, 1 warrior, and 1 brute. 3 summons. And you're not gonna get great damage. You're much better off using the Legendarium SWAT for the Sword of the Lost Legion, or implementing the what's it called, the Bonewalker Bone Razor combo. So Panoptifist, yeah, if it really was double the summon count, sure. Having double the minions from the netherlings, the little guys, the popcorn monsters, would have been nice. I think I had a Panoptifist somewhere here. No, it's probably in some of my storages. Most likely it's in one of the storages. In any case, I'm pretty sure it still is the way it was before, which is only giving you one of each summon. So 1 little popcorn netherling, 1 warrior and 1 brute. I also think the brutes need to taunt. They should make it so that the brutes have taunting the same way as Shasta. Without the debuff vulnerability, it would make Spiritwell so much more versatile if you could get the Nethering Brute from tier 3 Nethering Well to taunt, to keep the enemies away from you, to actually be a meat shield. And yeah, it is literally trash. I'm not sure if it was you on my YouTube channel some time ago that was telling me how they can't get that one item and have been trying and trying and trying. And I was trying to explain that it's not even a great item. So they shouldn't feel too bad for not getting the Panopti Fist. Something like the entropy item, like Molten Reach, definitely is worth being pissed off about, because it's really a great item. It's pretty much giving you double the DPS of the skill. Alright, let's not say double the DPS of the skill. Double the DPS per cast, but for the price of a cooldown. So in fact you're doing less DPS, but it's double the procs. It's double the procs, and you can just use it on a cooldown every few now and then and focus more on spamming Absolver or Holy Bolt or Unholy Bolt or whatever else you wanna spam. And it's still worth it, because this one time when you cast this skill every 7.2 or whatever seconds, it will help proc a lot of things, it will help do extra damage. So yeah, and you're not wasting as much mana compared to, for example, just doing entropy after entropy after entropy without cooldown. So it's still balanced, it's not something super overpowered, because it does give you a very big cooldown. In fact, if you ask me, the cooldown should be instead of 8 seconds, 6 seconds. That goes down to 5.4 with the 10% cooldown reduction. I think it's a little bit underpowered even. But it's still a great item, and it just looks visually pleasing, like as someone pointed out early, eye candy. Pretty nice to call it. Oh yeah, entropy in general is super strong. It's amazing. I mean, it has always been a strong skill ever since they added it. Back in the day we had energy spike with 0 cooldown. Imagine energy spike with 0 cooldown but less damage than its current damage. It was so strong. It was the meta skill, and then they added entropy, because it didn't exist for a while. Then they added entropy, and things started shifting towards more and more people using entropy instead of energy spike. And now with energy spike actually having a 4-second cooldown, but much better damage than before, it's also a different playstyle. It's not a skill that you're constantly spamming. It's a skill that you use every now and then for a big damage nuke. Yeah, entropy is such a nice skill. It has that mechanic from the frozen orb in Diablo, and I love it. I love that they did such a skill for the Dusk Mage. Alright, there we go. You believe entropy was taken from whitening skill from Torchlight 2 that the Ember Mage had, but they just made it better. I don't know, maybe, but before Torchlight there was Diablo and there was Frozen Orb. So I'd like to say it's kind of a Frozen Orb skill, because it's the OG. But yeah, I mean, the same people who worked on Diablo 1 and 2, not the same people, but some of the people who worked in Diablo 1 and 2 worked on Torchlight 1 and 2, and even on Torchlight 3. So yeah, they're free to reuse their ideas in the games without people saying, hey, they stole that from that game. It's like it's like telling a composer that he stole that tune from another track of his. So obviously it doesn't matter where it is from, as long as it's good and it works. But yeah, it's definitely nice that that they included this mechanic. I just love the mechanic. Visually looks amazing. Pierce Levad Ancestor, do you know what gear I need to get more relic energy regeneration for Realm Master? I think gauntlets and helmets can give you that bonus, as well as I think main and offhand could give you that. I'm not sure about offhand, but I've seen it on main hand. And I think gauntlets can give you this relic energy cost and relic energy generation. And I'm pretty sure helmet gives you relic energy generation. So yeah, you need helmet and gauntlets. I'm not sure about boots. Most likely boots do not get this bonus. So you get cost reduction and you get generation, whichever you need or whichever you get. Both of them are nice, each of them in its own way. And someone just asked me, about screenshotting my skills on sharpshooter. I'm wondering which sharpshooter. I can send them a link. If Cole Hoodwum is watching, let me know which subclass, because he said sharpshooter, but oh, he needs the electrode. Okay. Maybe asking about the melee setup. I can switch to the sharpshooter electrode. Just a moment. Let's finish that map. I'm gonna quickly type, because I'm not sure if he's watching or not. Because yeah, right now my electrode sharpshooter is set up on a melee build. So if I screenshot it, it will be that one. Let's see. Oh, invisible enemy. By the way, it's weird. Did my country add some walls forbidding fireworks and those little mini bombs you can buy? Because a whole winter I haven't heard a single one going off. And it's New Year's, and normally around New Year's my whole neighborhood would be constantly full of noises from bombs. from those little mini firecracker fire. I think firecracker is the right way, but not the small ones that you can barely hear, but the one that make a loud bang, but not the big tiger ones that can make a hole in a wall. The ones that can just chop off your finger, those ones. They're normally green in my country, with a little bit of gunpowder at the end. So yeah, I haven't seen any of those going off, so maybe there's either a wall forbidding people to use, buy or sell, or maybe just the stores that sell those have been shut down, or I don't know. It's the first time in ages I haven't heard those explosions going off, and it feels weird. But also kind of decent, not hearing constantly exploding shit. But there's definitely gonna be fireworks and in midnight. At midnight, in what's the time now? 7:06 p.m. So not much left of this year in my country. 5 more hours until the year is over here. Fear says that's a weird thing because it's so ingrained in your memory. I guess it is, yeah. Let's put some respectacles here. So someone asked me about screenshots for the sharpshooter. I can try and send him screenshots of the electrode sharpshooter.
For you, potions for your little friend.
Okay, there we go. All right, what was next? Oh yeah, the skills. He didn't reply. But yeah, I can take screenshots. Let me switch to white shot. Root Foxes is back. Thank you very much, Root Foxes. I did have a very decent Xmas. I did some streaming, made some people happy thanks to Extra Games. They gave me some keys to give away during the holidays. Hope you had a great Christmas as well, myself. Hope you had a lot of fun. How have you been? How's your family? Let me quickly save this somewhere. Screenshots. Let's call it temp. And just a moment. I need to make 3 screenshots to send them to someone. Okay, screenshot the 2 and screenshot 3. Now let's send them over. Can I send all 3 at the same time? Or would it not let me? Let's see. Wow, Steam is having problems. It takes 3 tries to upload. Okay, this one uploaded on the first try. Alright, done. Let's do some hunting. Should I go back on the Dusk Mage or? Oh, there we go. Someone just blew a bomb. I've been wondering what was happening. Someone just blew a bomb. Maybe they heard me. Now it feels more like 31st of December. Seer Prophet is saying, how deep is this game? Well, not as deep as the Abyss, but there's a lot of depth to build making. Not as much depth as Path of Exile when it comes to build making, but let me log on my mage and then I can explain some things. See, the end game is very shallow. Right now you have very shallow, limited, boring end game, and this is one of the bad things about the game. But the good thing is the build depth and diversity and variety. So first off, you have 2 class skill trees. Every class has 2 of them. For the Dusk Mage it's light skills and dark skills. And there's a lot of freedom because, for example, if I want Absolver, I don't have to put points into Holy Fury or White Spear or Holy Bolt. I can just put points into Absolver if I want to. I don't have to put... it's not like Diablo or Grim Dawn where you have to put points into certain skills you don't want to unlock certain other skills. All I need is this one requires level 1, this one is level 5, 10, 15, 20. So you just need to get the right level and then you can get those points. And the same goes for those which is the subclass. So you have 4 classes and 5 subclasses. I'm gonna try and play while I'm explaining. But 4 classes, 5 subclasses, that's 20 combinations. And with each combination there's a bunch of things you can achieve, a bunch of different ways you can combine your class skills with the subclass skills. And then you take some legendary items like this one I just got from gambling. That give you very nice bonuses and provide some very good build around me kind of things, build around me kind of items. And now there's the Legendarium, another layer of depth, where you can put up to three legendary powers. And since I now equip the legendary gauntlets, the celestial ones, I don't need them. That means I can put something else here, such as just a moment. Am I using celestial legs? I'm not. Maybe I can use the celestial leg armor. Let's grab that one. So as you find an item, when you find a legendary item, you unlock that item's power. And that power is unlocked forever, and you can use it in the Legendarium. You have 3 slots, which is kind of like Diablo 3's Kanai Cube. 3 legendary slots where you can equip items you have found and implement those into your build. Obviously you can't stack the same item twice, so if I'm wearing the same item I can't benefit from that power anymore. But there is a lot of depth in regards to build making, not a lot of depth in regards to end game. You're gonna see the end game in a moment. As soon as it loads, anytime now, I might as well munch on some French fries while it's loading. Alright, so sorry for the munching. So here is the Fazir, and this is basically the one and only end game right now. We do have a secret alpaca level, but the secret alpaca level right now kind of becomes useless because this one drops much better items. It drops items with extra stats, stronger stats. So with this one you complete level 1 and by selecting one of those 3 cards. This card has a negative and a positive, negative, and every card has a negative and positive. You can see the element you're gonna expect to fight: poison, fire, electric, physical. You can see the type of enemies you're gonna expect to fight and the name of the map. Once you complete this, you move on to the next one. If you die, you go back to this one. If you complete this one, you can challenge a boss. If you die here, you go back to level 1. Then if you complete this boss, you go and unlock a new checkpoint, level 4. Now if you fail at level 5, 6 or 7, you go back to level 4. If you fail at level 4, you remain at level 4. And you can see now we got a new negative modifier, which gets added on top of this one. So regardless whether I select Angered Ancestors, Anchored or Damage Enhanced, the monsters would also have extra attack speed and movement speed. And as you progress, this becomes 2 affixes eventually, then becomes 3 affixes. So first it's gonna be 1 affix for a while. You're gonna go through all of them, then roll back from the start, and then do them again, and then you're gonna start having 2 and 3, and 3 is the limit. You're never gonna see more than 3 challenge rules affixes, at least for now. This one is very good monster queue, but I don't like Angered Ancestors, so I'll take this one. Just a moment, I'm typing something. So yeah, let's do this map now. So I hope my answer was sufficient regarding how deep the game is. Don't expect depth in the story though. If you want a game with an epic story, this one's not it. This one has more of a humoristic kind of not so serious story. It doesn't take too long to complete the story, like probably 10 hours, 8 hours, maybe 12. Depending how much you rush ahead and how much of the enemies you skip. Does the GE, was that incomplete as a message? Does the GE? Does the game get hectic like Path of Exile or Diablo? I mean, it could become hectic, but I'm not sure it's gonna get as hectic as Path of Exile. It does get hectic at points where, at some time, when you're playing on Ridiculous, there's more monster spawns. And they can have some seriously annoying affixes. So you're gonna have to either dodge more, or stack a lot of defense and just face tank more. Right now the game has a problem with the power creep, which means when you're doing this dungeon you're getting stronger and stronger gear, and that gear is kind of making the end game kind of trivial. You can get so strong that you're pretty much face tanking everything if you stack the correct defenses and get the right items. It kind of trivializes the end game, and that was a new thing. They added it with the last update, and I hope they reverse that change, because with that change they're kind of making it so that any type of content they do that's not they add later, they either have to add the new power creep into the new content, or that new content would not be worth farming compared to the first year, because you get items with much better stats in the first year. So if they just remove this thing that makes items stronger and remove the extra sockets on those items that people already have gotten, they can still remedy it. people would QQ. People would be angry, people would say, oh fuck, I lost my extra sockets, I left my overpowered item that could one-shot things with so much damage and so much defense that could face tank everything. But I think it's for the better. I'm not talking about a wipe, I'm talking about just removing those extra sockets on items that have more than one socket that are blue and legendary. And removing the Fazir extra challenge bonus. It's just overpowered. If people like being overpowered, I know I don't. I mean, I like being strong after synergizing certain things and after min-maxing my items. But right now you don't even need to min-max. You can get a green item that's gonna be more than enough to complete everything. You can get full green gear in the end game right now if it's level 251 green items with max sockets and you put the right things in the sockets, you can do the game with full green gear. So yeah, when that's the case, there's something wrong there. Obviously with full green gear you're gonna have a problem because you're gonna be missing some extra damage affixes, but you're still gonna be able to do it. This is just a bad idea. Copy pasting Wilson's shitty power creep is just not a good idea. There's many games that have done that, existing items being touched. Although in this game so far they've never touched existing items, but it's not gonna be fair if you allow certain overpowered items being in the game. And see, if they only remove the challenge bonus, the item is not gonna become shittier. It's gonna be the same item just without the challenge bonus. You're still gonna have the item, you're still gonna have all the affixes on that item. You're only gonna lose the extra unnecessary overpowered socket. And you're only gonna use the Fazir bonus. Because see, that's super easy to fix. It's super easy to fix, just remove the yellow, not the yellow, the blue Fazir challenge bonus. Let me show you one such item to those who don't know what we are talking about. For example, take this item, 117% extra bonus to item stats. When you remove this bonus, the stats normalize and just remove the final 2 sockets. Even if they don't remove the 2 sockets, it's not gonna be that bad, but it's still gonna be super overpowered, items having 2 extra sockets. This item is not supposed to have 3 sockets, it's supposed to have 1. And the thing is, people didn't give them enough feedback about this, because they left this overpowered. See, we were given 2 weeks. 2 weeks of testing on the test server. And yet, even after those 2 weeks of testing, they didn't take the feedback that this feels super overpowered. I definitely didn't like that system, so I didn't bother using that system. The Fazir with this extra gear. But yeah, right now there's no way to avoid using it. The only way to avoid using this extra strong gear is to run something that's not the Fazir, to run Mapworks only. And that's just not gonna be good because you're gonna run out of scrolls eventually. You're not gonna be able to constantly run maps. But it just doesn't feel right now to have those super strong items.
Your pet has returned.
But yeah, the extra bonus, the extra stat bonus can be removed easily without affecting much the items. It's not gonna change the item suffixes. And they've done this before. They've done some major changes like that before without wiping or anything. Well, there is no trading and there is no competitive aspect of the game, but it still is shitty to have some overpowered items. I mean, I'm gonna play this game regardless of what they do to it. Even if they make it the worst possible game to play, I'm still gonna play it. Because I've already committed for life to this game. Until the game exists, I will play it and make content. Even if I don't enjoy it. Shit, this is so confusing. Like this system. I need a hotkey for fetch potion. That I can press to open the interface. And whether they've said anything about upcoming updates, no, they haven't said anything specific. But there will be an update very soon after the New Year's, probably a week 2. I'm assuming week 2 of January is when they're probably gonna hotfix certain things, such as the progression blocking on King's Road. That's blocking people on console from progressing further. In their storyline. It always goes poorly, but it goes poorly because people are idiots. If you're unhappy about an overpowered item getting removed, then you don't deserve to play wood games. If it's a pre-existing item, that's a problem. I mean, you shouldn't be unhappy about something overpowered getting fixed. People always complain when they nerf a strong skill, when they fix a broken skill that's making everything overpowered, when they nerf a broken item, they always complain. And yeah, it never goes smoothly, but well, that shouldn't have happened in the first place, them releasing this overpowered power creep. That shouldn't have happened in the first place. And if they rebalance the Fuzzier to not require this power creep anymore, people shouldn't mind the nerf, the fix actually. I won't even call it a nerf if they just fix it to not have this boring system. Because right now this game is pretty much dead endgame wise with this thing they did to the Fuzzier wood. The endgame is pretty much dead now. There's no reason to do it. It's just stronger numbers and that's it. You're getting the exact same experience at stage 16 as you're getting at stage 251. You just have a couple of extra affixes on the monsters, and that's pretty much it. So you're getting stronger, the monsters are getting stronger, and nothing changes. It's your typical boring power creep at its finest. What do I level up now? Oh yeah, I was pumping 1000 volt burst. But yeah, I mean, if people really don't like changes, such as reverting some items to the way they should be, there's not much that can be done. If they don't change the game, there's gonna be people who get bored of this and who don't like the system. So regardless, right now they're in a position that whether they do this or don't, there's always gonna be people that are unhappy. There's always gonna be people unhappy if whether they revert the changes to the way they were before or not. And for the future, for the better of the game, it's gonna be best to remove that system. If they keep that system, it might look nice and play nice right now, but later they would still have to either remove it, or the game would really have a lot of problems in the future if they don't remove that system before adding new endgame activities. So yeah, maybe for the next 2, 4, 5 months before they add new endgame activities, it could work fine, because yeah, right now this makes you stronger and it lets you push the boring Fazir stages. But eventually, when you have more than just the Fazir to do, and then you know that the Fazir gives you super overpowered gear, it's just gonna be a pain for them to balance things again, to find a way to balance the wood from one endgame activity with the wood from another endgame activity. And I did tell them about this months ago. That I would like to see power creep, just not power creep like that. I specifically mentioned to not give us power creep like Diablo or Wosen, and to make sure it's not connected to gear. Yet we do get this, and this was before the game even launched. This was when the Fazir got added to test. So it was during early access, before the wipe, as far as I remember. So it's not like I haven't provided my fair share of feedback about this. In fact, I wrote a very long email with feedback about the Fazir before the Fazir was even given to the public, about my concerns, how bad of a system it could end up being, how boring it would end up being, how unrewarding it feels, and how unmotivated it makes me feel to play it, and to push further, how I don't see any single reason to push further, and how I would love to see power creep, but not power creep connected to items, power creep that's retained, that's contained within the Fazir itself. So that was probably around August, or maybe September. I can't remember exactly when, but yeah, it was around there sometime when they showed us the Fazir dungeon as a very early preview, and they asked us for some feedback, what we think about it. And I did warn that that would be a very bad thing to add, Woes and Yabu style power creep. Oh, this is very strong. Okay, let's put it here. More defense, okay. No, I've said it multiple times, Shadows. I've said it multiple times. Think of the Legendarium, but with Fazir rewards. So I'm gonna say it again because you probably haven't seen me say it. So apologies if it ends up being a very long explanation. But think of it as getting rewards by finishing a certain stage of the Fazir for the first time. And just imagine the Legendarium. Imagine something like the Legendarium, but with 10 or 5 slots. 10 or 5 slots. And once you complete a certain stage of the Fazir, a certain boss stage like this one, you get a tarot card, or it could be gem, rune, whatever. You get something that you put in certain slots. So you have 5, 10 or X number of slots, and every time you complete one of those bosses, you get one of those things that you can put in those slots. Obviously you would have less slots than the items you get. And you get, for example, a new tarot card, or a new rune, or a new gem, or whatever you want to call it, glyph, something that gives you X2 stats XYZ. For example, X fire damage, X electric damage, X energy generation, X HP, X fire defense, X poison defense, etc. And you complete boss level at level 3, then you get that one, and only the first time you complete it. Then you complete the boss at level 7, and you get another one that's different. And you would have fixed ones at each of those, specific ones that you unlock by completing those. And then in those slots you can put those tarot cards or gems or glyphs, whatever you name them. And the further you go, the more stats you get. So just like the Fazir challenges, you get one negative modifier. You would get gems or tarot cards with one modifier. Eventually you get with two. But there should be a limit of how many of those with 2 you could put. And eventually you get one with 3, and there should be a limit of maybe 1 or 2 or 3 of those that give you 3 affixes that you can put. And this thing you could put into that inventory, whatever you want to call it, kind of like the Legendarium, but just for the Fazir. And those stats would remain only while doing Fazir content. When you don't do Fazir content, you don't get those bonuses. That's one way of doing it. Simpler way of doing it will be to just get stats as affixes. The same way you get affixes here negative. On this side or somewhere, you would have an option to select from a pool of affixes, which is basically the same thing, just a different way of showing it to the player. So yeah, that's kind of different ways to do it, I guess. And there's many ways to do it. That's just one example. I'm not a game designer and I'm not great at imagining things like those. But it took me about less than an hour, maybe half an hour, to come up with that idea back in August. Of course, back in August, this idea was much less polished. Because I had much less ideas about it, but I called it the Fazir's Gifts. And I did send them this idea in one way or another, as a suggestion of how they can give us power creep without combining it, without putting it into the items. So I may not be the most creative person, but if it took me half an hour to come up with this, obviously a game designer could come up with something much better, much more fun, and much more balanced. And yeah, obviously it's not gonna be that difficult to have a system that doesn't require connecting power creep into your items, to keep it contained within the Fazir or the other endgame activity, and to still give you power and to actually give you another layer of build making. That would mean when I make build videos, I would say, okay, if you're using this build for Fazir, take this one, this one, this one, and this one. Keep those 5, those 10 tarot cards, gems, glyphs, etc. while running the Fazir with this build. So that's another layer of tinkering, and it visually looks nice. It has the psychology to give you the sense of accomplishment. When you're completing this Fazir boss for the first time, you see you're rewarded with something that you can put in another place that gives you extra power, and you're kind of seeing this visual representation of that, and you're gonna see, okay, nice, if I keep pushing this dungeon, I'm gonna keep getting more of those things, and I'm gonna keep unlocking more of those slots where I can put those things. And it's power creep, it's boring, but it's much less boring than the current one. In fact, it's a little bit fun, at least to me. Having such a system, such a progression would be more fun than just the most easy way out to make your items stronger. It's just boring to constantly increase the item's power. It's super easy cop-out method, the way they did it, to copy-paste Wilson's boring power creep. And yeah, I'm sure if a game designer takes this idea, they can make it tons of times better than what I've suggested. And they can make something similar. They don't have to make the same one. But it would be nice if you collect a deck of cards, a deck of tarot cards while completing those bosses, and then from your deck you're selecting cards to put into slots, into your playing hand, maybe you can call it, into your destiny. You can call it your destiny, your reading, whatever. I'm not the most creative person to come up with things like those, but yeah, they can come up with clever names of what to call the place where you slot the cards. And they can be, instead of cards, gems, glyphs, as I said, trinkets. I mean, tarot cards really fits, because yeah, Fazir is all about some cards, so why not give you give you tarot cards, and you collecting a deck of those things, and then from that deck selecting the ones you want to take with you. And that's also gonna allow you for flexibility. Let's say you're doing you're fighting against enemies that give you that do electric damage. You're gonna probably put a card that gives you electric defense, but then on the next fight, if you're fighting against enemies with fire, you can put a card with fire. You can kind of constantly change what goes where in which slot. You're saying if the tarot cards were general buffs you could only use at level 60, then it would be more complex. Well, I'm talking about a system where it's contained only within the Fazir. Things that can only be inside the Fazir. Once you go and do map works, you don't get those bonuses, because you don't need them. Once you go and do the Secret Alpaca level, you don't get the tarot card bonuses, because you don't need them. Because the monsters in the Alpaca level are not as strong as the ones in the Fazir. Or the ones in map works are also not as strong as the ones in the Fazir. That's just one idea, and it's just... I mean, I'm not saying about give us buffs that we keep outside of it. And again, they're just giving you a permanent stat boost while inside the Fazir. The same way an item will, but instead of items, they're just slots of permanent boosts in there, in the Fazir. And you can constantly change them. That's just my idea, but again, this is something that can obviously be changed, reworked and modified to be more balanced and to be more befitting. And yeah, it is crazy how gear you get from other places is not beneficial to the Fazir. But I think what's crazier is how gear you get in the Fazir is just overpowered in the other activities. That's the crazier thing right now. It was fine before they made that change. Before they made that change, I could do map works, I could do anything else, and get gear that I can use in the Fazir, and I can do Fazir and get gear that I can use in the other places without making me one-shot everything. At least not the strong enemies. Trainee saying, can you join my lower level character? What level is your lower level character? I'm level 48 with this one. What level is yours? I'm doing a gauntlet map right now, so if you're gonna be inviting each other, I need to go to the beginning of the map where I'm safe from monsters. So just give me a moment to hide. Because they're respawning enemies here, so I need to find a safe spot. You're 52. Oh, well, 52 in my map. You're still gonna get XP, by the way, if you want. For some reason you thought it was 48. Well, I'm doing a level 50 map, so you can still get XP in this level 50 map, because you're not 4 levels or more higher. But yeah, okay, you invited me. If you want, you can join this map. I'm here at the beginning. It's good XP because it's what's its name? It's gauntlet map. But yeah, I think when they keep adding new endgame, that's when we're gonna see difficulties. Not difficulties, but when they're gonna see problems. Because yeah, right now the Fazir is fine with that power creep bonus. The Fazir is fine, but when you think of the other endgame activities, I mean, every game has their end game activities separate. I don't know of a game that that is linking every single end game activity in one way. So, I mean, if they keep adding end game linked to the Fazir, wouldn't that be a bit boring and kind of unimaginative? If all of their end game is Fazir related from now on. And it's not like they have been silent. They're just on a holiday. There are many people who are not in an office or work from home, who are just taking holiday days off, vacation days off. We know that they're working on some hot fixes for some of the broken things, such as the progression breaking things. Keep in mind we have a private room where we can talk with the devs in Discord, and I'm not sure if you're in that group, probably you aren't, but if you are there, don't discuss it. But yeah, you can mention that there's a private chat, and sometimes they are active there and they communicate with us, they soak some of the feedback written there. But it's a select few people there that are getting early access to information, to things. There used to be a private test server that we used to test before the public test server, so we can give them feedback. So there were 3 layers, actually 4 layers. There's layer 1, internal testing. Then there was layer 2, this private test server for a limited few number of people. And then there was the public test server, and then there was the final live server before something ends up there. And I really liked that before launch that they were doing this much testing and feedback, taking advantage of all those things. Diablo has rifts, but Diablo doesn't only have rifts. Diablo has bounties. Diablo has Uber bosses. So it's different end games, and they're not connected. And going into harder rifts didn't give you gear that's stronger. It just gave you higher chances of getting gear and things like that. But it didn't give you gear that's stronger than the gear you can get elsewhere from Uber bosses and bounties and things like that. Torchlight had mapworks, but I don't remember the mapworks having such a broken system where doing one endgame activity would give you items that are stronger than the items from a different endgame activity. So, and even though Diablo has rifts and it has 2 different types of rifts as far as I remember, and they're not connected, they're different, they provide you a slightly different experience. Yeah, it looks kind of like the same thing and it's boring, but it's repetitive and it's grindy, but it's different types of rifting with a different purpose, with different types of rewards in regards to what you can get, different mechanics. Then you have the bounties, and then you have the Uber bosses and things like that, and then there's the secret cow level, and then there's the goblin thingy, the little rings that you use for goblin. I forgot the name of the ring, the one that you put into the cube. So yeah, it's definitely not all connected. I mean, obviously in one way or another you can find similarities, but there are different ways of obtaining gear, and the gear in one thing is not stronger than the gear in another thing. Whereas here, pretty much Fazir right now is the only place to farm items, because that's the only place where you can get those extra strong things. Well, bounties are something you need to do if you want to get those materials that you can only get from bounties. So it's a part of the endgame whoop. I mean, it's not like you need to do them, but they're still endgame. Post-game and endgame is the same thing. If it's something you're doing after beating the story, then I consider that endgame. Anything that you do after beating the story is endgame. if you do it after the end of the game, I mean, it makes sense to be considered an end game system. If it's a system that helps you get items that can be helpful to you, that can be done at max level as well as on the way to max level after beating the story. End game in many games, just like this one, is not level 60 only, not max level only. In this game, the end game begins at level 46. The first Vizier stage is level 46. Obviously, then the real end game is at max level in every game. But yeah, in Yabu you can do those bounties at max level. So for me, they are an end game system. Endgame and postgame are synonyms, so I'm not sure why you consider them separate content when endgame is basically, it means postgame. It means the content you do at the end of the story. It's like saying, what should I say? Like saying, cheat, I need a good analogy here. It's like saying on fire and burning are two different things. Like, oh, I'm on fire, I'm taking fire damage over time, or oh, I'm burning, I'm taking fire damage over time, being different things. But the real end game is after reaching max level, but again, those bounties in Diablo for me count as real end game because I can do them at max level and I can still get items, I can still benefit from those. And yeah, I do agree about those primal legendaries, but you still needed certain things to... You still needed to do the bounties and you still needed to do other things to get certain items. And primal legendaries... I mean, Diablo 3's itemization is one of the worst itemization systems I've seen in a game. So that's just another whole story there. That's just a big mistake in itself, the itemization system in Diablo 3. And the whole needing to do specific content to unlock primals that never sat well with me. Although reaching Rift 70 was piece easy. You could do this with the most shitty builds. You didn't even need a meta build to reach that level. You could take the most random combination of skills and just reach it. So that was again kind of a problem with the system there, how items were set to be. How you needed full sets to get the most out of a certain skill. Thankfully in Diablo 4 there are no sets, so the biggest mistake they made with the sets in Diablo 3 thankfully is not gonna be in Diablo 4, and I'm really happy to know that that's how it's gonna be. The Torment, don't get me started on the Torment system. That's another stupid system that constantly kept growing and growing and growing. That's one of the worst things about Diablo, in my opinion. Constantly giving me stronger Torment and constantly trying to rebalance, wasting time, development time, to just pushing numbers. It's basically them pushing the numbers. It's not new content, it's not anything new. It's just the same enemies getting a bit stronger, dropping a bit more. It's nothing game changing. It's not giving the AI new scripts, new ways of behaving. It's not like making the AI use new abilities that they don't use on the previous difficulties. It was them being super lazy in regards to how they are updating the game. And it's been a few months, let's give them another new Torment level. Because what else can we give them other than a new Torment level? Constantly just increasing that. I didn't even know it goes as far as it goes right now. What's the max Torment level now? I think last time I played in the Royal in the season of Royal Grandeur, I think it probably went to Torment 13 or 12. I can't remember, but yeah. It wasn't that much that it goes to. and that's why I don't like Chaos Bane having the same kind of system. On launch having Chaos 5, then adding Chaos 7, then adding Chaos 9, and then later adding Chaos 10. It's the same as Diablo. It's basically them trying to appear at doing something that can count as new stuff, but it's basically the same old stuff, just changing the numbers here and there. I think it's a wasted time adding more of those when they could be adding more activities. Look at Grimdown. Grimdown doesn't have something like that. It only has your regular difficulties. It has ultimate, and once you're at ultimate, that's it. It has normal, veteran, and what was the other one? Elite, and then ultimate. It's kind of like Diablo 2, having a normal, nightmare, and hell. You don't need that many difficulties. I'm definitely not a fan of the old, outdated Grimdown Diablo system, where you have to beat the game in one difficulty, then beat it in the second difficulty, then beat it in the third difficulty. I'm definitely a fan of games like Chaos Bane, that I can select the difficulty I want at any time once my gear is ready for something difficult. But again, Chaos Bane kept adding new difficulties, which is pretty much... it's just boring to keep seeing new difficulties all the time. Instead of seeing new content, new activities. But look at Grimdown. Grimdown has Crucible, it has Shattered Realms, it has special Uber bosses like the Shatterer, not Shatterer, like the Ravager, like that Sand boss, like the Avatar of Mod Grogan. It has roguelike dungeons like Steps of Torment, Bastion of Chaos. It has so many things as activities that you can do there. That can give you items that are just as strong. So you have many ways from where you can obtain your best gear. You don't have to stick to just doing that one stupid activity and grind it until your eyes start bleeding. You have options, you have choices of how you're gearing up your hero. So whichever choice you pick, you're gonna be able to get the items you want for your build one way or another, sooner or later. And this, in my opinion, is good design. No power creep in place there. Just a bunch of different ways of how you can obtain your wood that provide you different experience, because if you're bored of doing the same type of content over and over again, you can at least try and do something different. But endgame activities and itemization are kind of touchy subjects for me, because I've been so disappointed from some of the games I've played recently in either itemization or endgame, or both. So yeah, this is the things that are probably the hardest to get right. They're probably the hardest to get right, and if you don't get them right, you're limiting your audience to just people who like that type of thing that you're adding. Okay, maybe it's time to put points into shocking display, or should I start leveling up Conjure Electrode? Not gonna use it yet until it's leveled up. Well, for me, separating post-game and end-game shouldn't be done. I would say early end-game, late end-game. That's how I would separate it. Early post-game, late post-game, early end-game, late end-game. That's what it is. Early end-game is when you beat the story, and then you're starting your end-game. Late end-game is when you're max level and you're kind of min-maxing your setup. So Path of Exile has early and late end game, Diablo has early and late end game, and this game has it as well. Early end game, the first few stages of the Fazir. late end game after you reach level 60 stage. And finally, got my reindeer. It's a miracle. I managed to get it before the end of this year. 4 hours left until this year ends in my country, and I finally got that reindeer. Now I can rest assured I've got all the pets. I've got all the pets, not all the pets, but all the pets from the event. I have eventually gotten every single pet across this server and the other server, but after the wipe, I did lose some. And thanks very much. But yeah, I think for me, if someone tells me early and late end game, it's much easier to understand than post game and what's its name, and end game. It makes a distinguished difference between early and late. You know, you can kind of say, okay, early end game, that's definitely something she's just starting after beating the story. Late end game, it definitely sounds like something you're doing after a while, not immediately. It's adding an extra word. It's making it a little bit longer, but it's easier to distinguish it, and it doesn't cause confusion. But I still would call bounties something you can do in early and late end game in Diablo 3, because you would need those materials every now and then. At least I know I did do some bounties every now and then to get certain things. I can't remember what I did them for. I think it was I think I did them for enchanting, for rerolling materials, and for the Uber bosses, for those things, if I'm not mistaken. It's been a while. As I said, the last season I played in Diablo was Royal Grandeur season, which was season 15, 14, 16. I can't remember. It's been a while. And I only played for like 2 weeks before I got bored. And before I said this is pointless. That constant endless power creep, constantly having extra paragon levels and things like that. It was a fun season. It definitely was a fun season, I guess. I haven't played any other season. That's the only season I've played. And that's my only experience of Diablo 3. And I've only played endgame, I didn't do the story. I was playing on my brother's account with my real life friends. But I got bored super quickly. Yeah, we were pushing leaderboards with duo. We were pushing leaderboards solo. We were pushing with randoms some rifts and stuff like that. But in the end, it was just it got boring very quickly with the constant paragon levels with no limits. And with the constant power creep, getting those paragon levels, getting those stats to push that extra rift stage, it felt a bit, I don't know, a bit boring. It was like a no-life competition, and it actually still is, as far as I know. Let's go in the boss room. And it didn't seem like they were doing much in regards to changing the end game in Diablo 3. It seems like they were just leaving it on graveyard shift until Diablo 4. They were just doing some minor changes that barely do anything. Oh, look at the potions we dropped. I think Diablo 3 would have been so much more fun if they didn't have the sets being the way they are. If they didn't have the sets making a certain skill super powerful, and maybe allowed you to mix and match 2 pieces of this set, 3 pieces of the other set, instead of having to wear the full set, and having more build opening legendaries and things like that. And also if they made a limit of, let's say, 1600 paragons or whatever, having some sort of limit to the paragons, and from there it would have been about min-maxing your build, optimizing it, and being able to use it better. But in general, the whole rifting mechanic and the whole monsters thing and the difficulty seemed wrong to me in the game. It seemed super boring, just playing the game. I was getting so bored with Diablo 3. And so the whole rifting seemed wrong in many levels. The time limit seemed super wrong to me at first, just to put it that way. I didn't like having a time limit. I'm okay if they start timing my run and how long it takes me to do the run, but I don't like having to count down, and if I don't do it in X minutes, failing the run. That's something I don't like. So there's a big chance I'm not gonna like Diablo 4 if they copy paste a lot of things from Diablo 3 and do them in the same boring way they were done before. But I'm giving it the benefit of the doubt, and until the game is out and until I've tested it, I'm not gonna be able to say whether it's good or not. So far, everything I've seen about Diablo 4 has been very good news. But you never know, things can change. We still don't know what the end game will be. We do know about open world bosses, and I'm super excited about that. About Diablo 4's open world big bosses. Having that MMO mechanic. Diablo 4 inspired by Immortal. Diablo 4 is what Torchlight Frontiers would have been. Torchlight Frontiers lost its MMO mechanics only a few months later to find out that Diablo 4 is adopting those same mechanics, such as the open world zones, the having to fight bosses in those zones. That could have been amazing in Torchlight Frontiers. Seeing players in the open world zones, definitely something that was fun in Torchlight Frontiers. So Diablo 4 will be what Torchlight 3 could have been if they didn't change from the MMO model into the regular model. But there were a lot of wrong things with Torchlight Frontiers. Such as the progression system was a little bit boring, a little bit unusual, and many people didn't like it. In fact, probably 90% of the people who tried it didn't like it. I actually liked it. I thought there was some potential there in that system, in that vertical progression system. Where you're progressing separate acts. You're progressing each frontier separately, and you're getting gear for each frontier separately, which you can use in the other frontiers just with a slight level penalty when you use the wrong items. But I didn't like this whole level penalty system. When using level 50 items in the wrong frontier, they were powered down to level 47. Or whatever, I can't remember. I think it was 47 if I'm not mistaken. But there were those problems, like what happens when they add new frontiers. When they tied the frontier levels to character levels. So you get 50 levels from one frontier and 50 levels from another frontier, and that gives you level 100. And there was the question, what would happen when they Act 3? Are we gonna get another 50 levels? Then what happens with skill points? Are we getting another 50 skill points? That's gonna be overpowered to have 150 skill points. So in the end they decided to just rework it. To separate things. And it was a good decision. It definitely made more sense the way they did it after they did it. I think I need to replace this. Let me quickly check my Legendarium. But yeah, I think Diablo 4 in a way would be doing what Torchlight Frontiers couldn't. Or at least that's how it seems to be going with it. We can't know for sure until it actually launches, until they release more information, but yeah. It looks that way to me. And Herion, by the way, sorry for just now replying to you. Happy New Year in advance to you as well, Herion. I know you're in France, so it's 7:11 there. Oh, 7:11. But yeah, it's 7:11 in France, so there's what, 5 hours for you left. For me, it's less than 4 hours. 8:11 here. The new year is coming, bit by bit. And thanks everyone for watching, for being here. And if anyone has already welcomed the new year, happy new year to everyone that has welcomed it, and to everyone else, enjoy the approaching new year, to the ones who are still waiting for it. Drink wisely. drink responsibly. I've got some homemade wine from my uncle left as well. Gotta go and get myself a cup soon, a glass, because the other one ended some time ago. Open a cold one. I'd rather drink some wine. Beer would make me go piss all the time. It's not good to drink beer while streaming. It makes me very thirsty when I drink beer, and it also makes me go piss often. So yeah, I'm gonna be making toilet breaks every 30 minutes if I drink beer. Wine is better. Wine and water do the trick. Although I'm not sure I'm allowed to drink on stream, but you're not seeing me with the camera, so I think that's fine. Shader says, I saw the year turn over already. The year just reset. It's 2020 again. Send help. 2020 2.0. 2020 Remastered Edition. 2020 Year of the Year Edition. Year of the Century Edition. Instead of Game of the Year. Alright, let's check here. Alright, let's see. "2021, Year of the Alpaca." Is there gonna be a Year of the Alpaca? Which calendar uses alpaca as some of the animals for their calendar when naming year of this animal, year of that animal? Let's make 2021 year of the alpaca. Although I'm kind of using a reindeer right now, but there's always room for an alpaca. Where the hell is this goblin cauldron?
Cast that here. You can't cast that here.
Okay. Okay. Ah. This one, extra 3 levels to Absolver. Don't mind if I do. Extra 3 levels to Absolver. Kind of OP right now, but but let's use it. Where is the stupid goblin cauldron? It's gotta be somewhere near here. Maybe it's at the beginning of the map. It sometimes does this to me. Making me go back to the beginning of the map. He did it. Nice. So my Absolver right now is level 8 plus 5. Pretty decent. And Adam wanted me to give Sky a petting. Yeah, Sky's behind me right now. Let's give him a petting. He's here now. Alright, gave him a little bit of a pat on the head. I'm gonna munch a bit of French fries. So don't mind me munching. I'm gonna start the next map and load it up. Okay, munched. It's getting a little warmer here. That's strange, my heater is not on, yet I'm still getting pretty warm. I'm gonna open a window. It's something weird this year. It's very warm. I'm not gonna complain from warm weather in the winter. I'm just gonna mention that it's weird, unexpected. The temperatures we've been having, and that's pretty nice having such temperatures around New Year and Christmas. It's not summer warm or spring warm, although it's kind of close to spring warm, beginning of spring maybe. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay, that was a close one. My defense? How is my defense? 26% physical, okay. Let's see. M-Doubt says, I like how people think just because that here changes the things will instantly get better. It's just a number. Yeah, it's not like it will immediately change and pass 2, 3, 4 months instantly in an instant. It's just one day difference. It's like how people can drink when they're 18 but can't drink when they're 18 minus a day, for example. Legally, yeah, if you're in my country, legally you need to be 18 to drink. But it's not like it's gonna be different whether you're drinking on your 18th birthday or one day before that. It's not like you're gonna have magical resistance to alcohol. It's more about not fucking up your development, I guess. They put those rules. To not prevent someone fucking up their brain development and other things. I can't understand countries where 21 is the legal drinking age. But I guess they think people need until 21 to be able to responsibly drink, to know their limits and to not overdo it. Before they fully mature. Thankfully, I no longer need to worry about that. In any country I go, I would be in the drinking age, kind of. I would be covering that. Ah shit, I opened the map work. Well, might as well do it. And yeah, the drinking resistance gets worse, if anything, if that's what you were talking about the drinking resistance. I'm pretty sure when I was a teenager, without saying ages, because I might get myself in trouble about talking about my exploits when I was younger, but I could drink much more than now. I can't drink spirit now. I'm okay with drinking beer, wine, and maybe occasional a bit of single malt or something like that. But when I was younger, when I was a teenager, I could drink so much more than now. I'm not proud of it, but I could handle much more. I could handle shitty things like vodka and gin. I can't stand those right now. We have an alcohol called rakia in my country, which is basically homemade from grapes, but it's strong. It's like the moonshine of our country. And yeah, this one is probably one of the few spirits I can drink, but only if it's homemade, not the ones that you can buy from a store. And I can't drink much of it, maybe 50, 25 milliliters, maybe 100. Is what I could drink without it becoming too much for me. With whiskey, like a single malt, good single malt, proper scotch, I could probably drink that too, but still not too much. With wine and beer it's different, but when I was younger I could drink much more than now, so definitely resistance gets worse. Your liver gets worse as you grow up. If that's what you said, gets worse, if anything. And Yup says he bought Torchlight 2 days ago and it has yet to fire, and you're yet to fire it up. Okay, if you're ready to fire it up, I guess any day is good. Any day is good, but if you're patient, you can wait maybe until the next update to see if they're gonna remove the power creep. But it's still fun to play it right now. I still would say people can have a lot of fun in the game, even with this shitty power creep that I'm not a big fan of. Even with that one, kind of making things a little bit boring, even with it, it's pretty decent. And I can agree with Grizzly Adam that Immortal looks like Diablo 3 mobile, whereas Diablo 4 looks like an actual sequel to Diablo 2. It looks like what Diablo 3 should have been, in my opinion. Okay, let's save this. And I need to go to my fort maybe. But the sooner they remove this power creep, the better it is for them. Because if they want people to do the secret alpaca level, they need to remove this power creep. Right now, I don't see a reason to do the secret alpaca level apart from maybe a little bit of fun every now and then. And it's a shame to have a secret alpaca level, something that we've been asking for a long time, and then this power creep system pretty much makes it pointless to run that type of content. Okay, let's see what do we do next. A level, what level is this? I'm not sure what level the monsters will be. I think they're gonna be level 55, which would mean I won't get... Oh no, I just leveled up, okay. But after this map we can probably do the same stage again. So we don't get high level potions, but it's fine, I guess we can just keep going. And with 2 people it's easy. But yeah, the power creep is the one thing right now that makes this game a little bit hard to recommend to people. Apart from the lack of endgame, which is a different story, one of the things that kind of tilts the scales in the opposite direction of recommending the game, that power creep. Before the power creep, I mean, there were still things that I would say wait before those improve, but now with the power creep, there's one more reason to tell people to wait. Unless they're fine with it. That's why when people ask me if the game is worth it, I always try to give them everything I can think of in regards to good, bad, and average things of the game. For example, the chanting system is neither good nor bad, it's average. It's not a fancy, special, overpowered system with a lot of stuff. It's not a bad system either. It's an okay system. It's a system that has a good foundation that can be expanded upon. The Fuzzier, on the other hand, it's okay as a single endgame activity, but that's it. It's a single endgame activity, just one. In a game genre where I think a game needs to launch with at least 2 endgame activities that are completely different. I think Last Epoch has the end game covered in regards to pre-launch. Pre-launch they already have the rifting system, which is the monoliths, and they have the arena, the survival mode. That's 2 completely different experiences of end game. That add a lot of value to the game, for example, to Last Epoch. Okay, arc powered helm. (8:33 p.m.) I'm probably gonna go grab myself a little bit of wine in the meantime, but I can try and open a map for Trainee, or Trainee, if you want, you can run one of your maps and I can join you on those. Unless they're very high level for me. Oh, he left the party. Okay, but yeah, I'm gonna quickly grab myself some wine. First of all, I'm gonna upgrade my weapon though. But yeah, it doesn't take more than a minute to just go pour myself a glass. But first, let's upgrade this weapon. And I might as well take a piece, because I've been holding it for a while. But let's first fix this weapon. He needs to take a 45-minute break. That's okay. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for joining me for a few maps. Definitely much better when you're leveling up and have a teammate to push the first boring stages of the level, the Fuzzier. Oh, and now it's time for an upgrade again. Actually, let's dismantle. I'm saving up some blue powder. Gotta save that blue powder. Actually gonna get rid of these two. Now the question is, do I equip this? Extra damage to entropy and electric damage. And there's one more thing I'm forgetting, which is to check for items. I should have some spare high-level celestial, mid-level, let's say mid-level celestial pieces in my wardrobes. Maybe. Hopefully. Wait, 46, but I'm wearing celestial. 36. 48. And this one is 40. Let's see the 48. It's very bad defense, so probably not worth it. And the other ones over there I think are level 60. Oh, 49. Celestial Mask. Celestial Gauntlets, 53. Equip. Boots, 36. Okay. Still got some upgrades, a little bit, not much. Let's check the stash. Okay, what's here? Oh, this is better, I think. A bit. Losing some defense, but crit chance. I just not think too much about it and only stop for a weapon. That's why I'm checking here, just to try and find a stronger weapon. This one, 47, no. I'm pretty sure I had a level 56, 57 weapon somewhere. That's very good. For leveling. Alright, I've got 2 skill points by the way, let's put them somewhere. This one is, I'm not gonna take this to max level. This is only up to level 6, so I think I'm putting more points into Conjure Electrode for now. I need this maxed out to level 10 to get the casting speed. Okay, so 1 minute break, or let's say 90 seconds break, to go take a piss and get myself keep on leveling. Or maybe let's switch heroes. I'm gonna switch heroes. So what do you wanna see? Realm Master, Forged Sharpshooter, another Dusk Mage. As I said, I don't wanna play the same hero all day. 3 maps on one hero switch. I did more than 3 maps on this one, but that's fine. I've not played those 2 heroes today. I started with this and then played all the other ones. This one would require a lot of gear changing, so I'd rather not play on it. I don't feel like playing Cold Heart, so maybe let's play this one. If you wanna see some of the other heroes that you saw there, do tell. Also if someone needs help for a bit, I can help with one of the level 60s.
Another day, another dungeon.
Plague Bear. Oh, this one hasn't pushed too far. Let's do the Angered Ancestors. Not a fan of it, but at least it's gear lucky, so hope it's worth it. That wine's nice. Ah. Okay. This one is such a fun build to play. I really love this this combustive 2.0 setup. Oh, the snipiness is amazing. Snipe shots all day. Any more Netherrim I've missed? Oh, I've missed some there. Nice. am I doing with the nethering kills? Oh, done. The game just answered me.
You can't cast that spell here.
Okay. Let's see this shield. Is it any better than what I'm wearing? Am I wearing a shield? I think I'm wearing a shield for cooldown. Oh no, I'm wearing a bow. Yeah, because I got this one and I really wanted to kind of try and use it somehow. It's not perfect, but if the power creep didn't exist, it would have been decent. The Goblin Legion levels is the only wasted thing here. If the power creep didn't exist, I would have only had one socket though. But yeah, if they give us a system to reroll the affixes, it would be pretty amazing. Now those are amazing shoulders. The problem is I need to have 3 pieces musketeer for now. 5,000, 2,000 and 7. 10,000, 2,000 and this is with chance to swow. This is swow level. Maybe I can put it in the WoW level items. No, it's gonna be in the high level items, but yeah, I'm gonna keep this here.
Well chosen. Nicely
It's a little bit different playing with the bow. It means I'm sacrificing a lot of things to be able to play with the bow. Right now, two-handed is super underpowered compared to one-handed shield or one-handed focus. It's not giving you as much DPS to make it worth it, and yeah, you're losing survivability or extra utility plus damage you can get from a focus. And the number of sockets you're losing, that's another whole another thing. I think that was one of the reasons why they reduced the number of maximum sockets from 3 to 1. Back in the day I remember having triple socketed legendary items dropping with 3 sockets without power creep added. And I was saying how one-handed is so much better than two-handed because the number of sockets you get extra. And then they changed it so that two-handed gives you extra crit damage, crit chance, and that the sockets are only 1 for blue and legendary, so you're not seeing that huge of a disbalance between one-handed and two-handed. Right now, the more sockets you get per item, the harder this gets to balance, which means you either have to give two-handed more sockets or you have to give them more base stats. Then one hand. And they did give them base stats. I mean, two-handed right now has a little bit more base stats and it has crit chance as well built in. But with the number of sockets being the way they are right now with the power creep, the difference is just it's bigger than the extra bonus stats you get from a two-handed. Having extra extra 3 sockets or so that you can swap with whatever you want. So yeah, this power creep broke the game in so many levels that it's funny. It's funny why they gave us this. There we go. Up. Mr. Jackson says he hates maps with little elite and legendary mobs. Oh yeah, even on ridiculous, where you're supposed to get much more champion packs, there are some maps that barely have those, and yeah, they're definitely boring, I guess. Although if you wanna speedrun it, those are probably the best maps to speedrun. If you just wanna complete it as quickly as possible and then move on to the next stage. For example, let's say you're playing on a boosted level 60 hero that got boosted to level 60 in someone else's level 60 maps, and you haven't done your Fazir, and you just want to get from Fazir level 1 to Fazir level 17, so you can start level 16, so you can start fighting level 60 monsters. You just want those maps to end as quickly as possible. Maps without champions would be fair enough. You can just get an aura build for auto damage to anything and just AoEs, just obliterate stuff quickly. I love maps where there's shit tons of champions though. There's like 3-4 champions that I can pull together, 3-4 champion groups, packs that I can pull together, and then I can AoE them. Okay, let's see over here. Let's see over here. There we go. Pierre de Vaden says, Struck, is it true coffee can flush the toxins out of your body? I don't know. It can flush the shit out of your body, don't know about toxins. But I've heard about something about coffee being used as a antitoxin or whatever you call it thing. I've heard people using coffee as face masks, women using coffee as face masks to purge the skin from some impurities or whatever. I'm not sure, I'm not a specialist about cosmetics, but I've heard about that being used in cosmetics as well. So I guess it might have some properties, but it can flush the shit out of your body for sure. here. Another map done. Let's see what boss we get. Little boss, big boss, big boss. Sounds like a big boss name. Zardex the Accursed, yeah, it's a big boss. I mean, not big boss like an act boss, but big in size. Shit, he keeps teleporting whenever I spam my scout bones. Yeah, sharpshooter electrode, sharpshooter with the flaming destroyer. Another pretty fun combo that I've always liked playing. Targeted strikes and explosive arrow. Two very strong abilities from the precision skill tree if you want a precision skill build. And Scout's Bones is just my favorite sharpshooter skill ever. Due to the mechanic. Due to it's not that Scout's Bones it's my favorite. It's Infectious Shooter. When it modifies Scout's Bones, that's my favorite. It's just so fun. Oh, I need potions. Alright, pet. Bye. Fetch, pet, fetch. Fetch me some healing. What hero should I play next? I'm gonna do this boss fight and then I can walk on a different hero. JPMC Guon says, I have Torchlight 3 from a while ago but haven't played. How has it improved? Do you recommend it? Well, when was the last time you played it, or when was the when did you get the game? When did you buy it? Just so I can tell you how much it has improved, because if you tell me August, September, July, October, November, I'm gonna be able to tell you what we've gotten since then. Many months ago. Before the launch, after the launch, did we have sharpshooter in the game? Was the sharpshooter not added yet? Was it Torchlight Frontiers? Was it Torchlight 3? Did you have the relics as a subclass when you played? Or did the relics were the relics a relic weapon or a relic back in the day? Early access. Okay, so early access, that I'm assuming if it was early access, you probably might not have seen the relic changes when the relics change to a subclass that you select on character creation. Or was it later in the early access after they changed it, after the wipe? Okay, so it was right after the wipe, the early access wipe that you started playing. Okay, well, yeah, since then they've improved a lot of things. They've added the end game. If you don't remember the Fazir dungeon, then that's one thing, that's a huge improvement. But also the only end game right now, so there's not much that can be said about it. but at least we have endgame of some sort to do. And they've added a secret alpaca level, so for Diablo fans, they would know the Easter egg that they've put there as a secret alpaca level. If you want, I can show you that. Let's go and show you the secret alpaca level, so you know what I'm talking about. It's easier to show you instead of talk about it. So they've added a lot of changes to items, and they've added items, new items, 2 new item sets, a bunch of actually 2 new armor sets, which one of them is the Ancient Ember set. So that's 6 pieces, 6 new legendary abilities you can implement in your builds. Then they've added the Winterweave set, which I have to show you from here, because I don't have them right now on me. So the Winterweave set, another 6 skills that you can implement in your builds. And there's more Winterweave pieces here, Ancient Ember pieces. I'm gonna scroll slowly. And they've added mini sets, such as the Frost Wall set. See, Frost Wall gives you basically you can get skills from items. There's something called item granted skills. One example would be, for example, the arc powered shoulders now give you imbue. They give you charged up. The same thing they used to give you before, but now you have to put it on your skill bar. And this thing is called Imbue Relic. I get this from the arc powered boots, from the Ancient Ember boots, from this item. So this basically can recharge my relic energy. When I press 4, boom, full relic energy. And this is normally 60-second cooldown, but with this shield I'm using, that's 45. And if I have the set bonus, that would make it to 30 seconds. So that's another mini set of 4 items, and you don't need all 4 items, you need 2. In fact, physically it's impossible to equip 4, because it's a shield, a weapon, offhand, and another weapon. So sword, mace, shield, and focus. And you equip 2 of those, and then you get the bonuses, and each of them gives you different things. So for example, the weapon, the Glacier's Edge, gives you Frost Nova, which is pretty interesting. Then the Liu General gives you a buff, which gets a little stronger with the set. And then there's the North Mace, which gives you another active skill, which also is kind of something interesting. It's like an AoE piercing. So those are new things you probably might not have seen. Let's show you the secret alpaca level. Maybe you're not the only one who might want to see it. And I'd like to do one run of it as well, just to break the monotonous Fazir grind. So you buy you have to do something secret. I've got a video on what you need to do on YouTube to unlock it. But you do a specific sequence of clicking here and there, and then you unlock this NPC, and then for 5 legendary essence you can buy a legendary map that you open, and it takes you to the secret alpaca level, which I will do in a moment. Boom. And you can see they even have bird dishes, and they even have pole arms, like you know in Diablo how they have bird dishes, the cows. So it's a nice Easter egg, and I really appreciate this. I really wish that the items I get here were not useless compared to the items in the Fazir, because I would be running it more often, and I wish they would make it so that you always get a legendary drop. Because basically in order to enter this dungeon you need to pay 5 legendaries worth of the essences. You get 1 essence per legendary sacrificed. It's only fair if you get at least 1 legendary from the boss. A guaranteed legendary. Because if I'm paying 5 legendaries and I'm getting 0, then it's a big sink. If I'm paying 5 and I'm getting 1, then it's not a big sink. Then it's nice. Then it's definitely something like a gamble. You pay 5 legendary essences and you get 1. Which one you get, it's random, but at least let's rush the boss. Okay, I can rush the boss. Yo, pack a queen. Ah shit, she's a little buggy. If she goes a little bit out of range, she respawns. It's a new thing that they've added with the Wasp patch, so it needs some more feedback from us. We need to provide them with feedback so they can improve this. In general, I've noticed this boss drops a lot of wife bound scrolls, and in general this level drops a lot of wife bound scrolls. The boss didn't give me much, as you can see, pretty disappointing. The chest gave me some more rewards as well. But I like the layout of the map. It's a big open map. I can run from one end to the other if I want to. There is like a treasure chest that dropped after killing the boss. It's like a quest chest. The standard quest chests that you get after completing a map quest. But it gave me shit, it gave me junk. There aren't those big treasure chests that you get from other maps. So not your typical treasure chest, just the quest chest. But yeah, this map needs some improvements, so any feedback you have for the developers, you could send it over at Note. Oh, shit. So just a moment. So at Note here you can send any feedback regarding anything related to the game. And sooner or later they would see it and they would read it. Of course there's a lot of things out there, so it might take them a while to check everything, but eventually every ticket gets checked and either replied, addressed, made as something in their Jira, or archived if it has been already addressed. I've had some of my tickets, months old tickets, eventually getting addressed 1 or 2 months after the things have already been implemented or fixed. So it takes them a while because Bean is the only community manager, and I think she's the only person who sorts out things like that. But they're a small team, so at least it's nice that they have made something like Note. Every game needs something like this. I think Note is such a great system for indie dev studios. It lets you see what your community cares about. It lets the community upvote and downvote ideas, so they can figure out what the majority is looking for, what the majority needs. Obviously sometimes you shouldn't just trust the majority. For example, things like fishing, I think shouldn't be a high priority until we get more actual content, more things to do, and more activities, more things to do after finishing the story that give us reasonably good items and sufficient and there's sufficient challenge to it and risk reward kinda. So before they even consider fishing, I hope they they add more endgame activities, even though fishing is the most requested thing, which kind of it's beyond my my imagination how fishing would be the most requested feature in a game that needs so much more endgame activities. People would rather do a fishing mini game than play more endgame activities. I'm not sure why that's the case, but yeah.
Here, can I offer you a drink?
I mean, if someone wants to fish, there's plenty of games, fishing simulators out there. Even on your mobile phone, you can probably download 20-30 different fishing games if you want to just play a fishing mini game. So yeah, in Torchlight 3, in Torchlight 2, it wasn't fishing that was fun, it was the fish that you get, that you feed your pet, and transforming the pet into a fish. So if they ever do a fishing system, I hope they do it properly. But right now the pet system is different, so that whole pet fish system from Torchlight 2 cannot make a comeback in that same way, because it's gonna be overpowered, getting certain things like those that make your pet pretty much so a full map without you ever doing anything. You can just chill and watch your pet obliterate the whole map bit by bit. Obviously something like this would be overpowered and kind of trivialize all of the things. But yeah, if they really want to add fishing, when they give us enough endgame and quality of life, I wouldn't mind, I would welcome it. But right now I don't think that should be priority. So on note, if you look at the most voted, let me go and check myself what's the most voted right now. If I get most voted, the fishing mechanic, 359 upvotes, 63 downvotes. It's actually the most downvoted as well. Please add a reset instance feature. Second most upvoted, not the second most downvoted. I've seen many others that are more downvoted. And third most voted, please let us rotate character model when making new characters. So the reset instance and rotate character is feedback under review. So you can even know that they're already thinking about this. More enemy diversity, they actually know about this and they've mentioned that they would constantly be adding new enemies, and they've already addressed it in one way or another. Don't spend my first skill point. I really like this feedback and I've upvoted it long ago. Single player should have pause functionality. Yeah, another feature I think is a must-have for single player. I think even online single player should have pause functionality, even if you're playing on the server online. If you're playing solo, there should be pause functionality. But yeah, there's a lot of things that have been upvoted, downvoted, etc. But it's a good system for indie devs to use. I hope games like Chaos Bane implement things like those, so they can see what the community is looking for in regards to new content and to quality of life improvements and things like that. Yeah, I agree. Minigames in a game are good if you have enough content to keep you playing. Minigames, if you want to do something just to break yourself away from the grind, to take a break and take some sort of a mini game, it's not bad. I like games that do something like this. But again, there's always time for everything, and right now it's not the time for them to add mini games. It's much better if they add actual content, that you can replayable content, that results in you winning items, that's challenging, that's something you have seen in other games, such as survival modes, payload modes, things like those. We already have the rifting system, the Fazir, so we need something that's a 180 from the rifting, or at least 90-degree change from the rifting. But the 180 would be the ideal choice. so that when you do Fuzzier and the other new thing, you would know they're completely different and you would feel that you're doing different things. But yeah, I've played some very interesting online games with very interesting mini games, such as a competition where you have to dodge certain things and the last man standing wins, or such as races, obstacle courses, where you have to jump through things and dodge lasers that rotate and things like that. Those are nice and all, but again, things like those are just a little bit of extra fun to have when you have other important things implemented in the game. Pet racing. Wouldn't pet racing be nice? As a mini game, to have some sort of pet races. It almost got me. Let there be poison, we said. And the scout's bones were spread. Look at all the poison balls. I love reload tier 3 with scout's bones, tier 3 and the infectious shooter. It's the best thing ever in the game on this class. I don't think there's a better, more eye candy thing to see. Look at all the poison now. Look at that. It's everywhere. Yeah, this build, eventually it will be making an appearance on my channel and my website. I just want to do some Disc Mage stuff first. Let's build some Disc Mage Electrode stuff. I've got 5 Disc Mage Electrode builds planned. I'm gonna do 1 or 2. Probably I'm gonna do 2 of them. Back to back, then do a different build. From one of the other heroes I've got leveled up. Then another build from the other heroes I've got leveled up, and then probably level up a new hero, and then eventually return to the Disc Mage Electrode for another 2 builds. We'll see. But yeah, I've got a Disc Mage Electrode melee build planned, Disc Mage Electrode Absolver Zealot 2.0, Disc Mage Electrode Summoner build, Proc Monster Summoner, Disc Mage Electrode Mayhem build with Chaotic Strikes and Tag of Mayhem, Disc Mage Electrode what should I call it, Aura build, where I'm using Vocalized Storm only. Although I'm probably gonna do that with the melee version, but I'm gonna make a non-melee version as well. And the melee version would be all about proccing, not about fighting, but still with the melee, kind of like my melee adventurer sharpshooter. But yeah, there's so many ways to make the Disc Mage Electrode shine. And I'll be sure to eventually explore all those now that I've got one leveled up. I mean, still not leveled up, I'm gonna go back to it in a moment. and get another few levels under the hood. But yeah, one of the most versatile combinations in the game, Disc Mage Electrode. So many ways to build one. So the next two builds for now that I'm planning to make are the two Dusk Mage builds. One of them would be my reworked Absolver Zealot, where I'm stacking casting speed with Conjure Electrode and what's its name, 1000 volt burst. But with a twist, I'm gonna be using extra casting speed from the Liu Genero now. So I'm gonna be stacking 100% casting speed instead of 75. Cause yeah, new items, new possibilities, and if I think 100% casting speed is overkill and it fucks up my mana and I can't keep up, then I'm gonna try maybe removing Conjure Electrode. Because Conjure Electrode I was only using for the casting speed, and investing 10 points into a skill just to get extra 25% casting speed every few seconds for a few seconds, I don't know, seems like kind of not worth the investment. If tier 1 Conjure Electrode got both the casting and attack speed, and then tier 3 Conjure Electrode had something else, which I think needs to be done as a change, is the weakest thing of Electrode, Conjure Electrode. It's the skill I almost never use in my builds. I don't think there's many people who use it in their builds. Maybe attack speed builds with basic attacks with tier 1 Conjure Electrode, but again, you have 60% cap on attack speed, and you can get that 60% pretty easily with affixes or with the Frenzy Blade. So you don't need it. Okay, I'm gonna do 1-2 more maps on Aurora, and then I'm gonna change to maybe Forged, or maybe to another Sharpshooter, or maybe to the Realm Master and the Drain Master, and the Drain Slammer, the Dreamer. By the way, this reindeer looks nice. I'm gonna remove this and let's have a closer inspection. It looks pretty lean. I think this deer would be very delicious. Look at the muscles on this guy. He doesn't have much fat on him, it seems. So that's gonna be some delicious meat right there. Perfect with my with the red wine from my uncle. Would be a very good combo. Oh shit! Accidentally full screened. F11 is full screen? I didn't know F11 makes full screen mode. Just checking if it's how it was. Okay.
Oh yes, potions. I've got those. Oh,
Okay, let's go.
see you soon.
This one's still on the leveling side of things. I can probably do some map works to catch up with the levels of my Fazier. And Mr. Jackson is saying that a quest is glitched, the Gone Fishing. I'm not sure which one this one is. I'm pretty sure I didn't have a problem with any of the quests, and I leveled this hero in the past few days, and I didn't have a quest bug. Is Gone Fishing something in the Fazier? And Nochny said, hey, too bad there are only 3 acts in the game. A bit not much. There could be at least 5 acts. This would be in line with the price of the game on release. Maybe they will add later. I hope they don't add too many acts to the story and maybe add optional post-story story. So that you don't need to finish 5 acts before starting the end game, but you finish Act 3, you can start the end game, or you can continue with DLC acts that are not required to start the Fazir. I would love to see Act 4, Act 5, but the sooner I reach the Fazir, the better. The sooner I reach the end game on outs, the better. Because I make a lot of heroes, and if I have to complete 5 acts before I can even do end game activities, it's gonna be boring. But see, if you have Act 4 that takes you from level 46 to level 60, it would be pretty nice. You can just level up with the story, but then Act 5 might be a little bit of a kind of level 60 plus act, level 60 plus content. So with DLC, we could probably see new acts, I think, for it. They are contracted for another 2 expansions. 2 expansions, the way I see it, expansions include new acts. So hopefully they would make another 2 acts with those 2 new expansions as per their contract with Perfect World. And welcome Data Quest. Interesting puppy there. Interesting puppy emote. Mr. Jackson says it's a map. Is it what are you having difficulties finding? Is it the bait, or is it the monster, the little guy, the little goblin that you can't find? Because yeah, I've had some problems with this quest, and one time I would be at the end of the map and the enemy wouldn't be there. At least I wouldn't see it on my map. And then I would go back to the very beginning of the map, and then the enemy would suddenly show up at the very end of the map where I was like 5 minutes ago or 2 minutes ago. And then I would be, fuck it, I'm not gonna go back to the end of the map from the start after I've gone back all the way. But yeah, suddenly, and the bait, is the bait glitched where you can't find it? Or is the bait glitched there where it didn't spawn? Or you can't woot it? Or did it spawn outside of an obstacle? Yeah, it's nice. It's nice what Nochny suggested, being able to play the acts eventually after that. But I think if they make Act 1 and 3 the main story, the core story, and then have the other acts added as DLC content, that's kind of like additional story, side story, and that's not part of the main story, just something that that you can run afterwards. If you want to level up through acts, something that scales with your level. So, for example, if I started at level 60, the monsters at the beginning of Act 4 would be level 60. If I started at level 44 or 46, that the monsters would be level 46. At minimum, the minimum level should be probably 46 of those acts. Maybe something like that. Mr. Jackson said that the bait didn't spawn. Did you get baited? You got baited into this map. Very baiting experience. This casting speed OP, right? I love that casting speed of the Electrode. It's just something amazing about casting speed and mages for me in games. I've always liked stacking casting speed in games when I can. But yeah, with this graph that I've added today, I'm seeing how the FPS kind of dips. How the FPS kind of dips sometimes, but that's Electrode. Electrode and FPS dips are something that has been a problem for quite some time. But it still doesn't dip under 60 FPS for me. But I can see how console would have a very hard time with this relic. The old consoles, not the new generation, but the old ones. Many people are saying it's pretty much unplayable to use this relic on the old console. No, I kind of see how it would be if I'm not. I normally play in VSync 60 FPS because my monitor supports 60 FPS. It's 60 Hz. And some people are saying that my monitor can go 75 Hz if you overclock it. But yeah, I'm not gonna overclock my monitor. Fuck that thing. I'd rather not break my monitor for just a measly 15 FPS extra. Duck Gaming has 5, PS4 or Xbox. I'm playing on PC, but people are telling me that the old PS4 and the old Xbox generations are having problems when playing this subclass, the Electrode. Because there's a lot of things that are just breaking the performance. A lot of lightning strikes, a lot of shock bolts, things like that. In general, a lot of things that need to be calculated and processed by the server, I guess. Not sure if it works the same way in offline, whether it's just online problem. Most likely it's not just online. Most likely in offline it's gonna be still a little problematic to play with that. What's happening here? Ooh, that's not bad. Let's get rid of what we don't need in the right way. Oh, there's one of those. Boom. Okay, I did a Mapworks map. Maybe it's time to do another Mapworks map and then another Fazier. Just want to get level 53 before doing another Fazier map. Mapworks maps are decent for the final few levels of leveling when you reach your limit in the Fazier. I'm gonna get a French fry and munch on it. So I'm gonna not talk for like a few seconds. Okay, great. That's an interesting type of French fry. It's good even when it's cold. What's over here? The bombs have started being more often. It feels more like the 31st of December. 9:38. There's still time until New Year's Eve here. Until New Year's morning, more like. But yeah, we've got some time left. 9:38. Normally I stream until 10:30, but maybe tonight people in my house won't be going to bed as early. So maybe I can stream until midnight, until the new year arrives. This map is definitely one map that most likely won't be able to be completed due to insufficient monsters. I don't think they should be adding Hero's Rest, which is this map layout, to Mapworks when you have a quest to kill undead. Because obviously there aren't enough undead. Even if I explore the little bits of the map that I haven't explored yet, I don't think there's gonna be that many new undead spawned. Hopefully the map proves me wrong. Let's see, we are at 60, let's say 70% undead killed. Am I gonna make it spawn some here? Made it spawn another couple of zombies. What about this side? I think I can get it to spawn another 10-15 enemies. Okay, 80%. Hopefully I can get it to 100. Come on, give me a solid 100% completion of the quest. 88. Okay, I think I'm gonna get it. Considering the gargoyles and those few skeletons I'm seeing, we should be able to get this completed. Yes. Even had like 3-4 skeletons to spare. Bursted. I gotta love casting speed. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna do a Fazier map and then switch heroes. What hero would you like to see next? Blood-Drinker Forged, Blood-Drinker Realmaster, Sharpshooter with the Electrode. What else did I have? I just played the Sharpshooter Flaming Destroyer, so that's out of the question. There's a mage with the Flaming Destroyer that I've got. There's a Cold Heart Mage, and then there's a Bane Realmaster, but the Bane Realmaster would require a lot of gear transferring. The Cold Heart Mage would require some gear transferring, but not as much. Ah! No! This one was the worst thing that could happen. Did you see what happened? The stupid poison ball suddenly appeared right next to me. Even though I was kind of avoiding it, dodging it. Did it wag out or did I just not see the ball until it was right next to me? Well, now I have no weapon. Now I have to go to the town, to the gambler, to buy a weapon. And now I won't be changing until I do a few more Fazier maps. I was gonna change my hero after this map, but now I have to do 3 more maps. Actually 4 more maps. This is one of the things I just don't like about this Fazier dungeon. It feels like taking 2 of the stinks, if I knew how it felt, that's probably how it would feel. Dying in the Fazier dungeon. You're losing your progress and you can't return into the map. So there's double the punishment. Not only can you not return in the map, but you're losing a few maps worth the progress. Up to 4 maps worth the progress, and I don't like losing progress. I don't think you should punish people by losing progress, all types of progress, XP or items or whatever. I just don't like losing my progress, my time spent when I die. I never liked this. Ever since the first time they showed me this, that I lose that much progress, I never liked it. And I never will, and that's why I hope they add something different than the Fazier, because I just don't like doing this boring mechanic of an end game. The Fazier. See, now I have to do. I have to go back to stage 11, to stage 8 from stage 11.
I mean, what could go wrong?
Yeah. And now I've got stupid choices. Either of those. See, 2 times Angered Ancestors and 1 time Anchored. I mean, obviously I'm gonna select this one, but yeah, if taking 2 up the stink was an endgame activity, it would be called Fazier's Dungeon Challenge. Or Path of Exile, or Death in Path of Exile. Both in this game and in Path of Exile, they have this ridiculously stupid double punishment when you die. Losing multiple types of progress. But this game is worse than Path of Exile in regards to dying. Because in Path of Exile, if I die, yeah, I lose progress by losing XP, but at least I have 5 more portals left that would let me return into the map. Into the same map. In this game you can't. That's it, it's over. And not only is it over, but you actually go back a few maps, which is kind of the part I don't like, going back a few maps. I'm fine with losing this map and going back to the beginning of this map and having to redo it from the start. But it's a bit too much. This game doesn't know whether it wants to be game for casual people or for the hardcore try-hard people. Because it doesn't look like a game designed for hardcore try-hards, but the mechanics, some of the mechanics really don't fit the visuals of the game. It really just there's some sort of desync when I look at the game and when I see how it feels dying in it. It just feels like a super detached kind of feeling, super desynchronized. Like this much punishment would feel in a game like Path of Exile or Diablo 2 or Grim Dawn. It just doesn't fit well in the Torchlight universe. To me, at least. And I'm always gonna QQ about this until it changes. Until it gets changed. It's never gonna get changed, so I'm always gonna be QQing about this stupid double punishment. Until they add new endgame, and then I never do Fuzzier ever again in my life. Once they add something that can replace it as a source of items. I was hoping the Secret Alpaca level would do this, but no, it doesn't. Come on, come on. Okay, I don't see a reason why we need to be punished twice for dying. Isn't that a punishment enough? You died. That's more of a punishment, more of enough of a punishment for me. And then on top of that, you have to restart the map, and not just that map, but 4 maps ago. You have to restart the map you were doing an hour ago. Definitely better than losing XP in a game where XP is very hard to get, which is the case with Path of Exile. I would still take this double punishment than Path of Exile's double punishment. But again, as I said, in Path of Exile, at least you have kind of a you can get consoled by at least not losing all the portals if you die once. So at least you have a chance to finish the map, even though you lost hours worth of XP grinding. You can at least at least you finish the map and get the wood that you died for. Although I would still prefer this punishment over losing hours worth of XP grind. Come on, come on. Okay, did we do the quest? Oh, 9 more left to pick up. What's been happening with the drops of the quest items? Two more. Okay, let's not use dark skills. I wanna save my dark skill using for the boss. One use of dark spears or entropy, and then it's gonna ruin my harmonic form savings. Okay, boss time.
That spell cannot be cast.
Okay, we got this one quickly.
That spell can't be cast.
Let's see this one. Voting. Did it get stuck or what? Okay, let's see. Sorry, had to mute myself for a moment to talk. So yeah. That's a new mace. Can I make it stronger than my current? I think I can. Let's get some flat damage. Well, maybe next time. Let's do one more map. Hopefully, it's a quick one. Oh, Gauntlet. This is nice. I love Gauntlet maps to level up on. Sky just woke up. Sky woke up and said, "Oh, meow," but it wasn't meow. It was more like a prr. No, when I kind of started to pet him, he did that. That's his regular response signal. The standby signal. And it's a goblin gauntlet, not just a gauntlet map, but a gauntlet map with goblins. That's gonna be good XP in this map. But yeah, after this map I'm gonna switch to, let's say, either the Electrode Disc Mage, the flaming, either the Flaming Destroyer Disc Mage, the Electrode Sharpshooter, or maybe the Realm Master. The Drain Realm Master, or the Forged. If you want to see Forged, I'm letting you decide what you want to see me play next from my heroes on this account. I've got one of each class, but not one of each subclass for each class. I've only got like 8 heroes on this account from the 20 combinations, so I'm missing 12 of the possible combinations on this server. Okay. Here we go. Oh, they've already respawned there. Can go back then. Look at the density, it's so nice. You shoot an absorber and then so many little gobbles get one shot. It's amazing. Let's see. Oh, there's some more spawned here. Nice. my pet got startled by my brother throwing a little, you know, those little bombs. It's not actually an actual bomb, but it's like a bunch of gunpowder in a bag with a stone to ignite it. That makes a little crackling noise when you throw it on the ground. It's like the size of a pea. And this thing, and my pet got startled. I can make a louder bang by exploding the big bubble wrap. I've got in my wardrobe some big bubble wrap. The one where the bubble is as big as your hand. And if I just slap on this and make it explode, that would make a bigger bang than those mini crackers or whatever it's called. The ones that you don't light up. You just throw it on the ground and it explodes without you needing to light it up. But yeah, Sky woke up and now it's shower time for Sky, meaning licky lick. How am I doing? Close to 54, 800 XP more. I'm not even finished clearing all the enemies in this place and they've already started respawning some on the outskirts. If you're wondering why there's no wood dropping, it's that type of map. It has respawning enemies but no wood. So it's a map for leveling up, not for farming. Probably the best map you can get for leveling up, to be honest. Okay. Come on, come on. Well, should I? Let's level up and then leave them up. A bit more, a few more enemies. Because there's such good level up speed in this map. Rather clear a bit more. And look at how many of them are grouped up. Yeah, I've missed some enemies over here. I'd rather get all the first spawns as well. Alright, leveled up. We can leave them up in a moment. Over here. And over here. Okay, there. Should I go down now? There's the final parts I haven't explored in the middle. Not sure I should go there though. I can probably just go straight for the portal. Maybe grab a little bit of that unexplored zone on the way, just to get those first spawns where they're all bunched up. Let's see who the boss is. Probably the shaman guy. Oh no, it's Dog Jockey. It's the Dog Jockey. Okay. Let's see what's here from the wood we got. I think I got pretty much junk, but you never know. Sometimes there's those good blue items while leveling up that can last you a few more levels before you get something better. Once we reach 57, level 60 gear comes into play. This one is definitely a better one to equip. So yeah, let's do this 3.9k. So 3.9k, not bad. 3.9k is pretty solid. Okay, I'm gonna switch heroes now. If I remove this point and this point, this becomes level 8. 2 more levels and it could be level 10. I mean, I can always remove points from here or here and max this one out and then switch to the typical setup. How many levels more do I get? 6 levels. If I put 4 here and then I'm left with 2 and then I take this and this, that's 4 more points. 4 more points that can either go into Energizer or go into Holy Fury for crit chance for white skills. Right now, yeah, maybe that won't be a bad choice later. All right, let's switch heroes now. Which one? Dusk Mage Cold Heart, Dusk Mage Flaming Destroyer, Bane Realm Master, which I'd rather not go on because I need to do a lot of gear transferring, Forged Blood Drinker, Realm Master, Blood Drinker, Sharpshooter, Electrode, and not this one because I played it a little bit ago. So maybe one of those two, those 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe this one, because I don't have to transfer much. Actually, I still have to transfer items. I need to transfer items from this one. So, might as well play this guy and then transfer the shield after a few maps and then take that shield with the other hero and play on that other hero. Oh, wow. This one needs to sort his inventory. Terry the Tank's back. Welcome back, Terry. Not much is up, just casually changing between heroes, playing a bit on one, playing a bit on the other. And drinking some homemade wine. This one is pretty much a very shitty item. You can't use mortar and flamethrower car at the same time. So off this one goes into the pile of junk. Let's look for something without a helmet. This one doesn't seem to have a helmet. And this one also doesn't seem to have a helmet or shoulders. Okay. Let's go farm now. 1 or 2 maps. I'm not gonna do too many maps on this one. Oh, and definitely not shifting shackles. I'd rather do something more fun. Huh. Okay, not that. Not that one. Winner. Getting the gear work. J6 says, I love Sharpshooter. Is it okay for the first pack? What do you recommend for your first pack? I would say Electrode Sharpshooter, Flaming Destroyer Sharpshooter if you like Sharpshooter. Don't go anything other than Electrode or Flaming Destroyer for your first hero. Unless you're doing a Realm Master Bane, then that's okay as well. So Dusk Mage or Sharpshooter are some of the heroes I would recommend for a first playthrough. Sharpshooter is the closest to a typical hero from other games. Dusk Mage has some sort of a weird mechanic, which not everyone likes. Forged has an interesting mechanic that not everyone would like. Realmaster has a train, but you don't have to use it. You can make a build like this one when you're not using the stupid train. I really don't like the train. It feels wrong in many levels. It just, I don't know. I've been waiting for them to make the train enjoyable, but I'm still to see that happen in the game. It's definitely better than before, but there's still a long way from making it something that feels right as an experience. So yeah, Sharpshooter is the closest to a standard typical class without some boring gimmick that you need to manage all the time. So the class mechanic of the Sharpshooter is, let's say, the least boring one. Actually, it's the most boring one, but it's the least demanding one. And that's why it's probably the most boring, because it's the least demanding. It doesn't require you to do much. It tells you, yeah, if you use an adventurer skill, your next 3 sharpshooter skills are going to be extra buffed. To either do poison, or do extra crit, or do this, or do that, or fear. So basically, yeah, it's something I just don't rely on. I completely ignore the sharpshooter mechanic because it's boring. But at least it doesn't demand a lot of me, and at least if I ignore it, I'm not losing too much. The only thing I like is the extra crit chance after using Ghost Visage, but this doesn't go over the cap, which is 40%. So if you have enough crit chance, you might as well ignore it. Or if you're not using precision skills, you might as well ignore it. But it's a good class. It's a good class, and I love sharpshooters. And I love that I don't have to think too much when playing one. It's one you can just pick it up and play it as a typical standard no gimmick class, ignoring the whole adventurer bonus thing. The adventurer bonus thing is the most underwhelming thing from all the class related mechanics. But the class is strong enough without it. So thankfully, yeah, it may not be very strong, but the class itself is strong, which makes up for the weakness in the adventurer bonus system. And the adventure bonus system would be amazing if they make it so they don't replace each other. If I have a few charges of extra stun, and then I use Shasta and get chance to fear, I don't think one should replace the other. I think you should stack it. If you have one stack left of Goose and 2 stacks left of Scout's Bones, and then you use Shasta, your next hit should do the one remaining Goose, one of the 2 remaining Scout's Bones, and one of the 3 Shastas. You should be able to stack adventurer bonuses. If they do this one change, they would make Sharpshooter amazing in regards to class mechanic. That little change, this is all it needs to be amazing, and something that's not boring. To be able to stack the remaining adventurer bonus charges, not replace them. So it's not that difficult, it's just a little minor tweak to rebalance it, to make it more fun. Yeah, I'm not gonna keep this. But yeah, Sharpshooter Electrode, Sharpshooter Flaming Destroyer is what I would suggest to people who are new to the game and want something more typical, more with in line with what they're used to seeing in other games from archer / marksman heroes. What's here? Over here. Okay, what's over here? Corked, cranked. Okay, let's go down to Stormbringer again. Gearwalkie Siege. Is there another Gearwalkie that's not Siege? Just Checking Quas 3 maps. Okay, Girwaki Siege, that's the winner. You're asking, I'm on the fence between the two. 10% on passive in lightning seems little. Yeah, it's not that little, it procs very often. Believe me, if you have chance to shock, all you need is chance to shock. The 10% chance might seem like a little one, but if you consider, I'm gonna show you. Just let's show you. Let's not complete this map. I'm gonna go on Electrode Sharpshooter. So you can see what I'm talking about. Let's check this. Terry is asking what's my favorite class. I don't have a favorite class, I have a favorite subclass, and that's the Electrode. I just love the Electrode as a subclass. Any hero with the Electrode gets a lot of possibilities. And you can make nice summoner builds, you can make nice damage, direct damage build. So look at this thing, Scout's Bones. Do you see the lightning, how often it's proccing with just one cast? Yeah, chance to shock on gear is very helpful. I have 47.1 chance to shock in my item. It's not an amazing item, but it has chance to shock. I think chance to shock would trump a flat damage. As long as you have the rest of the affixes flat damage and you squeeze in one extra chance to shock, I think you're gonna see better results, better DPS. On paper your DPS here would be lower, but in theory you would be getting, in reality you would be getting much more damage thanks to the procs. So what you need, Scout's Bones tier 3. Another thing you need is the infectious shooter pistol, and then reload tier 3. So you do this and this and this 3 times, and this gives you a lot of procs. On top of that, of course, obviously Shasta tier 2 makes it can taunt enemies, and it makes taunted enemies take 50% more damage. And then this one makes the enemies vulnerable and gives you cooldown reduction. Well, is it easy to farm all this gear? I can't say it's easy to farm anything because it's random. But while leveling certain sharpshooters, I've gotten a lot of infectious shooters. See, I've got a level 60, a level 22, a level 6. I had another level 6 infectious shooter. So infectious shooter used to be something that drops a lot. Whether it still drops a lot, I don't know. I haven't leveled up a sharpshooter recently. I think infectious shooter is one of the items that you actually get a lot more often than you would want. See, level 5 infectious shooter. So those low level ones I've gotten while leveling up. And there's another Lil Drake this time though. But yeah, the infectious shooter you should be able to get easily, and that's super important. Obviously you would want musketeer items, you would want to get those musketeer items. Things like ancient ember boots, a pretty good addition. And yeah, with the infectious shooter you make this shoot those extra projectiles, and with reload you make the cooldown go back to 0. So you can cast it once, reload, cast it once, reload a second time if you have tier 3, reload, and then cast it a third time. So 1, 2, 3. So that's a lot of procs. And on top of that, if you add something like Localized Storm, which by itself has its own procs. See, it hits nearby enemies. The problem is it doesn't count the dummies as enemies. So Localized Storm is not gonna hit the enemies. but Woko Eye Storm will be hitting enemies, and if you use something like Imbue Relic, let's just show you in action. Let's just show you something easier though, something that's gonna be quicker to complete. The first skills you level up would be, well, okay, just a moment. So first things first, let's open my browser. Let's open my browser. Where did it go? Here. I also am gonna give you links. I gave someone links in Discord in private chat yesterday. So with 27 points, which means at around level 23, with 27 points around level 23, you're looking at something like this. But the very first skills you level up, I will show you. Make sure to copy paste the link if it's not considering the whole link as a link. Let's go sharpshooter electrode. So you're probably gonna have 1 point here at level 1. At level 2 you might go Goblin Legion or Scout's Bones or even Woko Eye Storm. I'm gonna go Woko Eye Storm if I were to do it. Then at level 3, 4, 5 I wait. Which means at level 5 I have 4 points. 1 here, 3 here. Then I would remove this one as soon as I can and put this one elsewhere, such as, for example, maybe I could put it in Chaotic Strikes. I love leveling up with Chaotic Strikes, but you have to pick Woko Eye Storm or Chaotic Strikes. Maybe you can just wait for that point and put it into... Maybe put it into Targeted Strikes. Then at level 6 put it into Targeted Strikes. Then 7, 8, 9. Then I'd wait at level 9. So at level 10 you would put 1 point here, 1 point here, because you get 2 points at 10. Then you're probably looking at something like, for now you don't need Chance to Shock. Chance to Shock would come later. If you get it from weapons, it's nice. Then I would go 1, that's level 11, 12, 13, 14. And then maybe at level 15 you put 1 point here, and then maybe start investing into this one. And then now I would wait. I would save my points so that I have the level 16, 17, 18, 19, which is 4 points, and the 2 points from 20, which is 6 points, to go over here. So at level 20 you want those 6 points here. If you have Respectacles, then you can just put them elsewhere and then remove them and put them into Royal Shasta. This is a big game changer for you. It means you get a pet that can taunt enemies, and that makes the taunted enemies take 50% extra damage. And at 21 you might want to put a point here as well. If you want, it's optional, you don't need to use it. In fact, I wouldn't. Then let's say at 21 the way I would do it is I would go 21, 22, 23, 24, 20, 25, 26. I wouldn't put points into Scout's Bones until I get Infectious Shooter. If you have Infectious Shooter early in the game, then at this point, instead of putting the points here, I had it like that, I would probably start putting points into Scout's Bones. But let's say you don't have it, then you put the points here and maybe you start putting points here so you get some sort of Chance to Shock. If you have Chance to Shock on your weapon, you don't need to put points here yet. You can probably get this one to level 8. You also need to get this to level 8, to level 10 actually, unless you have extra 2 skill points. So let's say you don't have extra 2 skill points, you're gonna be looking at a setup like this. So let me show you some skill point allocations. I showed you at level 23 what your skill points could look like. I have another setup I sent someone the other day with 46 points, which I don't know what level it is. It's level 40 or 39 or whatever with 46 points. So I'm gonna copy paste it for you in the chat. And then at the end, my suggested skill point allocation that I sent this person yesterday is with 70 skill points. What I think I would do would be oops, wrong link, shit. Okay, copy, and that's at level 70. Not at 70 skill points. Again, on Twitch, it's ending the link early. After the semicolon, so you might want to just copy paste the whole thing instead of clicking on it. But yeah, hopefully this really helps you kind of have some sort of 3 points, beginning, middle, end, to strive towards. Obviously the ones where I'm using level 10 of a certain skill instead of 8 plus 2 means I don't have extra skill levels, like 2 precision skill levels, or 2 adventurer skill levels. For the final, for the level 70, I'm thinking about those extra in the mix. Right, let's do one map and then switch to something else. This is a melee. This is a different build. This is not the build I gave you. This is a little bit more niche, a niche build where I'm using the melee proc. So it's not for everyone to use this niche setup, but I love it. I love the melee sharpshooter. The second link doesn't work. The one where it says oh, the 46 points. The second link is showing you the 27. Wait. The second link with 46 points. Okay, the second link is this one. This should work. Sorry, it didn't copy paste it. I pasted the first link as the second. Just realized that the copy didn't work. The paste did. And with Imbue Relic, I'm keeping my my Walkaway Storm kind of 100% uptime, especially if I have the shield for cooldown, and if I have the mace as well and the sword. I don't have the mace and sword, just the shield from that set. You've got it all now. Well, enjoy it. I'm always happy to do those things for my community if they want some help with certain builds, because things change. Some of my builds are a little bit outdated and I would do things slightly differently, maintaining the whole core of the build but slightly changing some of the passive things I'm using, some of the procs. So yeah, in general the build is the same. It does the exact same thing as the old version, but a little bit updated. So I think I gave you is like an updated version of the electrified build that I have on my website. It's how I would do the electrified build now. Obviously in the electrified build right now I would use tier 3 Revolt, tier 3 Scout's Bones, and I would use Imbue Relic, and I would use the Frostwoe and ideally the North Mace. A good road North Mace, so I can have this on 20 something second cooldown, on 30-second cooldown, so I can keep Walkaway Storm 100% uptime. for extra goodness. And yes, I do have Discord. I've got a Discord server, in fact. Discord server. Just a moment. Discord. You can either join my server or you can add me. If you want to add me, let me know. I'm gonna copy paste my name, my Discord name. Just a moment. Copy paste. Whichever you prefer. On my server, you can see a bunch of things I post about videos when I make content for games, and you can maybe. We're not that active. But at least I try to post stuff myself. I know not everyone is active in Discord, and people are just there to get the info from me when I'm online and when I post my videos. But yeah, I'm always happy to have conversations there when I'm not streaming, when I'm not editing. I always try to reply. If I'm taking a while to reply, I'm either sleeping or I'm AFK or I'm streaming. When I'm streaming, I don't reply to messages. Sometimes I would reply something like a Steam message or something. But yeah, I tend to focus on the stream while streaming 95% of the time, maybe. Let's see over here. Let's see. What's here? So yeah, today maybe I can stream until later, because everyone's awaiting the new year. So they're not going to sleep early. So I can probably stream until the new year comes and then stop the stream. We'll see. But yeah. This one, you can see it's crazy fun with this setup, with all the shock bolts and everything. But you can also see the performance is dipping in the 60s, 70s. From 120 FPS it's going down to like 60-70 FPS. So I would not suggest Electrode to people on PlayStation 4 or Xbox One. If you're playing PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series SX, then it's not gonna be a problem. But if your console is last generation, just don't pick Electrode, pick Flaming Destroyer. That's my advice right now. For people who want damage builds on old generation consoles, unfortunately Electrode is not gonna be great for you. See, I'm dipping into 60-59 FPS right now with the Electrode. Do not play Electrode on Nintendo Switch. Yeah, that one as well. I totally forgot about the Switch. I'm still not used to it being a thing. But yeah, definitely don't play Electrode on Nintendo Switch as well. If it's waggy on PlayStation 4 and on Xbox One, it's gonna be waggy on the Switch too. You can see I have half my regular FPS with this relic, with this subclass, as a result of all the things proccing and filling the screen. And this build is kind of pushing it to the limits. This build pushes it to the limit. It's stacking so many procs that it's just funny how much things we are proccing. And it can be even better. You can see I can start playing melee and not use Scout's Bone. This is just me playing melee now. Jacek, if I could, I would give you pistols, but there's no trading in the game. I mean, I wouldn't mind trading with you. The problem with trading is people start abusing the system and start being greedy mercantile bastards who want to sell items for real money instead of giving those items to people for free. Trading brings the worst out of people. It brings the greedy people to the front of the game, and they start trying to profit out of pixels. So yeah, if there's open trading, people would start abusing it and selling items for real money. And there's ways to do it in ways to like Diablo 3 trading. Diablo 3 trading was done in an interesting way. Yeah, it's not perfect trading system, but it definitely to a certain extent prevents people from selling items for real money. If they add such a trading system, it won't be bad, but you're still gonna have to play in a team with others to get the item to drop. In Wilson it's the same. People selling trial belts for $300 because there's idiots who are willing to pay $300 for a single item in a game. I mean, as long as there's idiots who are willing to pay money for pixels, there's gonna be people taking advantage of those people and selling. The same goes for Path of Exile. There's tons of people selling exalts and other things online for real money. Items, exalts, etc. every season. Those websites would lose a lot of money if they limit the trading. If they make it an auction house only trading, where it's anonymous and where you can do direct trades. Dude, 300 USD. My YouTube channel doesn't make this much in a month. So yeah, 300 USD. I don't make this much from ads in a month. I used to make like €1,000 a month, which for my country was a decent salary when I was working in a corporate company. For my country, that was a decent salary. So when I quit because I just couldn't stand the job anymore. The corporate world in me, we just don't mix well. But yeah, definitely for my country that was a decent salary. It's kind of double what people could make selling quotes in a shop in the mall, for example, something like that. It was not as much as a developer could make, for example, which in my country is very profitable to work in development. It's very good bucks. But I was working in a software company as a training and documentation team, helping train new employees and make documentation, technical documentation. But it was just it was the worst possible job for me. Someone that hates typing and writing and working with documents. It was terrible. I mean, my education is acting and filmmaking. That's what I graduated university in the UK for. So you can see how a desk job is just the worst possible thing for me to do. And when I quit my job, I had a lot of free time, and I was like, all right, what do I do with this free time? I tried looking for jobs, but jobs that fit me and that I can mentally deal with aren't that many. So I decided, alright, let's do some streaming. Let's try content creation and streaming. And eventually, bit by bit, it kind of started growing. And I saw that there's something out there that I should just keep grinding, and eventually it's gonna start earning me money. And it did since July. I'm a partner in YouTube since July. And at least I can earn profits from my YouTube content since 5 months ago. So it's still a fresh new channel, but yeah, definitely I don't earn as much as some people are willing to pay for items in games yet. But it's weird how people were willing to pay $300 for a trial belt in Wilson. Although the usual price used to be like 50, 60, $100, not 300, but there are cases of people paying 300 for it that I've heard of. Can't confirm it because it was just he said, she said kind of bullshit. By the way, where's this NPC? Is it just me, or did we not get him to spawn? Okay, I think I'm gonna leave this map and change heroes. Your live room. Okay, if the room is locked, I need to give you permissions. The thing is, oh yeah, the live room is only for me, but the live room, I'm not in the live room right now. I'm not. I rarely use Discord when streaming. Sometimes when I'm doing co-op, I would go in Discord, but I've noticed that I have a bad habit. When I go into Discord when streaming, I ignore my stream, and I get kind of distracted, not by the people in my Discord. I myself try to give the people in Discord more attention, and then I don't know, I think my stream suffers when I do it. Sometimes when I play with my friends from my own country, from my neighborhood, it's okay. Because they know it. I'm talking in English, they are talking in Bulgarian between each other, and they know sometimes I would just mute myself in Discord so they don't hear me, and while I'm talking to my stream. But yeah, if it's padlocked, that's what it is. Let me quickly check the permissions in Discord. Normally there's a bot, sometimes the bot is sleeping. And if the bot is sleeping, you can't assign yourself permissions, and I have to do it myself. I just gave someone permissions. That might be you. I think it's you. The same name. You should be able to see all the Discord rooms now. Okay, let's show you. As I said, let's show you the Realm Master quickly. One map on the Realm Master, then I can go on the Fire Dusk Mage. Maybe two maps on the Realm Master. Should I do map works? I can just do map works. They're quicker.
You look pale. Can I offer you a drink?
So you can see there's a lot of different channels I've made where I post videos. I try to make, for different games, I try to make a general talk channel. And a channel where we can post videos, build videos, other things. It's normally me who posts things, but sometimes every now and then I would see other people posting things, like build combos for Torchlight 3 from the website.
Is that all?
And I've got my main channel, my main Struck Media at the top, where it's only my own videos there. For every single game. So when I post a video, I post it in the Struck Media and in the game's videos, like Torchlight 3 videos, Chaosbane videos, Diablo 4, Diablo Immortal videos. I have one channel for Diablo Talk, which is for Diablo Immortal and Diablo 3 and whatever other Diablo, like Diablo 2, modded, unmodded, etc. Someone might be playing. Because I think it's pointless to make a separate channel in such a small Discord server like mine. I don't think there's a reason to make that many channels. In fact, some people might think the channels I've made are a bit too much. The general channel is the way to go for most talks, I think. But yeah, I have this mindset that I treat my channel as a big channel. I try to have all the things that a big channel would have, unless I'm physically impossible to make them. Like for example, on Twitch I can't give you as much emotes as a big Twitch channel could give you, because Twitch doesn't allow me to have as many emotes, or YouTube doesn't allow me as many emotes. But yeah, I try to make as much as I can for my community, as much as I can think of. Maybe it's a better way to say it, because I probably can't do more than I can think of. You started the game. Your daughter is playing Roblox and Minecraft. Yeah, that's what kids play, and that's what kids play. Those games that look appealing to kids. Things like Temtem. Some time ago, 2 days ago, someone was telling me about a game. I told them this game looks something that I wouldn't even tell kids with disabilities to play, and I don't want to be offensive. It's just a game that if I had a kid with disability, I wouldn't want that kid playing that game. The game, I forgot the name. It was something. Let me check my chat walk to see what the game was called. Something. It seemed like a super stupid game that would degrade my mental state instead of help me have fun. I can't remember what the game is called. I'm trying to look it up. The game. Shit, what's the name? I had a chat with one of my community members about that game. Relegend. This is the game. It looks like Temtem, like Animal Crossing or whatever. It has this stupid art style where the head is twice as big as the body. If I had kids, I wouldn't want my kids doing this. Unless they really enjoy it. I mean, sure, if they enjoy it, let them enjoy it. But if I had kids, I would tell them play something normal. Don't play the kiddie games. There's better kiddie games. Minecraft Dungeons, that's perfect. If I had kids, I wouldn't mind doing a Minecraft Dungeons co-op with them. Or Torchlight 1 and 2 co-op with them. Or Torchlight 3 co-op with them. See, Torchlight 3 is something I wouldn't mind playing with my kids when they're a little bit more grown up. Like 10 years and up, teenagers. If they're under teenagers, maybe Roblox is not a bad game for them to play, yeah. Minecraft Dungeons maybe would be a little bit more difficult as well, but yeah, it's not that difficult. I remember when I was little, when Diablo came out, I was barely a teenager when Diablo 1 came out, and I remember it was difficult to get used to it, but once you get used to it, you could play it, not be a meta player. Obviously I would just get my ass kicked all the time. But Roblox looks weird. I wouldn't play Roblox. I tried it once. In my channel, I tried it once. Because there were some kids in my channel. I'm not sure what they were doing in my channel when it's 18 plus. And they were telling me, would you want to test Roblox and try and stream it? And I decided one day to just do it. It was like one day before Borderlands launched. So that must have been 13th, 14th of September last year. 2019, because it's still 2020 here. And I tried it and it was terrible. I could see what the kids could like in that game, but and I'm talking about the Roblox ARPG, third-person ARPG Roblox. Because Roblox, there's a lot of games in that platform with that engine, whatever it is. But yeah, Relegend, the game I was talking about. If I had kids, especially kids with mental problems, I would want them to play something that would be a little more stimulating than a game where it's super unrealistic, where the heads are twice as big as the body, where it just looks super silly. I just can't stand those games. It's like pouring acid. It's like using acid eye drops, like sulfuric acid or whatever type is eye drops. It hurts my eyes. It's like putting Tabasco in my eyes. Let's put it that way. Seeing that type of art style. I mean, yeah, obviously there's people who would enjoy it. And I feel bad for people who enjoy this type of art style if they're grown-ups. See, there's chibi, for example, in anime, which I don't mind. I'm not saying I like chibi art style. but I don't mind it. But then there's this stupid art style. I'm gonna show you the game. Let's open my browser and show you the game. Legend, so people know what I'm talking about. Let's open videos and let's go to my browser. I don't mind chibi anime, but this one seems like super boring. Let's see. Look at this, what the fuck is this? Why would a grown-up wanna play this? Why? Why would a 20-year-old person wanna play this? And the person who told me, I really appreciate it. He's a fun guy, he's a cool guy from my community, but he told me, are you gonna play this? And I told him no, and then we had a very long discussion about certain things, and I tried to get him to stop telling me to play the game, and I couldn't. We just wasted our time, both his and mine. But see, why would someone wanna play this if they're grown up? And this is something even my kid I wouldn't want to play if I had one. But obviously there's people who love these types of games, and I don't blame them. Like whatever you want, just don't force me into playing that game. Don't. If I say no, leave it at that. If I say I don't like anything, that's it. End of discussion. Do you like this game? No. Okay. That's how it should have ended. Not both of us wasting 1 hour of our time chatting about this and that. Grizzly Adam, I don't want to be a parent ever. I don't want kids. It's just I don't want it. Not everyone is good to be is fit to be a parent, and not everyone needs to be a parent. That's gonna be difficult. Finding a woman, a wife that doesn't want kids or doesn't like kids. I've only met one like this. Back in the day, 2 jobs ago. Not in my previous job, but in the job before that, I knew one of the girls in the company, one of our colleagues. She was actually streaming, not streaming on TV in my country, and she was someone that used to say she doesn't like kids. She's the only one I've met that would say this. So I guess it's hard to find women that don't want or don't like kids. But yeah, that's a kind of hard thing to come by nowadays. But yeah, some people just shouldn't be parents, and as long as we know it ourselves, that's good. I've got problems with my temper, so I'd rather not gamble on having kids to see how that would end up being. Although my pet here, he's probably more annoying than a kid. Yet he's such a cute pet. I mean, this guy he doesn't know what violence is. Our pet doesn't know. If you fake that you're gonna hit him and swing at him and stop your hand, he's just gonna sit there doing nothing. He doesn't know what's gonna come. He doesn't know what swinging is. He's never been hit. So yeah, he's one of the most spoiled pets ever. But he's super good. He's only annoying when he wakes me up in the morning. He would climb up at the top of my bed behind me. That there's a place where I keep my teacups and stuff like that. He would start throwing those teacups to fall down to wake me up. Once I had a plastic cup which is a little bit lighter, with a little bit of water inside, and he just made it fall down right on my face. Cold water, wake me up. but see, he's a cute pet. I can't be mad at him for just wanting to wake me up to give him food. It was just water, so now I just have preventive measures. If I have water in my cup, I would put 2 other cups on the 2 ends, so he can't reach the one with the water that I keep next to my self if I wake up and want water, so that he won't be able to reach them. And but he would still sometimes when I'm sleeping scratch my head a little bit, not really hard, just a little bit to make me wake up. And he does that around noon time, like 10, 11, 12 a.m. To try and wake me up to give him food. But yeah, this is the cutest pet ever, and he's just a good pet. I've never seen him or heard him say the hissing sound. He's never said that. I don't know if he even can do this sound. He's never been mad. He's never scratched us unless when we are playing. But that's just him playing. He's not doing it on purpose. When he's like biting our hands when we are playing on wrestling with my hand. Okay, I'm gonna do one more map with this dude, and then I'm gonna switch to maybe Dusk Mage Flaming Destroyer. So yeah, this guy's probably more annoying when he wants food than a kid will be, but but he's a very good boy apart from that. Jacek asks, is tight grouping worse than targeted strikes? I would say so. I don't like tight grouping as much. It's okay. It's not a bad skill, but tight grouping doesn't have piercing. Targeted strikes has piercing, and if you play it the right way, you can do so much more damage with targeted strikes, especially to a single target. If you want AoE, I'd rather get explosive arrow. Better range. Different mechanics, snipey skill with explosions, much better AoE than tight grouping. So for me, my top 2 precision skills on sharpshooter would be explosive arrow and targeted strikes. Onslaught just needs more range. What they need to do is give Onslaught 2 times the range. Right now when you're doing Onslaught, you're almost within melee range to the end of Onslaught, to the end of the circle. You know, there's a big circle of Onslaught where the arrows are falling. Like if I'm standing where I am right now, I'm gonna kill the enemy and show. If I'm standing where I am right now, if I do Onslaught and my cursor is here, Onslaught would probably cast around here, and the end of Onslaught would be here somewhere. So it's gonna be this circle here. Even if my cursor is here, I want Onslaught if my cursor is here to be able to cast it here, somewhere on this circle, not somewhere on this circle. So that's all Onslaught needs right now. It's fine the way it is. It just needs more range, because it's putting you too close to the danger. For a range skill, it just makes no sense. For a rain of arrows type of skill. What do you mean by Poland? I'm from Bulgaria. Tomasz says, how long it takes to get to level 40? I have started in single player and have a level 40 mage, but they're wondering about starting from the beginning in multiplayer. Oh, Tomasz is in Poland, Polish name. Okay, and that's what Jacek said. Up to level 40, I mean 40-46 you can reach within 8 hours or 10 hours or 12 hours, depending how much you rush the story, what difficulty you play on. I'd say 8 hours is something doable. I think if you do it well, you can reach level 45-46, beat all 3 acts of the game in 8 hours. I think it's a reasonable amount of time to finish Act 1, 2 and 3 in 8 hours, if you rush it. If you take it slow, 10-12 hours is not that bad. In fact, some people might reach level 60 in like 15 hours of total playtime on a hero. You two guys from Poland, what do you think about Cyberpunk and CD Projekt Red? Do you think they rushed the game? Do you think they rushed Cyberpunk? Do you think they should have waited a bit more? Even though when people were telling them launch the game now, we don't care if it's bugged, and then they launch the game, it's bugged, and people, oh, this is so bugged, I can't play it. I love the game. I really love the game. I know it has bugs, and I can wait patiently until those bugs are fixed. I can wait until they fix the performance, or until I get a better video card when I wouldn't care about the performance, because I wouldn't need the optimization if I get a new video card. I'm currently saving up for a new video card, and hopefully by May, April, I would have saved up enough, and there would be availability of whatever is worth it the most at that time. I want to get a video card and not buy a new one for 5-6 years. It's been almost 6 years since I got my 1060, and this time I'm not gonna get a mid-range card. I'm gonna get a high-end. Not 3090 because it's too overpriced, but 3080 titanium or 6800 XT improved version, whatever the improved version would be. Maybe something like that would be what I want to get, so that I know if I invest like $1,000 in a video card, it could last me 6 years at least, maybe even more, who knows. But yeah, I think Cyberpunk 2077 felt a little bit rushed, felt a little bit like early access, like an open beta. But the game was amazing. The story, I've done 2 different endings so far. I've done 2 different endings, and they were different. They really felt different. They felt like okay, something completely different is happening. Even though it was just the final quest that I was doing differently. And the side quests, there are so many amazing side quests, such nice characters. Yeah, I think that's what people should do. Give it some time, let them fix the game, let them finish the game, maybe is the better way to say it. Let them do everything that was rushed properly, and then check it. If people don't want to buy it right now. Although if you do get a sale and you can get the game cheap, obviously you can get it now and play it later when it's better. But yeah, I think Cyberpunk still deserves to be Game of the Year because of the story, because of the things it can offer. I really loved Baldur's Gate 3 as well, but Baldur's Gate 3 was just Act 1 because it's early access, it's not launched, and it's gonna get improved. It's gonna get better. For what it offered, I'm really happy with Baldur's Gate 3. Unfortunately, I heard things like rumors that they're not gonna give us more acts during early access, which is pretty shitty. If you make early access and you don't give your players more than Act 1, then what's the point of early access? If you only want them to test the first act of your content. I mean, people are paying you to test your game. People are buying the game early at full price, at AAA full price. Hopefully they eventually add Act 2, Act 3, and however many acts are there, so we can give them feedback before the game launches. But yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 was another one of my favorite games this year. And for an early access, it had what I needed. I'm probably gonna stream myself playing it very soon, when they add some more stuff to it. Cyberpunk got memed to death. Well, it's press, bad press, but it's still press. Cyberpunk got so many problems. Like they had to remove the game from the PlayStation Store for once until they release it for the next generation consoles. Is what the way I understand it. It's until further notice or something like that. Until they and I'm assuming they're removing it until it's ready for next gen consoles. But Cyberpunk on console, it was a joke. It was a joke. The way it looked, the way it played, it felt like a different game than the PC from what I've seen as footage online. But yeah, they rushed. Probably it was the management of the game doing bad decisions. Probably they were pressured to release it early. I'm not sure why they delayed it, and yet they didn't delay it for as much as they needed. Even with the developers crunching and doing extra hours of work, even with that, oh shit! I forgot to switch my shield. I have to transfer those weapons to the mage. Well, Pierce Levatin said we had no issues on the PC. Yeah, if you had a good generation video card, okay. But before patch 105 up to patch 104, you could access a certain file which was clearly not using the full potential of the memory that you need to use, and the full potential of the video RAM. So it was not using as much as some systems could give it. It was limiting, and that there was this SVG file or whatever. There was this one file you could open where you could change certain things to make the game use more memory and more video memory. With 105 they removed that file, and you can no longer do it. There's one person that uploaded something that improves the performance of Cyberpunk. Tom Tercon, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the Struck Club. Really appreciate it. And Happy New Year to everyone who already who has already how should I say it, greeted the new year, and also enjoy greeting the new year. Enjoy what's the right word I should enjoy anticipating and getting into the new year. If you haven't, if you like me are still waiting for it. Oh yeah, I needed to put this shield somewhere. Where do I put it? Let's replace the firewall maybe. Actually, let's replace two things. I'm gonna replace... Shit. Let's replace some Realmaster only things. This one is Realmaster only, and this one is Realmaster only. Yeah, welcome the new year sounds like a better saying. Thanks for the suggestion. So yeah, it's 11:11 p.m. 49 minutes in my country left. As soon as I greet it, as soon as I welcome the new year, I'm probably gonna stop the stream like a few minutes after that. But yeah, whoever in my house wants to sleep, I think waiting until midnight is fine for my stream today. What do I need on this build? I'm not gonna change anything. I need rapid bartering though, right? No, I've got rapid bartering on this one. So this is a Flaming Destroyer. Disc Mage. Jacek says he's playing on Ridiculous. Is it okay? Well, Ridiculous is okay if you want a tough challenge. In fact, Ridiculous is the worst difficulty to level up on. But before I answer all the questions, such as Thomas's question about the endgame, just give me a moment. I'm gonna explain about Ridiculous and difficulties. So basically, every difficulty has a different badge, different shield. And this shield other people can see next to your name. In the towns, in your party, next to your name, people would see this shield. You can see your own shield over here, and you can see other people's shields next to their names. And this shield represents the lowest difficulty ever played. If you only play Ridiculous, then you're only gonna see the Ridiculous, which is purple with golden trimming. If you played Painful, you're gonna see the golden shield, and people would see the golden shield. This hero, you can see the bronze, which means he has played on normal. So this hero has been on normal, not to practice though. This hero has never played practice. So if you don't care about this, I would suggest play on hard or on normal. Hard is not bad. Hard is okay as a challenge. It's not that bad. It's not that easy. If you don't mind this difficulty, you can always go up. You can always change the difficulty up. The problem is if you go down once, you lose this cosmetic thing. If you care about bragging rights, you have to know this. Now, Tomasz said, what's the endgame in Torchlight 3? I mean, what we have after killing that was boss. Is it like in Torchlight 2 with some endless dungeon? It's not really endless, it's 251 levels, but you can play it as much as you want. That's kind of how it is. So it's not true endless, but there is an endless dungeon. It's what I'm gonna show you now. So this is the Fazier's dungeon. You start at level 46, level 1. So this is monsters level 46. This is level 47. This is 48. And it goes like that until level 15, which is level 60 monsters. After that, you get level 60 monsters with a little bit of extra damage, movement speed, and HP. And it keeps growing, giving them more HP, more damage, more movement speed, and so on, the further you go. Babsy, welcome Babsy. And so if you complete level 1, you go to level 2. If you die on level 2, you go back to level 1. If you die on level 3, you go back to level 1. If you complete level 3, you get a new checkpoint, level 4. If you die on level 6, you go back to level 4. If you die on level 7, you go back to level 4. And every 4 levels there's a new checkpoint, and so on and so on. Now, as you can see, the first 3 stages don't have an additional modifier here. So you have a map with 1 negative, 1 positive, another one and another one. You can see the element, you can see the monster type, and you can see the negative and positive affix. Once you reach this, you get 1 negative modifier, and this negative modifier keeps changing the further you go up. Eventually you're gonna reach the end, and then of those modifiers, and you're gonna redo them once again. Then you start getting 2 modifiers, and then you start getting 3 modifiers. You do not get more than 3 negative modifiers on top of those modifiers. So if I do this, this is gonna be Cloaked, Gauntlet, Monster Q. Monster Q being the positive. Anchored, Infamous, Cloaked. Dividing, Cloaked, Berserker Pet. So it's not the best end game, but I've seen worse. But it's super boring, and I don't like it. I just don't like it. I don't like the punishment of it. I don't like that I don't feel motivated to push it. I don't like the power creep that we get from the item drops. Basically, by power creep, look at this item. Challenge bonus 11.5. So as the monsters get stronger, the items you get, just like Wosen, become better after level 60 monsters. So you're gonna get level 60 items with up to 117% extra stats. Torchlight 3 versus Diablo 3. Well, I like Torchlight 3 more. Just because Diablo 3 has a lot of things I don't like. But Diablo 3 has a lot of things I like, I wish were inside Torchlight 3, including the item rerolling system. I wish I could change my affixes. I wish I could change this HP regeneration to flat damage, or HP regeneration changed to defense, or this potion work changed to evasion, or whatever else. I want to change my affixes. I want to be able to take shitty items I don't need and turn them into materials, and then get the shitty items I do need into better items I do need, with rerolling their affixes. It's common sense to have such a system in a Wooter game, where min-maxing is the fun, where people play to get the hero min-maxed and then move on to the next one, and squeeze every little bit of damage they can or defense. I don't get bored when I min-max a build. It's the fun part of gearing up a build perfectly well, min-maxing it to like 95% min-maxed. I don't want 100% min-maxed, that's kind of unreasonable to want, and very grindy in most games. But yeah, I'd rather be able to min-max my build to like 90-95% and then move on to the next build. This game has hundreds of different build combinations you can make. There's so much depth in the build making that I'm surprised about it. I didn't expect back in the day when this game was alpha that they would add this much build diversity as time goes. I'm gonna put some numbers out here. 4 classes, 5 subclasses for a total of 20 combinations. Each combination can give you dozens of different builds, even maybe 100 different combinations. In fact, the other day on the Forged class, if you consider all the 5 subclasses, if you consider changes to skills and relic skills, you can have 600 different builds on the Forged class alone, excluding changes to items. So, but that's obviously when I'm considering changing, for example, this skill with that skill, different build, because I'm using a different skill. It's kind of the same build, but with a slight little change. But then if you change the items, if I put an item that makes Holy Bolt, this one makes Holy Bolt shoot Absolver, then it definitely turns into a different build. Yeah, it would be very similar to the exact same one I'm playing, but it's slightly different. Obviously, that's not completely different build, because it's just changing one skill and just changing one item to make that one skill cast another skill with a 50% chance. But yeah, for the Forged, I could count 600 different builds by deciding which skill you use for venting, which skill you use to build heat, which skill you use to spend steam, which relic you use, which relic skill you use, whether it's the aura, the big spender, the small spender, whether you use a basic attack as a steam spender. There's just a lot of builds. So if we make this a more reasonable number, let's say 100 per class, that's still 400 builds you can make, excluding changes to items. But yeah, let's make it reasonable. I think 400 builds is achievable, where one build would be different than the other, in a distinguishing way, something visually looking different when you check the two builds side by side on the screen playing. But if you want even more reasonable number, 200, that's a more reasonable number, where you would see clearly it's a different build, not just changing 2-3 skills. So a lot of depth in the build diversity, a lot of shallowness. It's pretty shallow in the end game department for now. It's a game that launched 2 months ago, so it has a long way to go to reach the amount of time and development that games like Path of Exile and Grim Dawn have had behind them, adding constantly new content, new things to do. I think the potential is there, and I think if the community keeps helping the developers with ideas, with feedback, reporting bugs, telling them their ideas for new endgame activities and things like that. And if the developers keep adding new subclasses and eventually new classes, and maybe eventually more activities to do, and more zones to explore and things like that, it's gonna be nice. I think currently the biggest priority should be on endgame, on adding new endgame activities. That should be their #1 priority in my opinion, apart from fixing progression breaking bugs and things like that. I'm fine with not getting item rerolling yet, as long as I get new endgame activities and as long as they remove the challenge bonus, which is... The challenge bonus is the worst thing to happen to this game, this extra X% item stats increase. This should never have been added into the game in the first place. Because if they remove it now, many people would be angry. Many people would be saying, why did you add this? Why did you remove my extra strong items? Why did you make this item no longer be as strong as it used to be? I mean, maybe if they just keep the current items the way they are and just remove it from any future items, maybe that would be the better way to do it. But there's still gonna be people with overpowered items 2 times stronger, even more. 117, 118% stronger than the old items. But that's actually in theory. In practice it's much more than 170% stronger, because you get extra 2 sockets. So that's actually, instead of 1 socket you get 3 sockets. So that's 66% more sockets and 118% more stats. Yeah, definitely. No, not 66%. That's 200% more sockets and 118% more stats. So let's say around 150, 60, 70% stronger items than before this patch. So yeah, obviously this is overpowered right now. You can get items. Look at this shit road item, just an example. This is what a shit road item looks like. It has physical damage at the top, no flat damage at the bottom, basically useless things at the bottom apart from Blazing Pure. If you do a Blazing Pure damage, it's not bad if you do such a build. But yeah, it has 1 flat damage, another flat damage, and then crit chance versus bleeding. If you want to min-max this, you would probably get another flat damage and another flat damage in the middle, which is another 5000 damage. And then another 2-point-something thousand damage instead of the crit chance versus bleeding. That's like 20-something thousand damage. Overpowered. if you get lucky. Obviously getting this lucky is gonna be impossible. But it's not something that's not gonna be doable with enough grinding. But this would mean you're pretty much steamrolling everything. With all the defense you can get and all the damage you can get.
That doesn't sound so tough.
And I already said it today, I'm not gonna repeat it again. There are better ways to do power creep, to make us stronger without breaking the game, without tying this to item drops, with only tying it to within the end game. Jacek asks, what stats shall I look for on weapon? Flat damage, crit chance, those are great stats. Flat damage is mostly the best thing, but crit chance and crit damage is not bad. Keep in mind the limit of crit chance is 40%, for crit damage it's 300%. Chance to shock is good on sharpshooter builds. Chance to burn, chance to poison, chance to do that ailment for the relic you're using is good if you're using procs. Things that require you to hit a poisoned enemy, to hit a bleeding enemy, to hit a burning enemy. having that one, it's okay. In certain cases, it's okay to sacrifice one flat damage to get chance to shock, for example. But yeah, damage is gonna be your best friend, like it is in most games with weapons. I mean, you want to get the damage from the weapons, you can get the other things from other places. But if you get chance to shock on an offhand, then obviously you can focus on more damage from the weapon. You can get chance to shock from skills, you can get every relic can give you chance to X ailment. You can get chance to poison, chance to bleed, chance to burn, chance to shock, and I think you have something that lets you freeze chill, but not as good. So the Cold Heart is a different animal. It's just not something I recommend right now. I mean, it doesn't mean that you're gonna have a bad build. It just means it's gonna be mediocre build with Cold Heart. Even the bad builds would be able to do the content with sufficient items, which is good. It speaks a lot about the way they've balanced the game, the way their template building of things kind of keeps the game easy to balance. But Cold Heart right now is super underwhelming as a subclass. It's just not giving you the defense it's supposed to give you. It's not giving you enough crowd control to make me say, hey, this is great crowd control. There are some things like Snowstorm that I like, but the tier 3 on Snowstorm needs to change to applying weakness to nearby enemies, instead of giving you extra crit chance to frozen enemies. 40% crit chance to frozen enemies. It's useless. 40 crit chance to frozen enemies. You can get this much crit chance without this buff to all sorts of enemies. You also can't freeze bosses, which pretty much makes it useless when it counts. It counts against bosses, but if it doesn't do freeze on bosses, then yeah, what's the point of having it? But if you make the enemies nearby do 25, 30, 40% less damage when they're within the range of Snowstorm, now that's a different story. Now that's a game changer. Tier 3 Snowstorm applying weakness the same way Curse of PP does, making the enemies do less damage. That would make Snowstorm a worthy thing for tanky builds. For someone who wants to be the tanky support kind of person that can soak up some damage and be in the middle of it all. But Snowstorm is great because it can freeze walk champions. You can freeze walk elites. Chance to freeze, in fact, is something I would suggest on any build. If you're leveling up, chance to freeze would really help you. Not on bosses, but on champions, on regular enemies. You can freeze those, and you can freeze walk them, because there is no break bar in this game. There is no you've just frozen an enemy, you can't freeze this enemy for the next X seconds. There is no such mechanic in this game. I think they should add such a mechanic to bosses and allow us to freeze them once every 10-15 seconds maybe. And to have a reduced freeze duration on bosses. So if you can freeze an enemy for 3 seconds, maybe a boss can be frozen for like 1 second. And then you need to wait another 15-20 seconds before you can freeze it again. Again, this is something that they don't have as a technology developed yet in the game, but they could. Then that would make freeze much more fun to use. I mean, there's many ways you can improve the Cold Heart and make it a little bit more appealing as a subclass. Last time the developers were asked about Cold Heart and improving it, they said that they are paying attention to how often people are choosing the Cold Heart as their subclass, and they're saying that it's very equal. Almost every class is picked equally as much. But picking Cold Heart as your subclass and enjoying Cold Heart as your subclass are two completely different things. I've made 4, 5, 6, maybe even more cold hard builds. I can't say I've enjoyed those builds. I made them only for the sake of making builds with cold hard. I still felt like it could use a boost. So yeah, I spent time playing cold hard. I've made heroes with cold hard, but I definitely didn't think they were just as good as the other relics. The survivability on Bane and Blood Drinker is better than cold hard. The crowd control is not as good as I think it needs to be, but yeah, cold hard is the best for crowd control. Yet it just still feels a little bit lacking. And the damage, cold hard is not supposed to be damage relic, so I'm not gonna comment on how low the damage on cold hard is. It's designed to not have much damage, the same way Blood Drinker doesn't have as much damage as Flaming Destroyer or Electrode. The same way Bane doesn't give you as much damage, but it gives you defense and summons. But yeah, there's some improvements I would like to see in 2021, which are a cold hard rework, rebalance, revisit, whatever you want to call it. I would like to see new endgame activities and item rerolling. My 3 top choices, and maybe I said something else earlier, I forgot what it was. Oh yeah, the potion system changing, which I'm sure I'm never gonna see. This is the one wish I think they're never gonna do. Removing the potion drops and removing potion work as a thing, and just putting it on a cooldown and allowing us to unlock new potion skills, healing skills. So keeping this as a dedicated button just for a healing skill or just for a potion, but just allowing you to unlock different potions as you progress through the story, and maybe as you progress through the end game or whatever, or through contracts, just to give us 5, 6, 7 a lot of different types of potions that we just put there without having to get them as drops, and to just keep them on a cooldown. That's my wish for the potion system. It would be so much more fun if I have different versions, different healing skills. They could even change it to a healing skill system where you just press this, and the same way you can change the skills here. You have one button where you can click like that, but click on the potion and it allows you to just pick the one you want to use against the content you think it's best. So it could be a potion, it could be a skill, whatever they want to call it, as long as we just have a lot of choices there, and as long as it doesn't have to drop, and as long as we don't have to store it in our inventory, which would be killing two birds with one stone. You're changing the boring potion system to a more fun one, with more things and more customization and more freedom, without having to go to the town to buy potions or send your pet to buy potions, which I feel bad for them, because they made a system for the pet to be able to buy potions, which could have been spent making what I just said, this system. But yeah, the second bird you're killing with this stone, you're getting extra room for consumables, which people have been asking for. So that means they can add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more slots in this inventory, make it one big inventory like those. Remove that border, and yeah, that's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. A little bit more extra room for consumables, and which brings me to consumables. We need to be able to stack everything you collect from the contracts. Needs to be stackable. I'm gonna collect a few things just to tell you. This also I hope they change in 2021, because right now I feel like I'm clicking more in different HUD menus and than killing enemies. So yeah, this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should stack. This one should stack with other ones of its type. This one should stack with other ones of its type. This one should stack. Right now, the only thing that we can stack is the maps and the receptacles from those rewards. And I don't see a reason why they shouldn't stack. If someone gives me a good, reasonable explanation other than prolonging the time people spend clicking and doing things, I would agree if you give me a reasonable explanation to this. I would love to be able to press C and then keep claiming for 50-60 levels in one go, or 100 levels without worrying, oh man, I have to stop clicking every 7, 8, 10 collects and I have to go back to my inventory and then collect those, then I have to close this, collect, close. Just so much clicking, I get dizzy doing this. I'd rather do it once at the end of every farming session. I farm 100 contract levels, then I stop. And I click all the 100 contract level rewards and I stack them up in nicely stacked 30, 40, 50 things per bundle. And then I start opening. I would much rather do it that way. This would be huge quality of life, but not priority. Okay, I'm gonna do one more map on this hero, then switch to another one. See, I can talk all day about things I would like to see improved, but development, it's something that takes time. They can't wave the magic wand and certain things immediately change. Unless it's numbers, unless it's balancing numbers, then okay, then they can just go and change a certain number from X% to Y% and things like that. But yeah, apart from little tweaks and changes, most things take a lot of time to develop. That's nice. If only it had some sockets for a burning build. But yeah, these winter weave boots, I actually want to use them. And to see if it works. It used to be broken before. Let's see if it works. Just a quick test. Custom movement speed, movement skill. No, it doesn't work. I'm not getting the extra movement speed. So it's still broken. Well, can't have everything working immediately. I did report when this one was in the test server. I reported a huge list of things that are broken, and some of them got fixed by the time this was in the live server, which is nice. Right before the holidays, them doing some last minute fixes to this, and the thing is, I reported this few days before the patch was ready. So they managed within those few days, less than a week, to add those changes. Little things like this item is broken, this item is broken, this item only triggers on this class, or this item only triggers when I'm in my fort but not in dungeons. Things like those I reported after testing in the test realm for a week, and then after that 1 week of testing I just reported a bunch of things as broken. And they got, some of them got fixed, some of them still aren't, like those boots I just tested. Maybe they work on some classes with some movement skills, but they definitely didn't work with Shadow Step. I didn't see the extra movement speed. Unless it's invisible and you don't see it as a buff, then please make it be as a buff and show me something here that indicates that it's working. Let's check it. This is my movement speed. This is my movement speed after Shadow Step. Now let's use the item. Am I moving faster? I think I'm moving faster, but I'm not seeing the buff. Let me just check something in my stats. Movement speed. Where's my movement speed? Movement speed 25%. So actually it's working, it's just not showing me a visual representation that it's working, which is the better outcome of the two bugs. So this is just a bug of it missing an icon on the buff bar, but it actually triggers. So that's not bad. I mean, it could be worse. It could be worse where it actually doesn't even give you the movement speed. So as long as it works, it's not bad. Once I can implement it in the build, I will. I think in some builds it would be very nice, especially Forged. Forged could really benefit from this movement speed on some builds. The problem is it's boots, so I can't use boots on Forged. I'm gonna have to drop it on a hatch. And I still am to drop that hatch. But it can stack very nicely with Railmaster. Railmaster already gets a lot of movement speed after hammer spin. So with this one you can get even more speed and stack it. And if it's additive, 50 plus 25, you can get 75 movement speed for a few seconds after using hammer spin. So yeah, Railmasters rejoice with this item. By the way, regarding your question about what damage you need for the weapon, it doesn't really matter. Honestly, any type of what damage works. The only reason the only case when you would want a specific damage over another type of damage is if you have percent elemental damage on your boots or hatch or chest or leg armor. I'm gonna try and show you, but I don't have it. But if you have percent poison, then you would want poison. But this is min-maxing territory and you shouldn't get into that territory until max level. So just get whatever flat damage you can get. The damage type does not cause ailments. The chance to poison, chance to bleed, chance to etc. is what causes the damage, ailments, the poison and things. So if you, even if your weapon is physical damage, if you get chance to poison on it, it would still be able to do poison. You can get a fire weapon to do chill and freeze. So yeah, just pick any type of flat damage, it's good enough. In fact, if you're socketing items, hot or cold is the best because you have 6 possible rows, and out of those 6 possible rows, 2 are flat damage. So hot or cold when enchanting items is usually the best thing for weapons. So you can get flat damage. If you want flat damage, that's your go-to thing. Unless you're stacking percent damage. If you're stacking percent damage, again, then that's the only case where you would want to get the same flat as the percent. But flat trumps percent, and percent damage to skill trumps flat. So on armors like your chest, percent damage to entropy, percent damage to absolver, things like that. This percent damage to entropy would be better than the equivalent flat damage. I've tested it. That's obviously only if you're using this skill as your main damage skill. In my case, I would prefer percent damage to absolver over percent damage to entropy, because in the end, when this build is ready, entropy would be on a 7.2 second cooldown. When I get the item that gives it cooldown, but gives it more damage. So yeah, ideally I would be stacking percent damage to absolver. I mean, if you get lucky, you can get percent damage to absolver with flat damage. So see, this poison damage and the percent damage affix can roll together. It's hard to get it, it's min-maxer territory, but it's doable. But on the shoulder, on the chest, and on the leg armor, which translates to Woku motion. A little bit confusing, but yeah, Woku motion is equal to leg, and hatch is equal to boots, not the other way around, as I think it should be. You can get those percent damage to X skill. And if you stack that on those three pieces, you can get a ton of damage. This is the strongest affix in the game, stronger than flat damage. But again, it's only to a specific skill, so you better be using that skill often. If you're not using that skill often, then you're better off getting flat damage and getting every single skill to benefit from this. So it's balanced, it's not overpowered, because again, it's only to one skill. So it might give that skill more damage than stacking flat damage. But it doesn't boost the other skills. Which explains why it gives you better DPS. But I've done the testing on my dummies. I've tested items that give me flat of the same level. And then I've tested the percent damage of the same level. And yeah. I see bigger increase with the percent damage of the skill. Because the percent damage of the skill is kind of additive. And you can stack them up pretty nicely. So see, this is the percent elemental. So if I had the percent elemental here and percent elemental here, and maybe percent elemental here, I'm not sure if it drops, but I think it does, then I would obviously want that same element to be on all three. I would want the same element to be on the top, bottom, and in my sockets. But that's very hard to min-max. I never try to build around percent elemental. It's difficult. It's gonna be pain. It's better to just go for flat and percent skill. Okay, did I miss any chat? I probably missed some chat. For the fort, regarding what to build first for the fort, obviously your main buildings. I'm going to my fort now and I can show you. You want your function buildings. First you want your skill station, then eventually you would want the enchanting altar, the tree of luck. So the enchanting altar, this thing, you're not gonna need it until level 46 when they start dropping items with affixes, but you can still use it before that if it lets you to dismantle items, but I don't think it lets you use it before that unless they changed it again. They kept changing this. We were able to enchant low level items, now we can't. Now it needs to be level 46. But you can dismantle, if you get it earlier, dismantle stuff. But what you need is your skill station. Every class has one. Every class has one skill station, which should be in here in skill stations. You want to build that one skill station. Then you want to build those three things, starting with the goblin one, then the hybrid one, then the automaton one. Then training dummy, obviously if you want it, it's optional. Style station is optional. Those are optional. You may not need them. Storage, a pet shelter you would need, probably. Those are optional, you don't need them, it's not like a must-have. Storage for wardrobes, optional but highly suggested to get some of the cheap ones, like the terracotta and the chiseled ones. And then the rest is decorations. Decorations are, well, they're decorations, they're completely optional, you don't need them. So functional and storage should be your priority in fort stuff. And by the way, you can have some very weird things now, as you some people have been making stairs. I'm gonna show you quickly. I'm gonna show you Discord, just a moment. And just to give you some ideas what you can do. Fort, sport your fort. Disco machine gun, he's very famous for his okay, not this. Not this. Where's my Discord? Discord. Wait, Discord is not showing? Okay, there we go. So this is the Sport Your Fort, and you can see some images. Like look at this. This is kind of someone making stairs by stacking different square ones, and those different square ones, he's kind of rotating and making something like a spiral. But he's stacking them in different stages of height, how high they are. And look at how he made stairs. And here he was just stacking the regular blocks and making stairs. So that's how people can get creative with forts. Let's show you something else. I think this machine gun has a lot of examples. Yeah, that's his examples. Look at that. Some more stairs over here. There was one person who made stairs that can lead you to the balcony. See more stairs here with the rugs and everything. He was stacking the statues here. So this guy who made like a stairway to the balcony, like this. So see, people can get very creative, and I love this little mini game. When you get bored of the grinding, you can just have some fun with this. So yeah, people can be creative. Look at this thing here. So obviously people have been having fun. Look at this, stacking those. Then look at that from afar. Obviously it looks weird. It obviously looks very it's nice. See how creative people can be, and that's kind of crazy stuff. And yeah, forts can be fun. Forts can be fun. I'm not the type of person that has much time to spend doing fort stuff, but there are obviously people who love it, as you can see, who get very creative with it. So yeah, enjoy it. Enjoy it whenever. See, I've done some stuff like this, but not on multiple levels. I just put this little guy on top of the other thing, and done this similar thing in a few ways. I've put this in the bottom. Yeah, I'm gonna do. Let's change heroes. Let's change heroes quickly. As for contracts, I would say do every contract to max level first. Don't do the repeatables. It's optional, but the way I do it is I would do the adventurer contract first to 40 to unlock every single reward. That's a one-shot reward. But right now, my advice is do the winter contract first, because it's gonna go away soon, in a month and a half, whenever the next big patch is. So first, you probably want to do the winter contract. Although if you are already doing the end game, or if you can reach the end game in a few days, you can do the winter contract in a few hours without a problem. Ridiculous gives you 3 times the fame of practice, so it's good to farm on Ridiculous in end game. Once you're geared up and ready for Ridiculous, you go to Ridiculous, and then you can see some good results there, because you get 3 times the fame of practice in Ridiculous, which means 3 times quicker contracts. But normally I would do if there wasn't a limited contract like the winter, I would do adventurer until level 40, then do the next one until level 40, and then do the third one until level 40 to get all the rewards, all the decorations, storage, etc. one-shot rewards. And then I would switch back to adventurer, because it's the one for mapping and things like that, I guess. The difference is very small now between those. They used to have better distinguishing differences. Now the differences are kind of I think 1 or 2 things are different, and that's it. from the repeatable whoop. So yeah, and the differences in each contract are the final repeatable 10 levels. And respecking is done with the skill stations. You know, each class has a skill station. First you need to get a respectacle. Starting with level 5, every 5 levels you get a respectacle point, if I'm not mistaken. At least that's how it used to be. But you also get respectacles from contracts. You get them from bosses and chests, and you can buy them for 2,500 coins. 2,500 coins is what you can pay for one respectacle. Every 10 contract levels you can still get one respectacle from the repeatable whoop. You see this one, that's what a respectacle is. I'm gonna use it and show you what it does. Just a moment. And you can respec one skill at a time. One skill point at a time. Okay. By the way, 2 minutes until New Year's in my country. 2 minutes. Oh, that's not bad. I'm actually gonna use that. So, let's collect that respectacle and show you. The respectacle is here, and then you use it. And when you use this respectacle, you see now on my skill points I see one respectacle. If I go to my skill station, you can see now I see this respectacle as a possible choice. I can click on this, and this reduces it by 1 level. So every one respectacle gives you 1 level. And now I have 1 point that I can spend whenever I want. I put it back there though. So, okay, I'm gonna go AFK for like a minute to just get the new year to arrive, to welcome the new year. So, you can buy it from the potion vendor, consumable potion vendor. So, be right back in 2-3 minutes. I'm gonna run some ads. I'm gonna welcome the new year with my family. So, be right back. Happy New Year to everyone from Bulgaria, from my country. If you haven't welcomed it yet, have fun welcoming it, and thanks for being here. So yeah, let's do the first map of the new year for me. I was on the Forged, so I'm gonna have to do it on the Forged. So let's do it on the Forged. Let's not do a push. We don't want to be a pushy year. Let's do what I like doing, a Gold Waki, Netherwell or Stormbringer map. And yeah, cheers to everyone from me with some nice champagne. Or actually it's not champagne, it's Asti, I think it's Asti. Asti. It sounds weird, Asti, but yeah, that's a type of bubbly wine, I think, from Italy. But yeah, cheers from me. I'm gonna drink again. So yeah, first map of the new year for me. Let's go. And I'm probably gonna do one more or two more and then end it. I'm probably gonna switch to different heroes for the other ones. But yeah, there's a lot of banging here, and there's a lot of banging. Wait, I think my voice is a little bit too loud, my mic. So what's this map? What remains? Hive it. This Forged is pretty fun to play, by the way. Spin bot drain of what with slightly work I removed what's its name? I removed the Bloodseekers. Just wanted to put those points into more fracking strike and other things. And thanks, Jacek, for being here. Until next time to you. Enjoy the game. To everyone that's new and that got the game recently, enjoy it. There's definitely a lot of fun you can have in the game. And I'm happy I played this game today. There were other things I could have played, and I was thinking of maybe playing a few different games and switching, but it just it makes it hard for my YouTube videos. To keep track of what game is being played. So I decided to just stick to one game. But yeah, Happy New Year from my country. I'm not sure if you're hearing the banging, but there's a ton of it, believe me. And actually, I've got closed windows and everything, and even through those, there's a lot of banging. Even my microphone is cardioid, and it kind of doesn't catch on all the sound that are far. This sound is pretty loud, so it should catch it. Let's see what's going on. Am I done with this quest? Two more remain. So I'm gonna play one more map on a sharpshooter, maybe. One more on maybe the mage, and then end it for today. Let's see what's here. There we go. So this build doesn't have as much DPS as some of the other builds out there, but it's actually a pretty interesting combination of skills. Obviously, Poison Dart is a fewer. Poison Dart is not part of the build, it's a fewer. And I think so is Charged Up. Those two skills I would change for something else when I have those other things I want, like Imbue Relic. I really want Imbue Relic. And maybe I would use Winter Weave Shoulders for extra mobility. Or maybe something else out there. But yeah. There's options. So yeah, 2 more maps after this, but on a different hero each time. To start the year with diversity. Alright, let's kind of quiet it down for a bit, but maybe there's gonna be another wave of explosions. Mr. Torque would approve what was happening in my neighborhood. If you don't know Mr. Torque from Borderlands, great character. Who's all about explosions. Alright, I'm gonna switch heroes now. What did I play last? Realm Master, right? So I'm gonna do Sharpshooter and Disc Mage now quickly. Thankfully the game shows me what I played. I think the game crashed. Did it? I think it crashed. I don't think. Yeah, it's not responding. Okay, let me restart the game. Very nice way to start off with a crash after the first map. Okay, let me go back into the game. And in the meantime, I can check if I missed some messages. Alright, so now either Sharpshooter or Disc Mage. Cause see, the last one I played was this. Okay, so maybe let's do the disc. Let's do this one. And then maybe do the Frost Mage for one map, because I didn't play it today at all. Now I'm just gonna do a Mapworks map. I don't want extra loading screens. And then I can go and finish my food after the next map. Sky, what's happening, Sky? He's used to it. He's not as scared as the dog. When we had a dog before, the dog would be like, what's going on, what's happening, woof 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 woof. Whereas the cat would be like, oh, this guy again, he has no idea. The cat is the chill one. He doesn't care much about the explosions. Even though I've heard that some cats have better hearing than some dogs. Not all, I think. I guess I haven't researched into this, but yeah, I've heard that some cats, especially the ones with the big ears, the ones that have huge ears like rabbits almost, and those have super high hearing. There's those semi-wild, semi-feral cats that are kind of like home breed. But like smaller versions of the wild cats, but bigger versions of the house cats that are like kind of almost as big as a dog, still smaller. Those cats, I forgot the breed, something with nar. I think it was the beginning. And yeah, they look like leopards. but smaller versions of smaller version of a cheetah and leopard, something like that. And those cats I think have super high hearing. So maybe cats like those would have a, a hard time during that. But see, my guy here, he's just chilling. He's just looking at me with wonder in his eyes, wondering what's happening. But it's not like freaking out or anything like a dog would. How are we doing with the quest? 3 out of 6, 4 out of 6. Come on, come on. There we go. I'm loving this setup. It's one of my favorite setups recently that I've made. Since this new patch, it's one of my top 3 setups in regards to how fun it is to play it. Since this patch, the things I've tested after the winter patch. It's definitely in the top 3 somewhere out there. From what I've tested in regards to how fun it is, not in regards to how much damage and how strong it is, how meta it is, in regards to how fun it is to play this specific combination of skills and items. Okay, finishing this map and then another one on a different hero, and then I'm probably gonna go finish my food and end the stream obviously before that, and maybe watch something. But thanks again everyone, again happy year from me, happy new year from me. It's already 2021 here. If it's not yet there where you are, enjoy welcoming the new year. Cheers again, which reminds me, let's have a drink. Let's have a drink from that Asti, it's so sweet. That Asti bubbly wine, it's dangerously sweet. It almost tastes like child sham, and like kids bubbly, the one that imitates alcohol but doesn't have alcohol, although this does. Super amazing thing to drink, Asti. It's written A-S-T-I, A-S-T-I. Not sure if I'm pronouncing it correct. The way I pronounce it, it sounds like S-T, but yeah, it's Asti. A-S-T-I, if someone is wondering what I'm drinking. But it definitely is not S-T. Alright, another hero. Another hero. Which one? I said Frostdusk. I haven't played this one today. One map on this one. I'm gonna go to the fort though to pick up the shield. I need that shield. What's happening here? Come on. Frostwall. Oh, that's the duped item that ended up getting duped once. I don't know how it happened. We were doing multiplayer and I was trying to get items transferred from one hero to another. And I reported it. I didn't provide specifics so people don't duplicate it and replicate it, I mean. But yeah, something happened a few days ago. While I was playing with one of my viewers, and this item ended up getting duped. But then on the next day, one item ended up getting lost, ended up disappearing. I lost a very good rolled Frostwall shield. With not much Fuzzier bonus, like 6, 7, 8, 10% Fuzzier bonus. But it was very decent rolled Frostwall shield with 2 sockets. I think it was 2 sockets. It should have been 2 sockets. And I was that one and it was I was pretty bummed about it. And I still have no idea what caused the duping. I think it was something to do with the servers behaving very badly back then and having some desyncs. But that was like 4 or 5 days ago or so, if I'm not mistaken. This hero is another very fun build I've made that I like playing. It's definitely not good DPS wise, but it's fun. It's kind of similar to the previous build I just played, because it's using 100% uptime of Snowstorm. Of course, when you're not fighting Snowstorm, it uses more energy, which is weird why it uses more energy than usual. But this build is incomplete. I need some items to finish it. Where do we go? Yeah, yeah. Where are the enemies? There aren't that many enemies on this map. This map is pretty weird. I've barely seen any elites and champions. Yeah, I'm on ridiculous, and there aren't as many. But anyways, we're almost done with that map. Just one more quest drop, and then we can go to the boss fight. Visually, this build looks very fun to play. And yeah, the damage is not great. The problem is the survivability isn't as good as I want it to be on a cold hard build where I'm sacrificing all that damage. Oh, I didn't want to enter. They've silenced my... See how bad the damage is, but I'm not expecting great damage from Cold Heart. I'm expecting just to have good survivability and crowd control. I should have stayed probably closer to the boss so I could hit it with Snowstorm. But yeah, that's kind of gonna be it for today, for tonight from me. Thanks Truckwop for joining me on my New Year's welcoming stream. on the 31st of December. It's already 1st of January here. Thanks again for being here on Twitch and YouTube. Keep it cool. Until next time. I'm not sure what I'm gonna stream tomorrow and when, but most likely maybe a bit of Chaos Bane, maybe a bit of Torchlight. We'll see. Keep it cool again. Until next time, and again, Happy New Year. May it be filled with joy and all good things that you can think of yourself. Goodbye, and until next time.